in mind, and you do have risk management. And, you know, I do want to talk about all kind of different stocks, and we'll look at them as we're talking, but you don't want to get blown out right there. And I almost did. I didn't get close to, I will not be shut down, but, you know, like to be down $2,000 or whatever, you know, is not a good feeling, no matter how much you average per day, and especially if you don't average $2,000 per day, right? And so you don't want to give anything back. But as Neil and we all talk about this all the time, you're here to trade, and when you make money, you look back and you're like, wow, I sized properly and that strategy worked. And then when you lose money, you look back and say, why did I do that? As long as you stick with the same logic and the same strategies both times, then really, I mean, it's the market. And that's what's going to happen. Like, the world's best poker players don't clean up every single time they step in there. But, you know, over time, it does print, right? And I mean, like right there for Google, look at this move back down. Like, we still have enough shares that we're going to be positive on Google after all of this. The turns there on Tesla, the turns on the whole freaking market. We're the ones.
Well, Tesla's very different.
Oh, Tesla's not turning. Oh, Tesla might. I like that look. Go over to Neil's screen because
this is a topping tail candle on Tesla.
I like that look.
Shoot, I missed.
Holy crap,
I missed 271.
Dude, we should be
there. Wow, look at that! Look at that turn on Tesla there. It just finally broke the 271.
Is it?
And did a huge flush back through. I'm sitting at the $0.50. I chased it to 17s. Let's
on the day.
Let's throw the stop in there. Got to make sure that we throw the stop through 71. Do not want to re-break 71 out. That kind of a topping tail candle with the market coming down should be flush city on Tesla. I'm trying to pick some of the half. I might just get some.
That's why I have to start covering.
So let's see what happens here on Tesla. That was a pretty convincing heavy move, but it is a bit of a chase through that 71. Let's see if we can get to VWAP on Tesla. The irony, of course, is that we were liking Tesla long at 260, and our only position is going to be to short it and possibly get breaking out. Let's go over to Adara. It is time for the crypto segment, apparently. And there it goes.
We're at a very key level here for Bitcoin on the daily chart. Let me explain. We had, going back here to February, most of February, and then again in early March, we had a little bit of support resistance interplay with that area just above 95,000. Look at this push to the upside and then shoot to the downside in early March around that level. Well, today we are pushing right into that 95,000. In fact, our high of day here, 95.3. Let's see if we can hold this level, because otherwise, the daily chart looks like a bit of a bull flag for BTC with this nice curl to the upside. As I mentioned earlier, we are poised for our 7th straight green day for Bitcoin. So let's see if it can give us the 7 and then maybe 8. We're also up about $10,000 here from 85 roughly to 95,000 in about the 7 days. So good look for BTC. What about some of these other crypto names? Great look for Bitcoin, as mentioned earlier. Ethereum kind of waffling around here just below that 1,800 level. XRP up about 0.5%. Solana up 3%. Doge up 3%. Cardano up 2%. So other than Ethereum, we have a lot of strength in most of these names here today, guys, in the crypto space. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to the guys.
City. So, well, we were 2 for 3. Now we're 2 for 4. Tesla, it was going, trust me when I tell you, that was a heck of a topping tail.
Trust me, bro.
I use a 3-minute. You have to see this on a 1 minute. I guess maybe a. Yeah, that doesn't really. 1 minute doesn't do it justice. I bet you if you put on like a 5-second or a 30-second, it'll do you a better justice. So there's your topping tail. There's the break underneath, and there's the short stop. I gave the stop to the prior high, which is probably a really good idea, because the last thing you want is to actually give it to the real top. To me, if it runs that top, it's squeezing you to all death. Tesla's just meme. It's a meme stock today. It's through the 50 period when the market's at the low. I think it wants that 280 level again. So we came in thinking Tesla long. Obviously, that's going to be wrong. Well, right, I should say, but the entry is wrong. Intel's not doing anything. I meant to actually type BABA, just to go back over to the two that we're still in. BABA's trying to bounce off the volume-weighted average price, but doing a pretty weak job of it. So prior support was at 119.5. It's resisting that. I don't want to jump in shorting this level when 120 is the level yet, but it's just a yet. I think at some point, if it holds that trend down with the market, then I want to jump back in at a worse price. So like averaging down, averaging up instead of averaging down, although with a short, I guess it kind of is averaging down.
I was going to just mention that the Google out, I think 163.50 makes a lot of sense to get out of that one. We'll leave some on the table, obviously, but yeah, we're out of a decent chunk of that trade right now, able to really get that low of the day there and start to just push that level. So that turns out to be honestly a jam for me right there. We're happy with it. Just again, stick with what we're doing and stick with what you're doing, I think is important. Boeing today off day 3 or day 2 play. Tesla off day 3 is ripping. Wow. And I mean, that's exactly, the same thing as Neil, we had wrote down 260 long on Tesla. You don't have it, and there it goes. Nice move. Boeing today as well, flat on the day. So that looks like it's going to break. I mean, this looks like it's going to break lower, right? I mean, right into here, 175.50. Nice downside play. You tell me, Fabian, I'm just waiting for it to hit. Okay, perfect. So there goes Boeing to the downside. We'll see if that one wants to continue to go lower. Any other names? Omex. I just want to always check back on that because I know it was a really popular talk there early on this name. So not doing too much now as we do continue to barcode. But if you're looking for barcodes and you're looking for reliable charting, then why not hit up eSignal? Listen up, the first month, of course, today is free. That's right. Scan that QR code and you have your first month for free. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade your charting to an elite experience with eSignal. You get infinite data. The thing is, guys, you can chart 500 symbols at once. So if, as long as you have that computing power behind you, this charting software will be the one for you. And if not, just chart less. You work with 50 symbols. You can get it back testing, real-time back testing. You could go back right now and test the last 10 minutes. So it's called tick replay over here. They also have these great hot lists that you can see on the screen right now, giving you different ideas when different screens are hit. So, we've had different things on here, trade ideas, different scans coming through. A lot of the scans on eSignal, especially the ones that we use, are curated. So, like this hot list itself just pops up whenever something's going. So right now, Google, Nvidia, Tesla Q, that must be the Tesla short right there. I didn't even know about that one. TSLA we know about. And then Pony. Is that someone's riding that today or what? Let me see what's going on right here with Pony. So here's another name. Like, we didn't even see this one. Wow. Look at Pony right now getting taken to the barn.
Or it's saddles waiting.
Or, yeah, you get behind that barn. Like, what's his name? Joe. Is that your name over there? Yeah, Joe just mentioned. What's up, Joe? Yeah, that was a good one, man. Take it to the barn. That's a good one, out back. But Rigetti's on here as well. Googie, Sox L, Nike. What's Nike doing down 3% today? That could be another name. But anyways, I just wanted to say that this is like, I have this up. I don't have it on the screen. I mean, if I had more space, I could maybe keep it here somewhere. Maybe that's something to do. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. You guys want me to keep this on the screen for you? That's a little free eSignal situation there.
It's great, the trade rate.
Yeah, so anyways, I have it up and I do like it. Maybe I'll try to find some screen space for you to show that. But yeah, I mean, we really love the software.
We both love it for sure. And look, I saw someone in the chat, no talk about UNH. You can't watch everything, man. It's one of those markets where never found our way into like the Tesla long. A couple of shorts have worked out, but at the end of the day, you can't cover everything. UNH is still dropping. There's your chart, down another 3%. We always talk about that 3-day, like, can you hold on to the initial bid that gets made after an earnings flush? So the answer was looking like it was going to close the week as a yes, and it's resoundingly a no right now. So I think if you're looking at UNH, it's broken through, I think 380. This is going to load up, and if it's not 380, then apologies, where the actual next bottom is. I should have. Maybe I need a weekly chart on UNH. Then I go right over to eSignal to show a weekly chart because that'll be much faster. So UNH weekly, I think it's going to be 380. Don't make me wrong. Don't make me wrong. Don't make me wrong. Yeah, $380 next support in UNH. If it doesn't hold, if it doesn't somehow magically get back above 420, I think it's got another 7 or 8% to the downside in the next coming weeks. And Tesla, by the way, is right back to $275. It's on a collision course with 280, which has been local resistance. It is pure meme stock today on Tesla. No question about it. I took my shot at the mean reversion trade. I like the setup, but obviously if you just took the long on the other side of it, you again are absolutely racing. it makes me sick to my stomach to have wanted a 260 long. And it did. False break of the low, hold of 260. That's an entry at maybe 260, 70, closer to 80 or 90, with a stop that could literally be just underneath. It's basically $1 risk on Tesla, and maybe even less than $1 risk on that entry for what you see in front of you. Let's go to Adara. It's time for Sector Watch.
This might be a more red board than you'd expect, given that the market is relatively flat, even leaning positive. But that's because a lot of these names that are to the upside are massive market cap players. Google, Meta, Nvidia, and Tesla, more than half of the Mag 7, really strong today. Eli Lilly, which is another pretty large market cap name, green on the day. But other than that, lots of weakness. Even balancing out Nvidia here in electronic technology, we have Apple sharply to the downside. The names that aren't green within the two tech sectors are pretty much flat. Then we've got a lot of strength here, a lot of weakness in finance, retail, trade, pretty red. Utilities a little bit weaker. Health services, as mentioned earlier, UNH down about 2.5%. Process industries weak. Communications weak with TMUS here dragging Verizon and AT&T to the downside. All three names reported earnings this week. Consumer non-durables weak. Health technology, with the exception of Lilly, also weak. Again, we're seeing earnings in these non-tech sectors really bringing this market to the downside, balancing out the tech strength to give us a basically flat trading day. Back to you.
Well, it's not a flat trading day for Tesla. It's not a flat trading day for Nvidia. Up 2%, just broke high of the day. AMD up only 0.6? Well, it broke the high of the day anyway. So that's just whatever, man. It kind of surprised me that it wasn't up more than a point. Given the strength we're seeing, it is pure meme craze happening in Tesla. But do not sleep on the chips. Obviously, they don't care how bad it is for Intel, and why should they? Because, well, I mean, it was a great quarter for Lam. At the end of the day, talks are either going on or they're not going on with China. I have no idea, but on the off chance that they are, that's going to be good for the chip sector as well. I keep staring up and wondering when we're going to get to 280 on Tesla, and feel like it's going to be just a little bit. Alex Oliva, wait, Tesla is a meme stock?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so it's a better fundamental company than other meme stocks, obviously, but it still does still fall into that kind of a category. To a certain extent. It's just it's just a different player. Just look at the way that it trades when it starts to go crazy.
Yeah, I think people need to understand, like, we don't mean it in that way. Like, I think Palantir the same way. It's like once it starts going, and you know what? Here's a better name, a cult stock. So I think like Tesla and Palantir are cult stocks, meaning like once they get going, there's a lot of people that have made a lot of money on these names. They know it can run. They get involved. They start to buy the calls or the puts. It goes both ways. Like you saw when Tesla was getting hit to the downside, the bears came out and they really cranked it, right? I mean, the same thing happened with Palantir, and the same thing's happening now to the bid side. So that's kind of what I think we mean. And it's just, you know, once they get going, and I've sat here, and you guys know, I've actually coined this term. I said Nvidia is going meme crazy, and you could tell when that starts to happen as well. It just starts to go off, and I mean, it's the bids the ask gets lifted, and it just goes. And sometimes when I'm sitting here, and I haven't traded Nvidia in a hot minute, so I have to admit that I'm not calling this a stock like that now, but I do like Nvidia when it starts to go hard like that. And we've seen that happen many times before. So I think we have a good chance of looking for that. All right, we did say that we were going to get out of some of Google. I actually wound up just taking out 25% once we broke through 163.60 because we got more outs as we were talking about that strategy. So we get a 162.70. This is just in the last 7 minutes. So we get one fill right there. We get another fill at 162.15. Then we get another fill at 40s. And then there's out the last quarter of what we had left. So right now we're under that 100 share mark now. So we don't have very many shares left for Google right now, and I'll just let it go. You know, hopefully we can get back to the downside. I still feel pretty strongly about breaking 164. Hi, Bianca, how's it going? So if we do break below that 164 area, then maybe we'll get a little bit more short at 164. But I still think this 164.80 right there for Google, day one earnings play has been a good one so far there. Apple short seems to be printing as well. And then we have some big runners today. Omex is a big runner. Make sure you check out Omex. Make sure you check out Pony as well. DJT is another runner. We're doing it live right now at Trader TV Live. Make sure you go scan us, find us, trade with us, it's Trader TV Live every day.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And someone just asked, where are we getting back into Intel? First, I got to tell you, we left our stop in, they broke down, didn't quite get the 65 fill after we got the 71 fill, but there's the break of the high. It's got to be 20 or 20 and a half. So whichever one it actually sets up, you're in a pretty strong upward trend. At this point, I'd almost prefer if it just blew out 20, did a ridiculous upward trend, and then we could revert it at 2050. That would just be an easier setup because I think that would be a little bit too far. But if it does go to like 1999 and give me some kind of a curl, we'll take that. Tesla, okay, Tesla's not at 280 yet, but I feel like that's a big yet. And there's been a lot of people, including Luke Andres, asking about SoFi today. I think I'm like 99. Oh, no, never mind. All right, yeah, I was about to tell you guys. No, I was about to tell you guys that I think I got filled in my personal account out of SoFi, but the answer is no. It's not. It's not strong.
Oh, out of SoFi. They were
not out altogether. I just wanted to cover a little bit more in front of 13.4. Like I covered some when I think I got like somewhere in the 16s the last time, but I want to cover a little bit more in front of 13 and a half. It's like 13 and a half, I think I have it at. So maybe we have a chance in SoFi. That just broke the 50 period on the daily. It's churning. Remember, they report next Tuesday, I think. Let's go to the desk with Adair.
This came out a couple minutes ago, but just be aware here, META and BAH, so Meta and Booz Allen Hamilton on watch. CNBC reporting that the companies are partnering on a Space Llama AI program with Nvidia and HPE. So NVDA, HPE, META, and BAH all involved in this Space Llama program as reported by CNBC. Back to you.
Llama, space drama. Yeah, we know. Yeah, Bitcoin is hot fire right now.
I look over Joe.
Can we just clarify the shoes are not available?
Well, they're Neil's.
Okay, so
My shoes.
they're not
Shoes
available.
are not available. They're my shoes. They're my shoes. Oh, shit.
I love the way this guy laughs, man. I can't show my shoes because then I'll be but not today because then I will be canceled.
Why?
Oh, I see.
All right, fuck it, I'll show.
Why is anyone canceling you over this? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I see why. I see what's up.
Kanye.
I know you were reading some of what he said over the weekend, right?
Look, I mean, we talked about mental health has been a problem for a while. This guy said some crazy things. This guy says Nazi-related stuff, crazy stuff. I don't.
Nothing but sympathy.
These are comfortable ass shoes, but I don't.
I have nothing but sympathy
for sure.
and compassion in my heart for anybody that's dealing with that mental health issue, which I think he obviously is. And so when people are hating, just try to remember.
Right.
You know, like I told you, I had that situation on the train, and then I realized that the dude that was causing the kerfuffle that almost got beat down, that clearly there was like a mental health thing going on. It's like, yeah, he's not just drinking. And then your tone changes, and you go to a little bit of compassion. I got to show the chart of Meta. I'm not trading Meta, but that is a couple of big V shapes on Meta. Look at the program buying and the program selling, and then this is program buying on Meta. You want to see continuation after that because ultimately, yeah, you're up 2%, but the opening range top is still very much the opening range top on Meta. Bob was the last one standing for the shorts for me, somehow still in the money. So we'll see if we can get a reload on that. 20 is approaching on Intel, and we're going to the desk.
It's brought to you by our friends at VinFast. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached roughly $678 million, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. More than 97,000 EVs were delivered in 2024, including over 53,000 in Q4 alone, which is a 192% year-over-year increase, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. Green mobility ecosystem. Continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Thank you to our friends at VinFast. And also, here is the US dollar, which is continuing to push a little bit lower. As mentioned, we had a little bit of a double bottom support earlier this week, just below that 98,000 level. But can we hold on to it? We have made some lower highs here since that green day on Wednesday. Yesterday was red. We actually closed basically at lows. Today, making another lower high and pushing a little bit lower, though we're still green on the day. That 100 level, as you might expect, could prove to be a little bit of resistance. Here is the CME FedWatch tool. 93.2% of participants expecting there's not going to be a rate change in May. That is actually a little bit up from yesterday, but earlier, at one point yesterday as well, we did have about 96% of participants expecting no change. So right now, trying to stabilize here around that 90,000 level, or sorry, 90% level. At 6.8% though, right now expecting there will be a little bit of a cut. Again, we did have actually better than expected Michigan sentiment data, stronger than expected sentiment data, and actually weaker than expected one-year inflation expectations. A good look here for these Fed readings, but oddly enough, 58.1% of participants now expecting no cut, or sorry, now expecting one cut in June as well. That's lower than what we've seen for the most part, which is roughly 60%. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. But interestingly enough, less participants now are expecting we will get that June cut. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Adara. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like we will get that cut. I mean, the cut's going to be good for the market, I would think, right now, and maybe not, right? Sometimes what's good is not good anymore. But, all right, so we're just, I have the same thoughts, which is why I didn't talk about Intel, because Neil just talked about it, and I don't want to be on all the same names. But we just, that's Big Bear. Okay, well, first of all, that's Intel, but here's Big Bear AI. Congratulations. We talked about this earlier on in the morning with Big Bear AI. That base around 250 was a good one. We're still in this. I think our average price is around $4, but I will double check this. We had bought it on the way down in off this 50-period moving average, sort of, thinking that maybe we could hold there. Then we bought again somewhere. So I'm going to double check the price before I mention what it is, because I don't want to be wrong on that one. And then other than that, man, everything else is pretty cool right now for us as we're calm and relaxed. Oh, I know Neil's going to do something, but I just want to say my out is similar, just above $20 there on Intel, because I know some people were asking, and we just get another small reload rate here. We have about half the shares we did have originally. Obviously, we cannot go red on Intel, but that's my look there on INTC.
Yes, sir. And if you're looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games, then switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive.
Bye-bye.
Experience total control. Bye-bye, Intel. At every step, ProfitX Sports Playing Reimagined. Users can use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Shout out to ProfitX. I happen to have it up right now. If you like the Lakers tonight, boo. You can take.
Yeah, Raheem told me the Lakers were last night. Raheem.
Yeah, it's they're tonight.
Yeah, they're tonight.
Boston doing some good things without Tatum as well. I was a little surprised by that, but. Yeah, down.
Yeah, you got to get to the second round
down with
first.
LeBron.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a LeBron hater. I just
don't like that. There's something fishy about that whole Luka deal. That's all. And I just feel so bad for Dallas.
I just like Ant. I want him to win.
Yeah, I like that guy too. I would love for someone different. I would love OKC to win.
OKC all the way.
That's for sure. So we just got stopped out of Intel, but again, it's my most positive stock today, Intel. So, we're happy how we traded it. We nailed it early. We thought there was going to be a flush out moment, and that's exactly what happened right off the jump. We're able to get out. I mean, we have the low of the day in our account, so I think that I traded it pretty well. Could always trade things better. I mean, whenever your last trade is a hit, we were short at 98 there, reload out at 03. So a 5-cent hit to end the day and end the game there on Intel. But still pretty good day for them as well. So not a good day for their report, but the fact that it hasn't really been getting crushed, I feel like that's a win for Intel. Uber got up. Wow, I did not even realize this. It's hitting some of the scanners right now. But Uber makes that move today back through $80. Like, wow, 65 to 80, nice upside move. So it looks like Uber and your boy Tesla can win at the same time because it's happening right now. Uber, nice move up, right back to some of those highs again. Like, we're almost back. Like when we were up here, you're like, oh, like I was sort of like, oh man, that $80 right there, 82, looked like another top, and we got there, and then we got tariff centraled to the downside there, and that started actually in early February. Sorry, mid-February was that high. Now you're gonna have to wait 2 months, March, April, to get all the way back up there, which isn't that long. So good job there for Uber as it continues to make that climb back into $82. So just like you had mentioned, maybe getting something out on SoFi. It might be, I'm still going to hold Uber, but that would be a good level there for sure. And SoFi, like Robinhood, like all of these names, just continue to have great movement. Remind me what the day was? 6th?
Shoot. It's next week.
I think it's earnings on
SoFi is the end of the, no, SoFi?
I thought you said the 6th.
SoFi, no, SoFi is next week, end of the month. I think it might be the 29th. I'd have to look it up there.
Well, you're going to check it out right now. It is Tuesday, April the 29th, before market.
Oh, yeah, before market. Yeah, they're one of those. I have a strong preference to aftermarket earnings. It's just, I don't think there's a trader out there. The aftermarket show was so much more fun. Join me today with Dara for the aftermarket recap show. But it's just more fun to be able to digest the prices, see it real time, not have to prepare for your trading day while you're also getting earnings coming through and then getting less calm price action. Bitcoin is chilling 95.7,
my boy.
54.5 on IBIT. Like, you're just absolutely breaking out on IBIT. MSTR, we only have 3 minutes to go here. MSTR, ooh, a little bit of a topping tails is trying to break the high, but I keep looking over. It's not to pick on Mara, but you tell me, everybody.
Down Google.
Something going on here when Bitcoin's breaking out and Mara can't seem to get past like 1430, like they're selling at the high the entire way. Well, at some point, I guess you got to respect it. We're either breaking this top or I'm shorting 14.3. So 14.3 to 14.35, and if Bitcoin keeps going, you eventually break out the top. But somebody's selling this thing despite Bitcoin being strong, so why not join the party? If the shorts have been working on something, that's where you should be.
All right, what up, hamster? You nailed it. It is about that time. Look at Google right now, 250 in the money. We did not get the reload, but it's time to discuss what's for lunch. All right. Okay, props up. Today we got a little something different, Neil. We haven't had this in a minute. It's chicken again. No, Joe, come on, man. Don't steal my you know what I'm saying?
Assorted sandwiches. No,
I wish. I mean, I actually think assorted sandwiches would be good. But today, we're swimming with the fishes, baby. It's lemon dill salmon. I mean, we haven't had that in a minute. We'll give it a shot with roasted vegetable. People are liking it. Brendan's not here, so let's just always remember. There he is. What's up, Brendo? Roasted vegetable quinoa pilaf.
Huh?
Exactly. Seasoned roasted vegetable quinoa pilaf. Like a mixture there. Vegetables with quinoa. That? It's like a salad mix there. Come on, guys. Get cultured, bros. Seasoned vegetables along with chef choice salad.
Baby, can you hit it?
What
the hell is even that?
Oh, we have that button?
Yeah, we have a lot of things around this place. Oh man. Yeah, but don't put the fish in the microwave. You're gonna smell up the whole place. But it's gonna come nice and fresh, and then hopefully.
Someone on the floor used to do that.
I actually wouldn't mind if there was a piece of salmon on the salad too.
Yo, I love salmon.
It's been a minute, so we're hoping for that one to come through again. So that is
what's for lunch.
What's for lunch?
Joe's very excited by it. You know what there isn't, Joe? There's no chocolate chip cookies and there's no apple pie. That's what there's none of.
I don't have a problem with this man not having pie. Like, I just have a problem with him never having pie.
Well,
I've never have had
That's
pie.
The whole point.
Like, you know exactly.
No,
there's
we need to bring this man
questioning the integrity.
An apple pie for the show. At some point, we should just do it.
Can you? I love to talk to Grandma. I love to talk to Grandma
Let's
Joe.
talk to your grandma.
I like to talk
Awesome.
to.
That'd be fun.
I'd be like, hi, this is Sean. You'd be like, who the hell's this? You know, your grandson. The thing is, it might sound like a scam. You know, like, 'cause right now there's that. She does? Oh, hi, Grandma. We're loving that. Please feed your grandson a nice piece of
Exactly.
pie. I mean, I know you can make legitimate pie. All grandmas
pie.
crush pies. Like my grandmother, the rhubarb strawberry pie that she throws down is ridiculous.
Okay, in defense, my grandma she makes rum cake. She made rum cake. Rest in peace.
Joe's definitely
She's
had
never made
cake.
a pie she never made a pie in her life.
She's made pie in her life. Get her on if she's still around.
no,
Get her
she's
on.
not, but-
oh, okay, then don't get her on.
No,
Get your
she
mom
never
on.
would. My moms will make a pie.
But I want her to tell me that her mom's made a pie.
Oh, okay, no, it's my dad's mom.
Oh, your dad's mom.
So,
Get your dad on the phone. Let's go. Move Phil
Oh,
at.
look, but I'm telling you.
Hello, Phil?
His name is Phil too.
No, but pie is just so universal. That's
No,
why
everyone,
I'm saying.
and the best part about it, no, he knows that. So Phil's my dad's middle name, but that's what he goes by, and he knows that. So, I say George and I say Debs for Sean's mom.
Yeah,
because everyone says Debs.
Love
Yeah,
it.
everyone.
Hi,
does.
Debs.
Your mom's name's Deborah?
Debs
Yeah.
is so nice,
My
man.
grandma's name is
Trust me.
Deborah.
Boom.
Get out of here. That's a great.
Joe's grandma's name is also Deborah.
Yeah, let's go.
Bang.
Debs would always make sure that we got
Deborah.
fed. You always got fed when you went to Sean's house, straight up. The fridge was open. You could eat whatever you wanted. It was great. Just don't piss off George, and you were good to go. No, you just don't get George.
Yeah, I'm good.
George was here just a couple
Yeah, no,
weeks
George.
ago.
We're chill now, but
He's
when
from
we're
the same. They're from the same. He's from the same town as Patty Ice.
Oh,
Shout out to Patty Ice.
okay.
And by the way, Patty Ice, those tomato plants are doing well. We've got them.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
watering those. We're getting ready
the
to.
tomato.
We love
plant
you,
those.
Patty.
All right. Yes, we do love
plants.
Patty Ice. So, all right. Thank you so much for a great show. The two handsome gentlemen right there below us. Neil, you got to do that. You got to. There you go. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Down below us, right there. They're coming, and they're coming right now. So great job today, Neil. Great job to everybody. Thanks, Ramin and company, Fabian, Adara, everybody. It's Trader TV Live, and it's about to get a lot better. It's midday time.
Go get 'em,
Ciao.
boys.
I'm tired, man. And I have a headache.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That right there is your boy Joey Options,
Rob,
and I'm Sharif.
man, damn.
Rob RVD, that's a blast from the past. Good call out there, Joseph Wilson. All right, guys, who's in the chat? We have a couple OGs already in the chat. Darwin is already trolling me. He's already asking for the car mats. Darwin, brother, I'm gonna figure out where you live, and then you're gonna get a special delivery. And I'm probably gonna want it back because I don't have anything other than that one. Shout out to Jeremy Crypto, Mr. Easy Street, the Roaring Griffin, Roar. City Boy 305. We got my man Buvin, Mike DeRider. We got Monty G. And how about Kel Vings, TS, Westgate, Covalent, Stewart, Borahut, Geo, Jay Lee, the OG, Ken D, Nomo, Tina Hong, Hello Hi. Shout out to Fiddleback and Dino Abadini. Probably killed your last name, but I do apologize. I'm not that good. We got Nimrod, my man Nimrod from Israel. We got Skull. We got Gerson. We got Oslam. Not Ozan, Oslam. Lazy Rocks and Hamza. We got Kirk Sanders and the other OG, Gorov. Shout out to Waleed, Shane, Donkey Trader, Steve, Day, and more. How about Bax and Danny Koo? Showtime. Poop, what? Pop La Cork? Yeah, I like that. Pop La Cork, alcohol, great. Dan Gale, Crystal, Abdul Aziz. We got Bluff. We got Amy, Tiger, G-Talk 5150, and Big Finesse, spelled wicked. I love that. On the blockchain, G-Talk and Vinay Menon, Ismail, DJ Rules, the Alpha Man, and Airy frickin' Pages. How about Roger, my man Roger there? IFA, shorts versus longs. We got Muhammad, we got Bold, Mark Susi. I see you, Mark. I know you're here, bro. And we got Basim, my man Basim Elabs. And Patrick Riley. One more, Joseph. Nate's Best Buys. There's that. There it is,
Yeah,
right
Nate's
there.
Best Buy. Yeah. Shout out Best Buy.
I like Best Buy.
Yeah.
Lots of electronics.
Remember Future Shop back in the old days?
Oh,
Yeah,
got
right,
eaten up
Future
by
Shop.
Best Buy.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
thanks, America.
Thanks, America.
Yeah, no, we're kidding. It was Say it again. Your warranties were invalid, Fabian.
Oh, whoa, okay.
I'm sorry about
How
that.
did we
What's
do
going on
that
over
there? Yeah. I clicked on that and that. Oh, bang. Look at that. This is the hottest YouTube short out, guys, right now. Go check it.
Self-promotion, bro.
Go check
Shameless
The
self-promotion.
hottest right there.
He does not
go and
care.
check it out. Look at the smile on this dude. Do your boy a favor and go check out the new trending hottest YouTube short right there. Yeah, that's a banger right
says we're
there.
making new lows. I don't care. I want to know more about what's VWAP.
Yeah,
Tell us
what's
more.
VM? Tell us more about this, guys. Go check it out. Do your boy a favor. Just hit the like and just check a little view out on their one. And bang, Bears versus Bulls. Got that one rolling for us. Can we play it here real quick? Or I'm
just zoom in,
here.
bro.
I'm
Get
zooming
it. Get more in there. Get more in there. We want to know it
It's
all.
the hottest, man. All right, we'll play. Bang. Let's go. That's it. Sneak preview. We can't let you guys watch it too much, and that's it. So yeah, that's it. Go out and check it out for yourself there. And do your boy a favorite. The hottest short out.
Bro, calm down there, Lazy Rocks.
With
all right,
Lazy
bro,
Rocks,
don't worry about it. We printed up a storm here, Joseph. AGRI,
What's a
baby.
free clinic?
Here it is. Think about it. Here we go.
That is.
I'll tell you in a second. Can we take a couple of prints here,
All right,
bro?
yeah, take a couple.
All right, guys. Here we're doing it live here. AGRI. This one is the best small cap gapper in my humble opinion at the moment. Beautiful. I don't know, a textbook bounce off that volume-weighted average price that makes them way into $2.50, and then it drops back down into that 2 1/5, 2 1/4. Find support at VWAP. That's where your boy got long. I'm talking about myself. And then here we are, 3 prints so far. Looking for more. I'm greedy like that. We're waiting at 17s, and then we're waiting at 41s. We got more in the tank, baby. We're going to take off a little bit over here to de-risk just a skosh, and then see what we can get to the top. What the hell, bro? Was that the lotto machine over there? Bro, was that the Ontario Lotto? Did you win? What's going on? What's happening over there?
Fabian, did you just win max prize?
Pure degen right now. He's just buying lottery tickets while we're on the show. Everything's fine, guys. Winner, Kenya, yeah. Americans have no idea what we're talking about right now. They're like, what is the show we stumbled upon? Yeah, it means win in French. I love it. All right, what he's talking about there is when you buy a lottery ticket from the lottery machine and you win, it does this little jingle letting everybody know you won, and that's what we heard right now. That's why I was a little off-putting. Usually you hear that in a convenience store, in a gas station, or a supermarket, not at work while we're doing it live. We're doing it live, Joseph. So AGRI, the one I'm looking at right now, what do you got on your watch list?
Yeah, all right, guys, let's go over today's trading here. What did I tell you guys earlier in the week? Monday I went red, and I promised you that I was going to finish the rest of the days green. And so far, that's coming into play right now. But let's start. We started really, really rough here, guys. INTC took that long. And this was like a couple minutes after I told Sharif, I don't know why anybody would be buying this stock. And here you go. I go out and buy it, and it doesn't work out. That's okay. So here we are. We took that one 0 for 1 to start. Then we want to go back to the in-play stocks. Boom, 0 for 2. That sucks, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Pull it up here. IBIT. Okay, bang, we go 0 for 3. Jeez. We're 0 for 3 out the jump, and then bang. Wayner told me, Joe, you're going to get hit, but you got to hit harder, and that's exactly what we did right here. You can see that we entered on our 4th trade, a 25% accuracy, and still slightly positive on the day. That's what we want to see here, guys. So you can see I was really aggressive here on the breakout. I'm going to show you guys the notes momentarily, but then I get stopped out on this liquidity grab. We hop right back in, add, and then we start to piece it out again. And then it came back to I had 10% here and it came out to my break even. And there you go. We've now constructed a new high of day on Bitcoin itself. So there we go. Nice face slapper on that one as
Slap that face.
Man. But one thing before we send it back to my guy over here is I just want to say, hey, this is why we do this preparation. What does it say? Sitting above the range, underlying may break, or I don't know, wrong spelling there, higher, pulling back to view up in pre-market, high levels of OI at 53.5, but we were waiting for that long, that breakout. We seen the price action print on the daily on Bitcoin. So there it is. It's in the notes itself. And then we get that move higher now up 2.25, Sharif.
We gotta read these super chats because we're doing it live here. We're yelling, we're getting excited. It's the top of the show, this, that, and the other. But super chats are coming our way. My man Juan Velasco, 5 big ones there in the chat. Shout out to you. When is the push-up challenge between Sharif and Joseph? LF frickin' G. Look, bro, we're doing it. He's going through camp right now. I'm doing camp as well. He's trying to basically I don't know what, bamboozle me about his training routine. He's telling me he's doing one thing, then he's doing another. He's trying to basically throw me off his scent. And I respect that. I get that. I get
part
that.
Of the game, man.
Yeah, I got psychological warfare.
Yeah.
I might be doing the same. You have no idea.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea.
Nah, I'm just an honest guy. I'm just gonna tell you exactly what I'm doing.
I got insiders on your camp, buddy.
You got insiders,
Yeah.
You got people in the condo watching me smash 5
The neighbor
a.m.?
downstairs.
That guy, you infiltrated, huh? You infiltrated. I hate that guy.
You see how you're getting those complaints? That's all me.
That's
so
you,
yeah, so every time you try to work out, I'm like, all right,
Joseph.
Just
I'm not
listen
gonna forget
for it
that.
and then complain. And there.
So what he's referring to is the fantastic downstairs neighbor that I have. He's so understanding, and he's a peaceful guy. He doesn't complain and send messages to the administration at all. This dude's complaining that I'm sessioning at 5 in the morning. Brother, I'm trying to live my best life. Maybe you should do the same.
That's me. I'm sabotaging the camp.
Yeah, I know, man. Joseph's infiltrated my my condo association, guys. No, seriously though. So shout out to Juan Velasco. Thank you very much for the super chat. I know we're talking nonsense, but we're having a good time. Joe Mama, 199, big one. Hey, Sharif. Are those shoes still available? Bro, they're Neil's now, man. What'd I tell you?
Did Neil actually buy them?
No, I'm giving it to him. I'm not going to take Neil's money, right?
Okay.
Like, yeah, Neil's a friend, right? And he's a coworker, so he gets them for free. So shout out to my man Neil. They're his now, baby. He saw me, liked them. He cooked them. What is that Ariana Grande song, Go Like Adara?
I like it. I want it.
Well, she just did the entire thing for you guys. Sorry you couldn't hear it, but yeah, it was fantastic. All right, dude, we're doing it live here. Shout out to my man Bovin, man. We're taking a second print here on WHLR. Can I show the screen? We're long $1.50. We just went the beak there at $1.60. Now I'm waiting for the high of the day on this one. So we're in 2 positions, guys. AGRI, WHLR. Shout out to my man Bovin for pointing this out. You know where I'm waiting if we're in the 60s. I don't have to tell you guys. I really don't want to I don't want to mention this again. I don't want anybody asking me where I'm taking profits if we're in the 60s. Oh, so anticlimactic. Come on, here comes. All right, Adara, what do you got?
Damn.
I have a really mixed note here from Citron Research on DUOL. So listen up to this one, Sharif. It is Duolingo. This note is called Credit Where Credit is Due, so a little pun there. So it starts off really promising. Basically, he said the company's done a fantastic job building an interactive app that grew far beyond what skeptics expected. He praises their app. He gives them kudos. That's the good news. The bad news for shareholders is everything else. So great start to this note, and then basically says that the stock, I guess, is in trouble. He said that everything else, quote unquote, is bad news for shareholders. DUOL dropping here on this very confusing note from Citron Research. A little bit of a bottoming tail candle, but yeah, the stock about $400. $375 DUOL, getting a very mixed note from Citron Research, and Andrew left. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Always with the breaking news, do appreciate that. Can we go back? Yeah, Wheeler. So this is WHLR, guys. This did hit 69. So that is boom right there. We're doing it freaking live. All right, so we get bottom wick on WHLR. We just took it out there at 69, but it's continuing to run, Joseph. So now it is a 176 high a day. It's doing the dance right now. Look at that tape teleportation. See how it picks up in speed, right? This is what we're talking about. This is what I mean when we get the breakout trade. So now it's a different type of trade. It's not a retracement trade. If it continues to go this aggressively, we get the micro pullbacks rather than the more sustained pullback off key technical levels. When you get micro pullbacks, they're not technical levels. You're just waiting for that big move up and then profit taking. And the profit taking obviously drops the price. That's where you get in for the continued move up. That's my thinking on this one. I'm talking about WHLR, looking at doing better over here. AGRI, we just wet the beak again at 35s, but this one is having trouble making making newer highs. So we got that key area support bounce right there. You can see it on your screen. I got, what do I got? 22s long there. That's because I've averaged in. This entry is actually 18s. So once we're done some more shares, it should show 18s up on the chart. But the point is, we're not making newer highs. We have a $2.50 high, and the best we could do on this latest attempt is go up into 236. So that's 14 shekels south of that previous high. That concerns me. I worry about the lower highs. That's what I'm trying to say right there, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on AGRI. You better believe nothing is going to go against me here in terms of 18. So I'm talking about this order. I won't be stopping out at 22s. I will be stopping out at 17s. So if it does drop below my last little entry there, I'm gone. Keeping my eye on WHLR because I definitely want to get back into this one if it does allow me to do that with the proper setup. So we're looking at both of those guys. And then let's see what else we got over here. Why is it? Okay. DDT, BBAI with the volume. I've got it, brother. We're going to show the side chart in a second. Shout out to my man DDT, the wrestling move, or the, I don't know, the chemical that they were dropping on food in the 70s. I have no idea which one it is. Ozan. Did I say 69? You know I said 69, Ozan. And the print's right there, my boy. It's a 69 print. That's just the way it goes around here, Ozan.
Keep it nice.
Shout out to my man. All right, so what do we got? Joseph, what are you doing on there?
I'm looking at Palantir. Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking at Palantir. Slight headache, to be honest with you, but that's all right. Looking at Palantir here.
There's something for that.
Yeah, there's
a lot of alcohol in the fridge.
Oh, no thanks. I'm done with that. I don't even know what that's about.
Hey,
I'm taking a heavy break. I want to go check that movie Sinners out this weekend. No, I heard it got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes or something like
Sinners?
that. Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
What is that all about?
Michael B. Jordan.
Hold on, let's see.
Haley Steinfeld too? Steinfeld?
No, it's Steinfeld. Yeah,
Steinfeld,
she's not Steinfeld. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just looking at Palantir here. Dutch cuts. Like, okay, why the bleep is Tesla up 7% on the worst earnings I've ever seen? Meanwhile, Google sleeps on fire earnings. Yeah, I agree with you. I guess a lot of it has to do with maybe those rides, those Austin robo-taxi rides going back and forth. And yeah, I mean, Google's $70 billion buyback, a nice beat on the top and the bottom there. And Tesla just absolutely pooped the bed. And here you go. You can see Tesla's up 7%. And Google, there's absolutely no follow through in that report from last night. So there you go. Good look there. Okay, I really want to get involved in Palantir here, but I don't want to chase the top of the range. The market hasn't broken out yet. You can see that it's been an absolute hot, choppy mess right here for the overall market. And I think that's being led by Meta because you can see that Tesla's climbing higher. Nvidia now through 108. You know where your boy's long at too. Added some more this morning. As soon as my eyes opened, I'm like, let me buy some more, and let me buy some more iBit as well too. So we bought some more, both of those names this morning in the swing account. Not even in the long term, but in the long term, I grabbed some more Robinhood this morning. So yeah, I'm liking those. When things are starting to work out, best believe I'm going to be adding to the positions. And here we go. We're getting some solid moves in the underlyings that I actually own. But yeah, I want to wait for this Palantir pullback that we're going to get involved, I think, in this if we can break out. But it's lagging, and it must be lagging for a reason. If we zoom out and take a look at Palantir's daily, I mean, we've already broken out through some of this resistance zone, some of these resistance zones here, guys. And then now we have this nice big engulfing candle on the way up. But this is a breath, right? We can't just go parabolic all the time. So maybe that's a reason why we're just going to take a little bit of a breath here. And then maybe you can get that 3-bar type play that I was referring to on BTC that we're going to go over here momentarily. But I mean, this is a really good look. All-time high 126. We're now trading at 108. You had a low of 63, which is absolutely insane. This name is just continuing to outperform everything, I feel like it. So it's an absolute banger. Let me pull up Bitcoin quick for you guys to see kind of where my thesis and my mentality was at with this name and adding to the position as we continue to climb higher and higher. And here you can see I was referring to that 3-bar play. We held the range really nice. And then as soon as we sat on top, opened up and sat on top, I'm like, okay, let's add. And I'm going to go for this breakout here, guys. And that's what we got on today's session. So really good look on Bitcoin. We're just slowly chipping away at all those losses. Now only down 12%, 12.5% off of those all-time highs. So Good look there on Bitcoin. And it looks like Palantir wants to punch through VWAP. But let's go NVDA.
What?
You know I'm in this name in the long term. I told Sharif, I'm like, man, I was doing some charting on this thing last night, and it was an absolute hot mess. Maybe we'll classify these as some whipsaw moves, but I'm slowly starting to allocate here. If we can sit on the backside of this channel, I think we can really start to climb higher, and I'm going to continuously add on this one because I'm going to aim for maybe 120, 125s roughly in the swing, and then close that position. But that's what I got going on. Nice climb up here in NVDA. Watch out for 110 because we got a 96,000 open contracts. Woo. It now went some positions have been closed from last night from 99,000 to 96,000. So that's the look there on NVDA. I'm choking on those tart things right now.
The quiche?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're so good. They're not.
You don't like them? You don't like the cheese in them?
No, I don't. The 2025, so I was doing a bit of a search here to see what this is about. So directed by Ryan Coogler, is a genre blending. Adara seems to know who he is, but she's all about that life. He did what? Black Panther. He did Black Panther, which is probably why he's working with Michael B. Jordan again, because he was in. Is a genre blending Southern Gothic horror set in 1932 Mississippi. Michael B. Jordan stars in dual roles as twin brothers Smoke and Stack, in World War I veterans who returned to their hometown to open a juke joint using money stolen from Chicago gangsters. Their establishment becomes a haven for the black community, but soon attracts the attention of supernatural forces. The twins' cousins, Sammy, an aspiring blues guitarist, joins them despite his father's religious objections. As Sammy's music captivates audiences, it inadvertently summons spirits, and draws the interest of Remick, an Irish vampire seeking to exploit Sammy's talents for his own ends. That sounds scary.
Yeah, what did it say? What did Rotten Tomatoes give it there? I think it got like almost 100%, man.
Not even
ask it.
I asked chat.
Ask chat.
What did Rotten Tomatoes rate it? Let's see what it says. All right, we're doing it live here, guys. I'm still keeping my eye. Full disclosure, I punched in to WHLR at 71s, got stopped out 66s. It's not holding, so I'm happy with my stop out there because you can see it's losing the bid quite aggressively. The one that we're continuing to keep an eye on is AGRI, but I kind of feel that this one, the best trade is behind this one. So I'm looking to extract some more profit here. Let me tell you why I feel that way about AGRI. Because it's doing that lower high, flat bottom break type situation. Entertain me for a second, okay? So look at this area up here, 250, that's an area high. Then we're up at another, we try to bounce up into 237, that's another area high. All the while, we're kind of holding that same area just a skosh above the volume weighted average price at either 2 1/4 or 2 1/5. It doesn't really matter. It's putting in lower highs with essentially a flat bottom. So I don't know, unless this one can get above that 238, maybe print 240s, I don't like the look of this one's jib. It could be a flat bottom break, and if it is, I don't want to be on the wrong side of it. So AGRI in focus right now. Going to possibly look to get out of that one sooner than I expected. But you guys were talking about BBAI, Big Bear AI. It's not the biggest gapper on the day. It's only up a little bit less than 12%. Well, now it's 12%. The Katina man was talking about it as well. This looks awfully bull flaggish to me. Now, whether or not you get that continuation from the first bull flag into a second one, an entirely different story, especially because this one is a rinse and repeat type of thing. It's not like a small cap gapper that's showing up on my scanner up 80%, and that's done 300 million shares on the day. It's not that. In fact, it's kind of trading a little bit light, full disclosure, in terms of volume, that is. So, what's my move on this one? Couple of different moves that you can execute here. You can wait for retracement into VWAP or the lower end of the range. I'll submit to you 320 could be an interesting area because there's a lot of chop and churn buying and selling at 320, so it's acting as a support level. That's number one. Number two, you can wait for the breakout trade. You can wait for that 3 1/3, technically 332, not 333, breakout for flat top, and then the continuation of the second bull flag. I personally don't mind doing both. So we can weasel in at around 3 low 20s, and then we can wet the beak on the way up to that 3 1/3, and then we can take more shares. if it does actually manifest that breakout, shows you that the buying is there, shows you that it's going to continue with that second bull flag after the formation of the first, and we can add more shares there. So Big Bear AI, definitely an interesting one for me. I could definitely weasel into that. We'll keep an eye out on that one. CSIQ, otherwise known as Canadian Solar. Little backstory about this one. If you guys have been watching the show for a hot minute, you know my friend Alfred. My friend Alfred is an investor. He's not a trader, okay? And this is one of the companies that he was gung-ho about during COVID. It's run by like this couple, I think, a husband and wife. They're at the helm of this company. I bought this bad boy at $34 a share, made 10 bucks a share on it, all right? Now let's have a look at the chart since I was involved in this one. Oh, what a good looker there, Joseph. What a good looker. No, I mean, I think this is quite reflective of the overall solar industry in general. It's been a hard road to hoe for solar lately. That's the daily. Let's look at the weekly. Gives you a better picture. So I was involved in it during COVID. You can see it had a big move up into 60s. I made about 10 bucks a share, but now we are at like multi-year low. Is this decade low? Not quite. So we were lower here. Yeah, this is decade low. The last time we were this low was 2013. All right. So this is over a decade low right now. Definitely not a good look. Not really sure why they're running. Allow me a second here to see what the hell is up. I think they got multiple upgrades. Did they report? I think they might have reported. Let me just have a look here because there was a lot of commentary from analysts today, which usually comes subsequent to a report. Here it is. Shares of semiconductor companies that trading hot. No, that has nothing to do with that. Semiconductor companies. Canadian Solar. Yeah, Dara can't find anything, but there is this. Dara, Roth Capital downgraded Canadian Solar. All right, I have no idea why it's running up, but oh, when is its earnings? That's the thing. April 29th. Okay, so someone's buying it ahead of earnings. Interesting. Okay. So this one reports on the 29th. What day is the 29th? It is on Tuesday. So next Tuesday is reporting CSIQ. In any event, it is not a bad trade today. It's breaking out nicely, showing you its propensity to kind of hold above VWAP. I could possibly pick this up as a long off VWAP at around 10.5, but it's going to be a super tight stop. You're not going to see me DCA below that 10.5. It's going to be the level for me. I'm talking about CSIQ, guys, Canadian Solar, not a small cap gapper, or maybe it is now. It's actually south of $1 billion market cap, so I could be interested in that one there. Nick W., mind checking out the bull flag on VKTX. Looks like it may retrace wick at 24.90, and then it can put a tight stop for a long continuation at 26. Say less, Nick Dub, the OG there. Let's pull up VKTX, Viking Therapeutics. Here it is. Okay, so the look here is the spike up into 24.90, 24.9, then put 26. Okay, so what do we got here? 24.90. Where are you looking there? What's 24.90? Oh, you're looking at this, I see. Okay. Yeah, look, this is an area of resistance. It clears it, comes back. Can it use it as support? Nick, I would tell you 25 is the level here, especially because you've already seen it. Look over here. It's already defending 25 at 25.05. The issue is it's kind of putting in lower highs. Could it lose the bid there? I don't know. I like it. I like it, but it's got to be a tight stop, like you said in the comment there. I could be persuaded, Nick, if I was to get in at 25, I could give it to VWAP. And VWAP isn't that much farther away than the 25 entries, 24.86. So, yeah, let me know how it goes, Nick. It's one that I think I'm going to steer clear of. AGRI is losing the bid as I suspected. This one does look like it's going to manifest in a flat bottom break. We're showing 25s right now. I'm long 22s. So I'm going to likely move up my order to 19s. Previously at 17s because I got in at 18s, so I'm going to move it up a little bit. But CEP, the psycho, CEP is breaking out again. All right, here we go. We're close to high day. So we're still an inside day today on CEP, given yesterday's big move up and then an equally big move down. So it's an inside day, but you can see the respect here for the higher low situation. So this could end up being a big boy break through 35. We already attempted that 35 big boy break right at the open, right at 935. We failed it going into 34.83, but here we go again with 34. And this is not the only attempt we've had subsequent to the open at 34. Look at these topping tail candles. Someone's shorting up a storm into 34 over here. These topping tails don't happen by accident, guys, right? Someone's aggressively shorting at that level. However, they're not strong enough to make newer lows because all the lows are higher than their predecessor. We're getting that upward channel here on CEP. So I could definitely be interested in getting into this one again. It was good to me yesterday. Maybe it'll be good to me today. We'll have to find out, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Please be good to me. Please be good to me. So we're in some Google here. It's either it's going to work out or it's not, as obvious as that may sound. Here, let me sit up straight here. Excuse my ignorance. But yeah, so this is just the game plan. If we crack through these lows, then we're going to get out of this trade. But you can see that we're consistently forming higher lows and lower highs, which is unfortunate. But I do believe that we can crack through. The unfortunate thing is that it's lagging, right? It's lagging the overall market. You can see that we were climbing with the likes of Nvidia and Tesla. So yeah, now we're just kind of range bound, looking for the break and then maybe a move back towards the volume weighted average price. But if we decide to take another leg down, that'll be my second attempt here on Google, and that's it. I'm not going to try it anymore. If it wants to climb higher, then I think we're sitting in a pretty good spot right now. I missed that Palantir trade. That's okay, because we're now sitting in this, but it does look like some of these bigger names are starting to pull back in. Can Google get the ball rolling? The market is an absolute complete mess. Meta's coming back in here. Towards the volume weighted average price as well too, guys. But you can see this is, like, if you ask me, this is me personally, right? Like, this is horrible. This is horrible price action. It sucks. I'll be frank with you. There's other names that were trending, and that's why we traded the likes of iBit, etc., and some other names. But yeah, here we go. Google's starting to break down. It looks like it's going to form that bear flag type price action. So we're going to have to be patient and see if we're going to get stopped out of this trade. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. And I know Dutch Cut or somebody in the chat said something along those lines. Like, I don't understand why this name is moving lower, but again, it is what it is. 2.2% on the day, still positive. If we break 162.5, I'll just get out of that trade, which is unfortunate because I did believe that we could break up. But what is the options chain telling us? How high can we possibly go? 165. We got 17,000 open contracts, but that's some things that are already in the money is those 160s. We got 20,000 over there at that specific level. So we got to keep an eye out for those, for some of these strike prices here coming into play. And you can see now that we're cracking the lower end of this trend. So maybe these higher lows aren't going to come into play, and then we have to get out of this trade and maybe wait to find another one. But I just want to stick with strong names, and Google's as of today is not displaying itself. You can see I took a stab at it earlier for the long if we were to continue.
God.
But now we're sitting here. You killing it over there?
Holy cow.
All right, then show them what you got going on,
Bro.
Oh wow, what are you trading?
CEP, bro.
CP.
I just finished yelling about it.
Well, I'm busy over here, man.
Bro.
I'm busy over here.
I'm just excited because I like to yell, Joseph. Yeah. All right, here's the deal, bro. CEP got in 34.85. It dipped down into I'll show you my trend line in a second on the side. Dipped down into the bottom of my trend line, added nicely into that position. So we had a 34.50. Boom into 36, quick as you frickin' like. CEP, it giveth, but it also taketh away. So you gotta be very careful about where you're getting in on CEP. Look, this has been a big boy the last couple of days, but look at all the hell breaking loose. Dude, I just took it out at 36. It dropped to 32.
Dang.
Look at that, man.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. Guys, I hate to trade these because, well, I don't hate to trade them, but I get concerned about trading them at times because, you know, I wet the beak super quick, and I never really want me getting in these positions to endorse holding for any length of time. And I've always tried to say this about these small cap gappers because they are dangerous trades. They are around for a good time, not necessarily a long time. And I really do mean that when I say it. So take the profit super quick. If you've been watching, other people trade small cap gappers, you will see most of the time they are in and out super quick. Very large shares, very small amounts of price action moves, whether up or down, and then they get the hell out of there. Because Bamboozlement Central is CEP's middle name. It's a hyphenated name, Bamboozle Central. So keep an eye out there. Yeah, but that was quite aggressive, Joseph. Dropped going into 36 and then dropping into 32. That's $4 in one candle, guys. So ugly, ugly, ugly. However, despite this ugliness, funny enough, it's still holding trend, which is, yeah, that's just the way it is. Look at that upward channel. So before this went all crazy, I was going to show you where my entry was as a result. It was this candle here. So I punched in as I showed you, and then it had trouble at 35. There was all sorts of lottage there at 35. So when it dipped down into 34.5, I added, and then that's when we got that big boy break into 36. But look at that. Holding VWAP to a T at $32. That was just not by accident. Look at this candle here at 1131. Another candle, 1132. Both of them bounce off the volume weighted average price to the penny, right at that $32 area. So CEP is not done. Despite the fact that it is Bamboozlement Central in the sense that it retraces $4 quick as you like, the trend is still holding. The higher highs and the higher lows. So we'll see if we can execute more on this if it does allow me. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Did I get stopped out of AGRI? No, I didn't. Still 26 is showing up there, but CEP likely the bigger money maker today because it's giving you dollars at a time. It can also take dollars at a time from you, Joseph.
Yeah, Stevenson, yeah, I just sent you a message.
Sorry to interrupt you. I told SP Williams I'd cover OMX.
Yeah. Did you see the Pool Shark too? Super chat. He gave us another super chat too. If
I didn't. Can I just do this one first?
Yeah, I was gonna say call them.
My bad, OME. My bad, SP, because I told you I'd look at OMEX for you, and I thank you very much, by the way, for the $5 super chat. Shout out to SP Williams, one of the OGs there in the chat. If we can show that screen, guys, if possible, thank you. Here it is. So SP, I like OMEX. I liked it yesterday. I executed on it yesterday. I don't like it right now, despite the fact that it did find its way onto my side chart to start the show. It's lost its place. Reason is it dropped below VWAP by a fair amount. So I have a very, very two simple rules for these small cap gappers. If it traded in the pre-market, it has to be above the pre-market high subsequent to the bell opening. And if it is it above the volume weighted average price? If those two rules are met, then we can have a discussion further. If we can't, the discussion ends there. Thanks. All right? So here, the volume weighted average price at $1.48. It's currently trading at $1.35 and has been since 10:50. So that's 45 minutes of it hanging out below VWAP. This doesn't interest me whatsoever, and I can't advise you on how to execute on it because I don't trade them south of VWAP. So thank you for the super chat, but OMEX, not for me at the moment, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure. I know Pool Shark had a super chat in there as well too. We'll cover that for you. So much appreciated for those super chats there, guys. Let's see, how come I can't find it, dude?
Ruby Chan. Okay. All right, Ruby, we're going to get to Tesla, I promise you.
There we go.
Shout out to Ruby.
Funding. Okay, so we got Pool Shark, pull up the VIX. No problem. And Joe, you covered Joe Mama's, but Pool Shark, thank you for that one there, my friend. $20 super chat, pull up the VIX. Let's see what that one's up to. Google sucks. That's going to be our last attempt on this name as we go head in towards some key support levels, and it's looking like we're going to crack, and it's going to drag the overall market down with it. So AC Slater on that one, and we'll bring that one back.
AC's the man, bro.
There we go, AC Slater. Okay, what was I about to do there? VIX. I get too excited, and then so here we go. Pool Shark. Let's see what we got going on in volatility index. As you can see, we were climbing higher, so you see the inverse correlation on that. We are now at 25.69, heading into some key support levels, which is saying, hey, maybe the market might continue to move a little higher, but what a move all the way up here from 59 all the way to 25. So yeah, let's see AC, what Buddy's up to these days.
Dude, this guy's got everything 80s right there. He's got the curly hair, the Jerry curls. He's got the mullet. He's got the tight tank. Shout out to my man, Mario Lopez, AC Slater. Dude, I mean, like when I was growing up, I was like in grade school when they were in high school, right? So I always looked up to these guys. You know what I mean? I always wanted to be AC.
Want to know the honest truth? I have no idea who AC Slater is.
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, I never watched that show.
Oh,
when we were in high school, we were when we were in high school, when we were in high school, we just used to be like AC Slater, and that meant just like see you later on that front. But I got to get out. Sharif's gone. It's just me now for the rest of the day, guys. So you get to enjoy my presence. I'm gonna hop out of these, he's coming back soon. Hey man, can I get a water maybe too, please? I'm a little parched, but that's okay. We're gonna hop out of this Google trade because it sucks, and we don't want any part of that. We want to stick to these strong names. So, my good guy. You see what? Hey, I sent you. You don't have your mic. Oh, and he took it too. That's all right. Oh yeah, it's all right. So see, the thing is though, I sent Neil a picture yesterday, and I wanted him to show it to you guys, because when I told you guys that I was like 75% Bitcoin, I stand corrected. I'm actually 73 point something percent, but it's probably. Did you show it to them? Yeah, like a bang, 73.8, bang. That's how much Bitcoin we have our long-term portfolio is. So yeah, it's probably a little bit more as we continue to climb today, but now pulling it back in. And Google absolutely raining on the parade. It looks like it's a short, and I should have just went, instead of trying to go in counter trend here, should have followed it, because if you play the break of this support level, then you would have got a nice move to the downside. So yeah, that just turned me slightly red on the day, but that's okay. We're gonna be patient and wait for some other opportunities. I like Nvidia, my guy, climbing higher up to 108.85. Tesla just doing insane things right now, up to 281.95. And yeah, that's what I got going on. I'm going to be a little bit more patient.
All right, Ruby wanted to talk about Tesla, and I think she's got all the right to, because Tesla's up an eye-watering, Neil, 8.75%. Neil was waiting for that 280 break. That 280 break has come, and it has gone. 282.37, the current high a day. This thing is on one. And I got to tell you the truth. There's no market-moving headline today for Tesla. Let's see. This is what Benzinga's saying. Tesla shares are trading high. The stock may be reacting to a report indicating the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will expand exemptions for autonomous vehicles from some safety requirements. We knew that there was likely going to be regulatory friendliness now for Elon and his company as a result of his association with the Trump administration. That was, you don't need to be an analyst to figure that one out. So there it is. So this was obviously not in the morning. This came to my attention, guys, at 11:34. Let me just make sure that it didn't come earlier than that. Excuse me. We did have this, obviously, from yesterday. Robo-taxis just got a step closer. We had that headline come in yesterday that Tesla was secretly doing autonomous vehicle rides for their employees in Austin and in San Fran. 1,500 rides completed, 15,000 miles driven. That was yesterday's headline, but I feel that that was already absorbed. This headline here is new. It's a de novo one. So it looks like it is. This is what's happening right now with Tesla. The autonomous vehicles are going to be exempt from some safety requirements. Rumors circulating that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, will expand exemptions for autonomous vehicles. Obviously, robo-taxi stands to benefit from that. So fantastic move. And I don't know exactly how much is being priced in by analysts for, full autonomy. And if the robo-taxi manifests in the way that Elon's been describing for years, I don't know what kind of market cap addition analysts are gauging. I've heard many different variations. I've heard $1 trillion. I've heard $500 billion. You're going to have to do your own homework on that. But that's likely the reason we're moving up now. That's the fundamentals. Let's talk about the technicals. So this thing's been insanely respectful, as you can see here on the chart, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute. There has been no touches on the 10 since 10:05 a.m. It is 11:42. It has not touched the 10 once. That's that green line, guys, on my chart right there. It's always going to be the green line on the black charts. So fantastic look for Tesla. I mean, when is the top in? your guess is as good as mine. I would just like to put the odds on my side to make it more statistically likely I would be in a winning trade. So I'd be picking up something on a retracement near the 10. Case in point, you got a 2-candle retracement here on the 5, so 10-minute retracement from that 278 and a quarter down into 274. Held the 10, and subsequent candle made a higher low. So perhaps, maybe, just maybe, you can wait for a similar setup where you get that retracement and then the subsequent candle can either make a higher low or a higher high, and then you can execute on that. Otherwise, you can just DCA into it. I wouldn't suggest that. That's not my move. But Tesla, fantastic look today. 282.37 high day, Joseph, likely on that headline, that regulatory exemptions may be coming for the robotaxi. Before I send it back to you, CEP, guys, it's right back into the highs. It dropped $4 in one 5-minute candle, and it's right back at 35.35. It double bottomed off the volume weighted average price beautifully. Chef's kiss, as Adair always likes to say, into that volume weighted average price and then rocketing right back up. It takes a lot longer, you notice, to get back up than it does to go back down. So keep your eye on this one. Still having trouble with 35, Joseph.
Yeah, let's go, NVDA. Yeah, let's go, because we're now running into the top end of this channel, so maybe we'll wait for some indecision prints up here and maybe get a short in. But yeah, really good look all the way up to 109.31. I averaged in a little bit here, so I'm average now closer to 107 exactly. Wayne is saying let's go. So yeah, it's a good day in the LT, but never mind Google. You guys know it's my second largest holding in my account. So you've seen that 75% of what I had was IBIT. The other, well, not the other, 14%, 15% now roughly is Google, but I'm not loving it too much. And I was thinking about liquidating the position, and it's kind of frustrated me a little bit this morning. So there you go, 2 attempts on that one, 0 for 2, just slightly red. But what we really stomped on, guys, today was IBIT. That was a monstrous trade, and I'm going to look to get back into it. Because I think just we're going to continue this climb. You've seen, yeah, exactly, Pug Life, exactly, major wall for Nvidia at 110. I've been talking about it all week. You can see it in my on my X post as well too. Go check your boy out on X, Joseph at Trader TV Joseph. I post some stuff on call and put walls there. Just what we were explaining and exactly what I did there, Pug Life. So I don't think we're going to break that today, and you can see that Google's starting to head lower, and it's going to drag the overall market down with it. So yeah, AC Slater to Google. Unless you're short, then congratulations. I know Katina Man was short all the way from 164. Smart play, just follow continuing that trend, and it seems to be working out. But yeah, not overly happy with this name right now. See you later. Giving back a lot of its move that it gained on yesterday's earnings report, which I personally liked, but it doesn't matter what I think or what I like, it's only what the street likes, right? So again, some nice indecision up here at the top. I'm not going to short NVDA just yet, even though we have this indecision print right now. I'm going to be patient, wait for that pullback, because due to the strength, I believe that we might be able to breach through this candle here, and then it'll just do a little bit more wicking and more liquidity grabbing before it heads a little bit to the south side and maybe heads back in towards the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm going to be patient and wait for. I talked about the overall market too with the likes of SPY and the Qs. I think it's an absolute choppy mess. Don't try to, unless you're trading range bound stuff or you got like an intraday condor or something like that along those lines. If you're zero DTE condors, then this is what you want to see. If you're not, if you're directionally biased, then you're just scratching your head. You can see every candle overlapping up, down, up, down, up, down. Want no part of that stuff there, Sharif. I want to find trending and orderly assets, and that's not going to be the Qs or the SPY. It's going to be with the likes of Nvidia, Tesla, and Bitcoin. So those are my 3 primary. I'm going to be talking about them a lot today, Sharif.
Yes,
so get used to it, because they are breaking out and we're breaking through some key levels, and that's exactly what I want to see, especially from an intraday standpoint and in my swing and long-term accounts.
Look at this, Joseph. This is much overdue. Way overdue. This has to happen.
Yeah.
Trump says he would absolutely sign a ban on congressional stock trading. I think we've all seen Nancy Pelosi make millions and millions and millions of dollars with excellent, perfectly timed trades. What a trader she is. Bravo, Nancy. So good. So yeah, I think that this is definitely something I would cheer. I would champion. Whether or not it makes its way to his desk, if Congress has the compunction to actually put this in front of him, he says he would sign it. I personally would support it. I think the majority of Americans, I don't want to speak for you guys, would likely support something like that as well. I think we've all had enough of these subversive ETFs like the Nancy and the Cruz, like the one about Ted Cruz. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Tesla continuing to make new highs. This is just a punch long on Tesla kind of day. Just go long on Tesla. Let's load this up, Adara, because every time it just keeps making newer highs. I look over, it's at another newer high. It's taking out 283 like it doesn't even matter over here. 283.10 HOD, zagging with 283, a little bit below, a little bit higher. It's 9%, guys. We're one measly percent from hitting that 10. Now, it's not going to SSR. It's not the same thing as being down 10%. So if you're up 10%, you don't get restricted on short sale. It's only for the bottom for that down move. But nonetheless, it will be on a lot of people's radars if it breaches that 10%. And at some point, you're going to have to ask yourself, where's that mean reversion trade at? Because I don't know, man. It's going to go up in a straight line like this. We'll have to wait and see, but 283, a monster level. Guys, we were in the 250s today. Like, what the hell, right? This is a big, big move here for Tesla on the back of that autonomous driving, removing regulations headline. There goes the high a day again, Joseph, 283.25. Yep. Now it's continuing to go, but it's having a little bit of trouble with that 283 level. Again, it's a little bit below, a little bit above, but that is what, stair-stepping looks like. Maybe we should jump into. I don't trade large caps. I'm not gonna switch now.
Don't chase it all the way.
I don't like to do that. Yeah, I don't like to do that. You just got a little FOMO there. You know what I mean? But I can do it.
Well, there you go. You just fought it. There, bang.
Exactly.
That's a skill right there. That's a real trading skill right there. What Sharif just did unknowingly. He's like, okay, yeah, he wants to get involved. No, AC Slater, we're not gonna chase it all the way up here because it's all the way. It's at 283, right? Max Payne, I think, on this week's expiration cycle is 300, and I didn't think we were going to get anywhere relatively close to that. Okay, yeah, wow, Palantir really starting to work for us right now, guys. I wish I added a little bit more to this position. I don't want to chase it all the way up here. As you can see, we're starting to run into some resistance zones, so maybe I have to wait for a pullback, but I wish I dabbled into this one a little bit heavier, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's okay. All we got to do is just learn and get better, but we're short NVDA as well, too. So, again, I don't like giving myself this push and pull type of trading, like I'm long one tech stock, I'm short the other, especially when they kind of move in tandem with the Qs and everything along those lines. So I have to be patient to wait and see. Maybe if we reject 109.20, I'll just get out of Palantir, even though it seems to be working and the longs are really in play. So yeah, I don't really know what to do. Put myself in between a rock and a hard place, but we'll figure it out because that's exactly what I do. I figure things out, and it's part of my job. So yeah, well, I really like this Palantir. Let's go. Only did 5K yesterday. I told Sharif, I said I went there. Yeah, that's all I did yesterday. But I had a goal of 30, and I'm like, no, you know what? I don't want to hurt myself for the weekend because I will be back out there tomorrow morning, bright and early, and on Sunday morning because we got a nice weekend ahead of us. So looking forward to that one. Translating in the training, consistency all around the board from a dietary standpoint to the exercising standpoint, and it's reflecting here in the day-to-day trading there.
Yeah, it's funny how your mind works a little bit better once your diet's a little bit better. It's just crazy.
Well, dude, I told you I wasn't drinking sugar or anything like that, so I just came off of a hiatus in Dallas, right? I had Chick-fil-A twice, Texas barbecue, and I drank a couple Fantas, and I'm like, man, this stuff is hot garbage.
It is, but it feels great going down. And then a little bit after.
No, it's not even that. It's just like I feel it. I'm like, yo, it just feels gross. 100%. Like, give me some like fresh steak and fresh chicken and some sautéed vegetables and stuff like that. That's just me personally. I don't like that fast food shit too much.
Shout out to Pool Shark. Yeah, whatever, bro. You're good. You wouldn't be the first around here.
Excuse me.
No, you're good. Pool Shark. He's dropping 40 large. Well, not 40 grand, but $40 in the super chat. Thank you, Pool Shark. Anytime I hear shark, it's like shark do 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 baby. Just trying to see what it's like to be short today and throw away money. Don't say that. There's a mean reversion trade to be had here. There's a whole system of mean reversion trading. I don't know if you've ever watched your friend Obi on the show, but that is his modus operandi. That's what his bread and butter is, So don't think that just because everything is hunky-dory and everything is headed to the high side that there's no short. available. There usually is. It's about timing, right? So shout out to Pool Shark. Look, brother, I mean, have at it. If you want to go long, go long. You want to go short, go short. It's your world, and we're just living in it. Joseph's in a new position. I want to hear about it.
Yeah, I've been in Palantir, man. I can't add all the way up here, but it's working out really, really nice for us as we're continuing to glow. Yo, Joe, 88 days sober, clean living is so cool. Anthony, 0120, let's go. 88 days sober.
Wow.
We love that. Congratulations.
Goodness, yes.
Keep on working. Everybody around here, especially the man to my right, loves that. I love hearing that. Let's do this thing, man. It's summertime. You're coming out fresh and
There
clean.
it is, bro.
Prepared for everything. But yeah, it is what it is. Hockey talk, says Rook, and yeah, exactly. My apologies on that little thing. But it's not. We're not going to get too much into that because the only thing that matters right now is Palantir, guys. Okay. And you can see, I mentioned I want to stick with these strong names, and I think Palantir is one of them. We're starting to pull back a little bit, but let's see if we can continue to climb. 108. Let's see my average. 108.82, and we got to move all the way up to 109.28. We're starting to pull back a little bit here. Hopefully that NVDA doesn't crack through this highs. Otherwise, I'm going to get stopped out on that one, and that's not going to be a good time, but we'll be patient. I do believe that short might come in. I don't know if we're going to get the volume weighted average price right now just due to the strength of it. It may take a couple attempts, but that's okay. My positioning, again, not the best. Would like to be in a little bit higher. That's why precision is extremely key on some of these entries. So we'll have to wait, pack our patience, straight, hold our horses, and see if these plays continue to work.
Absolutely, Joseph. Good look there. Keeping an eye on that. AGRI disappointed me here. This is kind of my fault. I was kind of slow to put in that next beak weather. It did pop up into 35s, and I had seen it reject 35s prior to that. And I tried to get out a little bit there, and it didn't have me. So now we're not out of the money, but I'm definitely worried about the lower highs and the flat bottom break. Just full disclosure, this one might be a little bit of trouble. As I've mentioned, I've already moved up my stop on this one to break even to 18s. Oh, on my second, my ad on the 18s part. So we'll keep an eye on that. Big Bear AI just took a bit of a downturn over here. So BBAI doing its thing. Now, it had been very respectful generally of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. You can see only a few wicks below that level, but 99% of the closing prints above that 10 exponential. That may all change now. We are decidedly below the 10, and now for the first time, I want to say since maybe the open, we're actually touching the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'm very interested with this one to see what the situation is, whether or not we get a pop up there. So we'll pack our patience and see what the situation is with that one. I could definitely be persuaded to get into that. Big Bear AI is the one I'm talking about. VWAP on Big Bear, just to give you an idea, is about 317, 318, give or take. It hasn't been at VWAP since essentially 10 a.m. So keep that in mind as well. We shall see what's going on there. Yeah, Tesla's taking a bit of a downturn now, as we expected. It's for the first time, it's actually a little bit below the 20. Let's see if it can close below the 20. The last time it was below the 20 on the 1 minute was 11:45, 11:43. Let me throw up the 5 to see exactly where we're at. So we're not even at the 10 yet. 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we're not even at the 10, but it's a 2-candle red setup. The last two candle red setups were all longs. I'm talking about the candles at 10:50 and 10:55. Again, at 11:35 and 11:40, both of those candles ended up being potential longs. So keep that in mind. We're in a 2-candle red setup right now, the 283.50 high a day on TSLA, but the last two candle red setups were all longs. Keep that in mind before you choose what you want to do. Go ahead, Joseph. Yeah, go ahead.
Lokesh Babu Manda has a question. Is this live? Is it live? We're doing it live,
Are you
man.
kidding
Come
me?
on. What do you mean, is this live? We're doing it live. Let's go. I got all out of that Palantir. Might have been a mistake on my behalf. I'm like, it came back to my break even, so I'm like, whatever. Let's see what we got going on. I should have added, to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing or what I'm thinking, but that's okay. We'll figure it out on the go because that is our job. But here we go. Nvidia, are you going to start to break down and turn over? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know, maybe so. But Palantir is starting to kind of just move sideways right now. So I'm not going to get too upset about that one. But yeah, we're going to sit in this NVDA a little bit longer. If Palantir decides that it really wants to break out, then we'll get involved. because it's starting to form that wedge type price action. But I'm going to hold on to this position because I do believe if the market just wants to move sideways, again, as not of good price action as it may be, this consolidation can be good because then we can get a definitive breakout, a nice accumulation phase, and then we just distribute higher or lower, and that will help maybe send more of the market in a direction. But with the likes of Tesla and Nvidia, I feel like almost at that peak. Pug Life was talking about that high levels of open interest around that 110 level. I was looking at that as well. So hopefully this can act as some form of resistance, and we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. So there we go. I want to see Nvidia break down a little bit here and head towards VWAP. I'm going to start to add into position, Sharif, once it starts working. But if we squeeze, then it's a no-go. But yeah, I'll take an L on pound here. Bad execution on my front. We didn't get rinsed or anything on that, but that's okay. I was going to hit the rinse. But yeah, that's all right. Can't win them all. We're doing half decent today, and I'm happy with how we absolutely nailed IBIT. Full disclosure, I told you guys I started 0 for 3, right? I was down half my shutdown roughly, and then just that one trade shooting at 25% accuracy just literally put me back green. So there you go. But I'm now red off of that Google trade, but that's okay. Let's see if we can get this.
Joseph,
NVIDIA
the fact that you started 0 for 3 and you had the mental capacity to continue to go, bro.
Yeah.
That shows right there.
Yeah.
So there it is, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
that's
if you got to be mentally strong.
I think that's what it is. That's what it is, though, man. Just be prepared for that, because I know with just my system that within my first couple attempts, I know I'm going to be either right or wrong. So I only had 2 attempts on IBIT, but my other attempts, I'm like, all right, let me go back to my original game plan from the morning and give it 2 attempts with a little bit more risk, and that was it. I just had to stay mentally focused, not get all confused and upset because it didn't work for me the first time. And then sure enough, you can see that it worked out the second time, and we'll pull it up IBIT one more time. And I told you, I'm like, Sharif, that's it. I'm like, I'm going for it. I told you, when I punched in right here, I'm like, dude, I'm going for it. Shoot or shoot is exactly what I said to Sharif. And then eventually I got stopped out, and I'm like, oh, you dirty dog, you. and then I'm like, all right, let's try this one more time as we have those higher lows. So there we go. And then that one really worked out nice for us. So happy about that trade right there. Let's go NVDA breakdown.
Hey, all right, Nimrod, bro. Nimrod, I'm loving it. I just got to mention this trade that I took quick. We did it again over here. We did it again on CEP.
Oh, wow. Let's
yeah,
go.
bro. 33.90 long. Wet the beak, 34 1/3. 34 1/2, and then ultimate out there 35 1/4. Again on CEP, it's continuing to give you those higher highs and that higher low. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this upward channel. Allow me just to draw it, very rudimentary drawing there, but you can see it. The higher highs and the higher lows on CEP are glaring at me in the face right now. Shout out to my man Nimrod, who's dropping bare shekels. Bare shekels in the chat, man. 60 shekels, 60 shekels, another 60 shekels. The dude's a shekel dropper. Man. Shout out to my man Nimrod. Thank you very much, brother. He said E, and then he retracted one message, and then he said P. So I'm not sure. EP.
What's the next letter? That is okay.
I don't know.
What is Nimrod's next letter?
Yeah. The chat has to guess this now. The chat's got to guess it.
Yeah, chat. What is the next letter that Nimrod drops in the chat? The new Adara's got it.
We're going to go to Adara in a second, but I do want to mention, guys, that we are now a 3-candle red setup on Tesla. That is the first time on the day, on the 5-minute that is, that we've been in a 3-candle 5-minute pullback right now. We just waxed poetic about these 2 red candle pullbacks. All were actually invitations to go more long. We don't know what it's going to be. Oh, my man Nimrod, CEP, there it is.
There we go. We finally get it out.
All right, we got to go to Adara. Something's going on up there.
Nothing's going on except for lessons of the days and happening nows. S&P 500 trying to maybe do a little bit of a flat top break, at least on an intermediary basis here. This is a 15-minute chart all day. We kind of made this base in the first handful of 15-minute candles on the day, just around that 543.5 level. Now we're around 547.40, and look at this flat top set to break. So many comments here from both Trump and China on the status of trade and negotiations. Trump maintaining that he was called by China repeatedly saying that did not happen. So here's Intel, one of our day one earnings plays here. The other major day one earnings play is GOOGL. This one actually dropping and giving up a lot of its post-earnings move, despite a pretty strong report that we did get there from Google. Intel strong-ish report. They did beat on EPS and sales, but their guidance is pretty weak despite a very strong AI and data center revenue print for INTC. But we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Make sure to like and subscribe and learn. Without further ado, Neil, give us that lesson.
Thank you very much there, Dara. The lesson of the day is shout out to Nimrod in the chat for this CEG. Come on, who didn't know that that's what it was going to be? CEP, sorry. Who didn't know that's what it was going to be? Let's be real. So shout out to you. A lot of fun, and we appreciate all of our viewers out there as well. No, I think what I wanted to talk about here today is, look, it would be really easy for me to go over the list today and be like, hey, we like Tesla long. This is where we should have done it. This is what we learned today. I could go over like the holding on to and adding to things that were working for short and sticking with them and getting away from the things that didn't. I've kind of done that before. What I wanted to talk about is situations where when people talk about holding something, like where you could hold something all day long and what that looks like. And I have two examples that really stood out this morning. And one of them, Tesla, I think the uptrend, once you see it, is a little more obvious. The other one was actually Pony AI. Because oftentimes when we see something go for 3 days in a row, you maybe have heard this before, maybe you haven't, like the whole, like, you got the 3-day gap up rule. You do it for the third day, then you can get a nasty turn. It's more the trend after the turn I want to get into. Now, 3-day go into an obvious resistance spot at $9 is step one. Right? So a lot of times when you're looking for that big continuation play, whether it's breaking out, example, Tesla holding above 260, or in this case, breaking down, where you're trapping longs above the $9 level on the third day here in Pony, what happens after this is where you're like, yeah, you can really start to hold. And when you look at that 15-minute chart, which I will go back to, it's much more clean than this 3. And that's why I believe you should zoom out sometimes. But you can see the more longs trapped, the better trend the short is. Well, you've got pre-market trend up longs. You've got longs from the prior 2 days that need to get out. You have at the open when it holds the $9 even. You then have, but right before the open when it holds the 9 even. You have right at the open when it wicks underneath the 9 and then traps those longs. You then have another bounce off at 940, or again, you've got more longs, and potentially you have some breakouts at 950. That is a lot of long trades that are caught with traders that are also trying to make sure that they bank from the last couple of days worth of gains. It gives you a lot of price action to the sell side as it starts to fall and allows the trend continuation. And if you look at this, you know how many times I'll show you where it's like, oh, we get some out at a key level, but once it breaks like VWAP or something else, you're just like, yeah, reverted on the trend. Like you might argue that if I draw this a little bit better, you could have broken the trend here. You could sit there taking some out early and just be holding for $1.50 or the trailing stop for it to break the trend line. It's insane. You would hold it all morning long. And Tesla is a very similar story. Yeah, didn't long 260. The lesson of the day could easily be that. Both Sean and I will cop to it, and it's true. It's a fail of epic proportions not to be long the stock. But when you start to think about where would you think about even breaking the trend? I think the first time I saw a trend break was when I was looking at this level in here on Tesla. And now that it's broken away, let's just say you were in it late. Like when I was taking the short here, thank goodness we got out of that. When I was taking the short there, you could have easily then slapped a trend line on it from this point on and say it tried to break trend here and still broke the high. That trapped some more shorts, by the way. So I think you're actually holding this. If you took this breakout here, and you might have been taking some out on this dip. I could argue you'd take some out on that trend. But really, the ability to hold it is to look at these deep, long trend lines and just hold them through because you've trapped so many people in the other direction. Tesla trapped people right here early on. Tesla probably trapped some people at VWAP, maybe not to the same extent as Pony AI trapped longs today. But you have to also consider the other context that Pony AI didn't have, which was all of the resistance underneath the 260 level the last couple of days that was building up on Tesla. So you had that going for it as well. When we're talking about holding, you want a few things to get a more than an ATR or an all-day hold or an all-morning hold or an all-midday hold for that big trend line. You want people trapped on multiple time frames in the other direction, obviously, and then you need a noticeable and discernible trend line that can be your exit point, and then you just don't cover. Don't cover anything else. Don't put orders out until it breaks that trend. And then you take some more out when it breaks that one trend line. It's probably going to trap some people short or be a great short right in here on Tesla because it just did that's a nice turn on that 15-minute right there. This looks like a good shorting opportunity actually in Tesla on that 15-minute, but I'm not in it right now. Your lesson of the day, if you want to hold for longer moves, have multiple time frames caught in the other direction. That always is going to help you. And then just hold till it breaks a long-term trend line of that day. It's the best advice I can give you because that's what I found works for me. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see everybody's yelling about Summit Therapeutics. This is not a small cap gapper, guys. It's an $18.4 billion market cap. Yeah, bro. It's fine. Just keep laughing. SMMT. So keep a look at on this one. Big drop there midday. 11:35. Big boy drop there on Summit. I'm looking for reasons. Nothing really coming to my attention right now. I'm looking over here. We actually had Jeffrey's price target to 44 from 31. This was earlier on. This was super early, 10 o'clock, 9:56. And then this came in. I don't know if this is okay, Akeso wins Chinese approval for canceled drug position to rival Merck's Keytruda. Company discloses early data hinting at survival benefit. I don't know if that has anything to do with Summit. I don't know why Summit is tagged in this right now, but Summit Therapeutics, monster drop there, guys. It was trading, the closing print yesterday was 36 and 4/5. We just dropped to $23. Okay, this is an $18.8 billion market cap. It is not a small cap gapper. They don't usually trade in this way. So something obviously happened. Now it did halt to the downside. Shout out to my man Bovin for pointing this out. So there's a drop from around 33 and a third all the way down to 24. That's where it halted. It was a 5-minute halt. It's holding generally that $24 level. As you can see, the closing prints on the one anyway are all being defended at 24 with the wicks at deepest going into that 23 and a quarter. It looks like if there could be some respect here on the 1-minute chart for that 20 exponential. We rejected it over here. We're right there again at the 20 exponential, kind of rejecting. I think Adara does have news on it. We're going to send it to her.
It is actually related to this Akeso story. So basically, I looked into this. Merck pushed higher on this catalyst. SMMT, which is apparently a rival or a competitor of Merck, is pushing lower. Akeso getting Chinese approval for a cancer drug positioned to rival Merck's Keytruda. A little unclear as to why Merck would be rallying on this, but either way, SMMT to the downside. Regardless of thoughts on this story, this is definitely, as far as I can tell on X, the story that is moving the stock. It is also worth noting here, SMMT is about a 20% short float. So just be aware here, this Merck and Summit situation, moving both stocks in opposite directions. I'm going to continue looking into this to understand it a little bit more, but this is one that gets a ton of retail attention, this SMMT. I looked into it, and once I find out or get a better sense of the context here, I'll let you guys know more. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Joseph.
Let's go, man.
Sorry, I'm not very good.
Short NVDA here, guys, off of those highs. Rain, I think Rain or Ryan in the chat was asking, do you wait for those levels of high of open interest to go exactly to that? No, look roughly around those strikes, right? Like you can see that at 110, we were talking about that call while we get to 109.32. It's not always going to be exact. It may be even a little bit higher than that, but look for those levels of support and resistance to come in here. Woo! And let's go here. NVDA, I took 50% off at 108.50, just sticking to the game plan. I'm doing exactly what I told you guys what I was going to do. Started small, and then I triple up the position right here. Tripled it up right there. So let's see if we can get this breakdown. You can see why I took it out here. We'll just elaborate a little bit more on why I took it out at that specific level. So here you can see right here, right around this, we have a nice shelf, a nice resistance zone, and we're starting to bounce off of that. So what was once resistance now acting as support, and we're getting that bounce to the top side. And I wouldn't be surprised if we head back towards the top of this range, which is going to be not too good. But I mean, I'm going to hold on to this. I don't know if we're going to go all the way to VWAP again. If you knew, then we would all make a lot of money, but we just got to sit in this trade and wait for that. But there we go, guys. Exactly why I was telling you, wait, be patient, be patient. As soon as we were to break this shelf right here, I triple up the position, and that's when we head to the south side a little bit more there on NVDA. My guy Robinhood's starting to break down, which isn't too good. But it's funny because I'm long NVDA in the swing, but now I'm short intraday, so it's like push-pull on yourself. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Don't come all the way to 108 90s, which it's looking like it's about to right now. So squeeze on the lower time frame. That's what happens sometimes. So just be prepared for what's going on with that front. But yeah, there we go. Half of the position off at 108.50s, and we're in at 109. So a nice 50-cent move right there,
There it is.
to the downside.
Attaboy, Joe.
Yeah.
2 New York cents. Sharif, please look at SoFi. It looks like it's at a critical level to break out or meet some heavy resistance. Charlie, I see your message, but as you saw there, New York, 2 New York cents brought his in first. So we're going to look at SoFi, and then I promise, Charlie, we will look at yours. I didn't even read your message yet. So SoFi. Critical level, breakout, meet some heavy resistance. So this is SoFi on the day. It's doing bupkis. Obviously, it's a move up and then a consolidation sideways, respecting that volume weighted average price at 1280. I don't think that's what you want me to do, though. I think you want me to look at the daily. Where could we find resistance? Well, I got to tell you, this one has had some bamboozlement. And here's the deal. Like, it lost the 50 over here. It lost the 50, was able to reclaim it super quick, got back down below the 50, popped up to the 50, which is the red line on my daily chart over here, and rejected to the T. Now it's back above the 50. However, we're still getting that lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high pattern. So my suggestion to you is wait for that big boy break on a closing basis above $14. And that would be technically would be a higher high. So you would not be caught in that lower high, lower high, lower high pattern. And you don't even have a higher low either. We got to go back to Adara.
I did some research here, looked up some medical terms, and I think I have the actual story here for SMMT. Some people are basically sharing some OS, or overall survival results, for one of Summit's treatments. So apparently their Harmony A treatment in the middle of last year actually showed worsening overall survival as time went on. So apparently the overall survival data, as I'm seeing on X, and again, this is just from reading people's comments on X who know more about this, overall survival data not great here for SMMT. Obviously not a good statistic to have for this type of company and this type of treatments. So SMMT to the downside with, it should be mentioned, a more than 20% short float. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. All right, Charlie, Joseph, Sharif, please give us a quick, please give Netflix a quick glance. Keeps rejecting VWAP, but dips keep getting bought up. Can we see all-time highs today on a break above VWAP? Say less, my man. We're going to have a look at Netflix for you, no question about it. Adara's been shorting Netflix at all-time highs very successfully the last couple of times, so we're going to shout her out for that. And that's basically the mean reversion trade that we've been talking about. You know, you get up into those high levels, and people are going to want to wet their beak on some profits, hence why we pull back. What were you saying there, Adara? No worries. Yeah, of course. So here's the deal. This looks like a sound wave today on Netflix. This looks like a range. There's no discernible trend. I would say the money fills are around the 1,000 low 90s, 1,092, 1,093. You can see that was bought up multiple times, and you have bottoming tail candles into there. And what does that mean? That means there's aggressive buying. It means anytime it touches that price, buy orders are triggering. But in the same way that the buy orders are triggering to the downside in the low 1,090s, in the same way that they're rejecting that 1,100 area. Sure, you got a couple of prints, especially at the open there above 1,100. You got it again. Technically, the high of the day is $1,106. But look at these prints over here. I'm talking about that 1040 print. I'm talking about that 1120 print. And I'm talking about this one over here at 1210. They keep rejecting 1100. I personally wouldn't be looking to go long at VWAP. I would be personally just on the day, and I don't trade these large caps often, I'd be going long towards the bottom end of the range so long as the trend in the market, the NQ, the SPY, stays the same. I'd be looking for the money fills. Otherwise, wait for that big boy break above 1,100 on volume and on a closing basis. But you got it over here. That's why I'm hesitant to say take the breakout trade 1100. This is a closing print. That's a closing print, and they all retrace below 1100. So a bit of a bamboozer. It's above 1100 right now. It's 1122 pennies. It's trying to work above that level. We know what the $100 level is. We know it's a psychological area of support and resistance, depending on where you're coming from, the south side or the north side. Go, baby.
Okay, yeah. We got some. Okay, guys, we might break out here in the overall market. But one thing to note, I'm not going to jump the gun on this until that volume displays itself. All right, so you can see what I was thinking of this. Well, Sharif was talking about that underlying, and now I'm like, okay, let's wait. We're starting to compress in price. I told you that the market has been trading like absolute garbage today. Now I'm like, ooh, we could possibly break out here, but I'm not going to chase the breakout until the volume is supporting the breakout, all right? So I'm going to be patient, wait and see, because there might be multiple fakes. And if that volume does decide that it wants to come into the market, then I'm going to wait for the retest and then get into that trade. So once again, I'm telling you exactly what I'm planning, telling you out loud, and I'm going to try to execute on that. So that's what we did with Nvidia, IBIT, and I kind of messed up Palantir, but that's okay. Palantir now breaking through some key resistance zones, but we need that volume. We're heading into this flat top here, Shrip. We have key resistance levels right here on the cues, right? That's a level. So if we really want to get through it, then we're going to need that volume to support it, all right? So I'm going to take a look at the options chain right now to see what the cues are telling us. Why are we continuously rejecting 469.22? Can anybody in the chat put it in there for me? Because I'm curious to see. If I see anything on the chain that says, hey, Joe, we have a lot of open interest. Sharif.
What happened, man?
Sharif, my guy.
What's happening? Just show the screen.
Just show the screen, man. Just show the people what's going on here.
What happened?
470.
What do we got in the open interest, Joseph?
11,000 current open contracts on today's expiration cycle, higher than anything relative. 477 is that next highest level. But before we even get there, we have to breach through this. This is why we talk about it all the time. Why are we consistently rejecting these same levels? Take a look at the chain. Take a look at 110 on NVDA. Now you got 470 here in the queues. We can't get past that. It's a massive supply zone. There's not enough demand in order for us to punch through these key levels. If the volume steps in, there's no doubt we can, but we have to be patient and wait for that volume to come in and give us that confirmation for us to move to the top side.
There's this wrestling move. You ever watch wrestling?
Of course, man.
Okay, so you know about the DDT, right?
Yeah.
Jake the Snake.
Yeah.
For me, he was the guy that started with the DDT, but that was WWF.
Oh no, the DDT's this, right?
No, that's a stunner, bro. The DDT is I put your head under my arm and I smash your head into the ground, right?
Yeah.
So Jake the Snake Roberts, he, in my opinion, was the OG of the DDT in the WWF, now WWE. But that wasn't the only wrestling association back then, was it, Joseph? We had World Championship
WCW.
WCW. And there was another guy in there by the name of Diamond Dallas Page.
DDP, that guy was one of my favorite, Diamond Dallas Page.
He used to call it the Diamond Cutter because he would cut diamonds, Joseph. He's a jeweler. You know, he's doing his work.
Was that what he was doing?
Yeah, well, I don't know, bro. Shout out to my man DDT in the chat. I told you Big Bear was on one. We got long, baby. 19s. We're doing it freaking live. Big Bear AI just took out the high of the day. We took out $3.32, but I'm going to go like this. Okay, I'll just do it on my own because this is going and I got no shares left. We had 5 outs on this bad boy and they said, I don't care about your outs, bro. I'm continuing to go. And that's exactly what it's doing right now. $3.38, high of the day. It's 16% in the green. It looks like it wants to get to that 40 penny level at 340. Good look for Big Bear AI. What a beautiful look that is on the day. We're going to keep an eye out on this one because it looks like it's really going right now. Now, the reason I got in, this was a 3 candle on the 5-minute chart hold up, means it held the level at the volume weighted average price. And what better area to get in than VWAP? Well, I'm sure there's better areas, but for me, this one was a level. We got in at 319, and then it's continuing to go. BBAI on one right now. Look for that 40 penny break. Let's see what everybody's saying in the chat.
They're loving that.
Bovin! Omex above VWAP. I'll keep an eye on that. Bovin, thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, WCW. Yes, remember, everybody remembers this, bro. The Diamond Cutter, says Ike Release. All right. All right, DDPP, great times. Yeah, apparently he's really into that yoga thing now. He's got like DDP yoga.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he's like helped a lot of the wrestlers, because you know how it was back in the day. They were abusing a lot of stuff. So a lot of their bodies were not in great shape, and he's helping a lot of them. So kudos to him, man.
Insane.
Yeah.
But we got a $5 super chat here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
From my guy Swoldemore. Jojo. So my cousin calls me. MSTY is short 33K. MSTR 0 DTE 362.50 call contracts. Let's make some money on the capitulating their short. Let's go. And there goes the TQs starting to break out here. I don't even know what I just hit there. But there we go. Starting to break out. I'm waiting for that volume just in case this is a false breakout, guys. But some of these big names starting to climb higher. We're running through some key resistance zones here. I don't want to jump the gun just yet. You can see that volume hasn't stepped in yet. And you can say, Joe, why don't you take the breakout? I totally could, and I could be right. That volume could step in, but that's not part of my playbook. I'm sticking to the rules on what we've established. I'm going to wait for it to come in, because if we are truly going to keep a sustained breakout, I need to see that volume. Natalia, yes, we went over that Palantir 110 yesterday. You can see it continuously struggling here on the day at that specific level, but here goes the TQ's volume. Please step in so we can wait for that pullback and then get involved in this trade, because we have that ascending wedge type price action and we're climbing higher and higher, especially if some of these big names want to get the ball rolling. One thing I will add is that Google is attempting to make a new low. I don't like taking a long when Google is making a new low and the overall market's trying to break out. Be cautious of what may happen. It could be a false break. I could be wrong. I'm going to wait for the volume by time profile. Be patient. Wait for those entries. And there goes Palantir. Palantir is absolutely soaring now at 109.82. What a missed opportunity on that one. That's okay. We're going to be patient and wait. You can see we're slowly starting to stair step in volume here on the overall market. There we go, guys. And this is the volume that we might want to see right now. Exactly. That's exactly what we want to see. Come in volume. Come in volume. We're going to be patient. Wait for that pullback. And we might get that breakout right now. NVDA now north of 109, looking really, really good. Put in a new high a day. Let's go.
Freaking go. Nice, Joseph. That's a trade right there, bro. Everything's good right there. Adara, what's up?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers two ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. Trade the Pool, it all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts, and the Flex plan is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. Whatever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. Join TradeThePool.com, scan the QR code, and get 10% off. Back to you.
Yeah, 2NY. Nice work there, Jameson SM. Is that a new one there? Yeah. Hit it again one more time. Fight. Yeah. Let's go.
That's a good one right there.
That is a really good one there.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we like that one there, Fabian. If you can send me the code there. You actually probably don't want to give me that one because, but yeah, we'll be patient. Market continuing to break out here, Sharif. We might have missed this one, but we'll be patient, wait for that retest, and then look to get involved. Pool Shark.
He's dropping money.
Shark. You know we like sharks around here, baby. Because if you're gonna swim in this ocean, best believe you need to be a shark. That's for sure. Because it is a tough one. You can't be a bottom dweller, I don't think, in this game. You got to be a shark.
I thought you were gonna say bottom feeder.
Yeah, or like a small fish. But we
fair.
Small. I didn't want to belittle anything or anybody.
Yeah, I know. We really need to worry about the feelings of the fish.
Yeah. I did. Hey, man.
I
love all animals.
Environment.
Yeah, I love all animals.
I want to get canceled,
Even the
disrespect the wrong fish.
Even the fish. Even though I'm terrified. Water. I told you water is my biggest fear, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Pause. Let's hit the pause button for a second.
Pause it.
What's happening here?
I'm just terrified. I don't know. It's just like something that I can't see. Like I'm terrified of sharks.
How you feeling right now?
Ooh. I mean, dude, when I was younger, I used to panic in pools because I thought there were sharks. Like I can swim and everything like that pretty good. But I just have the biggest fear of sharks.
I don't like bodies of water that are opaque, that you can't see through.
Oh my.
Dude, I did
the most sketchy thing one time in Trinidad. So Okay, I don't know if you know
That's
what.
clear water, though.
No, dude. It's murky. Yeah,
Okay,
there's a
okay,
base.
okay.
So it's not. Yeah, I think it's called Maracas for all my my Caribbean people. Maracas, and for the Caribbean people also know there's this thing called bacon shark, right?
Okay.
So it's like fried shark, right? It comes in a sandwich with like cabbage and everything. Absolutely amazing. But there's this cove, Maracas, I think something along those lines, and it's really murky water. And what do? Decide to just go swimming where they catch the shark to make
Where they catch the sharks.
to make the food.
Fantastic.
And I'm like, what am I doing in this cove? It just brought me back. Like I had the beach feelings. You know that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, The Beach.
Yeah.
One of the sickest movies. And you know that cove in Thailand? It's like that, but in Trinidad. And I'm like swimming in this murky water. And I'm like, what am I doing?
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
though?
We were swimming in it. Yeah, we were swimming in it. But I decided to go further out than everybody. And I'm like, whoa, I'll never do that again. But let's see what Adair is up to.
Two pieces of news on two different Mag 7 tickers. Let's start with Tesla. TSLA, by far one of the stronger names on the day. Bloomberg reporting that Tesla's India office is refunding early bookers of its Model 3. So TSLA in India already refunding some people who booked its Model 3 early. Then we've got GOGL on watch. The company reportedly filing for a mixed shelf offering with undisclosed size. So keep an eye here on GOGL and TSLA. Two different stories here for two different Mag 7 names on what's been a very fun Friday for trading. Back to you.
That Adara.
Thanks, Adair.
Big Bear is continuing to go here, Joseph.
Yeah.
Because it's not stopping. It's a 340 high a day now on Big Bear AI. What a beautiful look today. And I'm all done my shares here at this 3 1/3. Look, Big Bear for me, this is a great look, but I'm not punching it at highs. Ideally, I'd like this to come down into that 330, test that previous area of resistance we couldn't clear on these two candles over here at 10.05 and 10.10. If it does that, comes back into 330, I'm a buyer there. So I'll look to buy that previous area of resistance and look for it to act as support this time around. It's not foolproof.
Get out of here.
It's not foolproof at all. Who are you beefing with?
The pool, because I'm trying to touch something and it was in my way.
I was like, yo, don't block him this time. Let's have fun with him. Like, you guys are blocking everybody so quick. I want to tease them a little bit. But yeah, good look there on Big Bear AI. It's staying on the side chart. But I was told, and this is accurate, that OMEX, one of the winners that's been good to us lately, is back above VWAP. And that's accurate. And this is a good look today on OMEX. It's a multi-day runner, and by multi-day, I'm talking about 2 days. But this is good because, you know, these small cap gappers, we always say they're around for a good time, not a long time. And sometimes, most times, in fact, something that was up 80% one day will be down 40% the next day. And that's just the way these small cap gappers are, right? And you can see that reflected on the daily charts. Their body will be this big and the wicks will be this big. And that's because they're intraday trades, not holds. In any event, this one, not giving up the ghost. We held yesterday's low and we made a new high. And now we're working back above the volume weighted average price. But it looks like, Bub, and I don't know how you see this, brother, but this $1.50, it's a bit of an elusive level. We had a lot of trouble taking out that $1.50 initially over here. You saw that in the pre-market, 8.35 to about 9. We did get above it momentarily, getting to that $1.80, but we were quick to drop right below that $1.50. And then look at all these topping tails. You don't see bottoming tails over here. You see topping tails. And the reason is this $1.50, $1.60 area is being it's either a great profit-taking area for somebody or somebody's shorting up a storm. And we're doing the same thing here again. So I'd like to see a little bit more here from OMEX. I'm not going to be quick to jump in, especially having seen these topping tails in the mid to high 150s. I'd like a clearing of that level on a closing basis, and then perhaps we can have a discussion about that. All right, Big Bear AI just came back into that 3 1/3. Okay, it's still not at that 330, so let's go ahead and put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to front run that level. We're going to sit at 31s. Here's the deal. Anything below 28, I'm gone. So if we get the fill at 31, we will risk all the way down to 28, and that's going to be it. Reason is 28 reject, 28 reject, 28 reject, and then finally we get the big boy break there at 28. So fine. It's shown itself to be a level. Fine. Let's base our trade off that level. That's what I'm thinking right now on BBAI. We'll see how this one goes. Now, one that I've had up on the side chart essentially since the beginning of the show and said almost nothing about, UPXI. And the reason I didn't talk about it is because this ugly, you-know-what topping tail candle that probably stopped everybody and their mother's third cousin out. All the way up into 2257, drops to 1681. Ugly, ugly chart. Then it becomes a bit more calm. It's not as parabolic. The range per candle starts tightening up a little bit. You had really wide range per candle dollars. Now we're talking about cents range per candle, and it's become much more predictable. It's got that oscillating look to it, where it puts up, 5 candles green, 3 candle pullback, another 5 candle green. You know what I mean? So it's got that upward kind of channel trend to it. So I could certainly be persuaded to get something off this. Now, this one does look like it might have trouble at 20. It had trouble closing above 20 at any point. I mean, it definitely got to 2257, but look at these closing prints. They're all a skosh or not above 20. So I'm expecting some resistance at 20. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to go short at 20. What that means is I'm looking for a rejection of 20 and then a pullback into 19. Why do I want to pull back into 19? Well, it's already shown you its propensity to act as a resistance level. So what I'll look for if we get that rejection off 20 is a dip trade into 19. I'm a buyer in and around there for that continuation of the trend. So that's what I'm thinking here on UPXI. I've executed nothing on it. It's up a respectable 45% on the day. But let me tell you a little bit more about UPXI, okay? In terms of technical data. So this thing is a $26-ish million market cap, so it's a small company. About 9 2/3 million shares traded on the day. UPXI is a brand owner specialized in the development, manufacturing, and distribution of consumer products. The company focuses on direct-to-consumer and Amazon brands. They include Lucky Tail, Prax, Cure Mushrooms. Cure Mushrooms, huh? Okay. Moonwalker, Gummy Labs. I see where this is going. Okay, so good luck there. Let's see what the float is. About 15 million share float. And let's find out what the short float is if we can. Trade ideas, 2.7%, of the float is shorted. But trade ideas telling me a fundamentally different float of 1 million shares, not 15. Let's see if there was a reverse split here on the daily on UPXI. No, I'm not seeing anything. Well, there was October 1st. There was a 1 to 20. And hold 1 second, Joseph. This is a multi-day runner, guys. This one started running on the 21st. It's the 25th. And every single freaking day, it's put in higher highs and higher lows. This is a multi-day runner right now on UPXI. So something's up with this one. It's not giving back the trade. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one.
Tina.
We want to know more, Katina, man. You can't just show up like that on the screen. What did you work out today? How's the weather?
Yeah, oh, he's like that. Man, get out of here.
What happened?
Get him. He's such a cool dude over there.
He's a cool dude in a loose mood, bro. You ever see those commercials in the 80s with Tony the Tiger?
I wasn't born in the 80s, so I wouldn't know.
Well, whatever, bro. Making me feel bad about myself.
So take this.
Get it, Katina, man. I didn't even notice you was on this screen.
So the guy I told you I was going to message.
What?
About
what?
TikTok? Yeah. He's hit me back and he said he's happy to chat. So I'm gonna.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm gonna see what.
We gotta put him in touch with Brendo too.
Yeah. We'll see what. Hey man, can't give away all my.
All right. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for wanting to grow the show.
No, I'm playing.
What a bad person I am, bro.
I'm only playing, that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have messaged him. You know what I mean, right? So yeah. But I mean, like, look at NVDA go here, my guy. Where are we long NVDA? Tell me where we're long NVDA in the swing count. Please reiterate me one more time, my guy.
One more time.
Tell me, I know where I'm long at. I know exactly where I'm long, bro.
Look at your friend Big Bear. You see your friend Big Bear?
Okay.
Look at that breakout, Katina, man.
I like that.
It's a big boy breakout.
A little bullish today.
Yeah.
Not a bad look
today, man. We're going.
It's getting foggy outside.
Is it?
I think the rain's getting ready.
It's raining tomorrow, Katina, man. Yeah.
Do.
Sunday.
Hey, we got salmon, boys.
Yes.
Cool in the rain
that,
too. Do. Oh man, we're killing it. We took a little short there on NVDA, but IBIT and NVDA, nothing else matters because those names are really ripping and the market's
Katina, man, Google's still bleeding, brother. You got a banger short on there, dude. You're banger short. It's at low a day. Yeah, good call there. Market's pulling into the high a day though, huh? Yeah, close. 19,450. Well, yeah, whatever. It's fine.
I wish I
You're
was
pretty
a little
tall,
bit
Sean.
taller. Wish I was a baller.
That's a good guy, bro. He's making me chuckle. Thanks, Denise. Dennis or Denise? Dennis Michelle. Bro, I got white Vapor Maxes if you want. I don't wear the Vapor Maxes anymore, so I'm trying to get rid of them. Neil's got the blue ones. I think your shoe size is bigger than me though. You're 13s, right? Yeah, I'm 11 and a half. So like
There you
that's
go.
a-
Oh, all right.
there.
Big boy feet there.
Yeah,
All right,
Katina, man,
all
bro.
right,
He's a
all right.
big
See
guy.
you guys, eh?
Well, there you go. Well, we're not going to repeat that on the camera, Katina, man, but you're more than welcome to later.
But
Tesla's at the high of the day, Katina, man. Do you want to guess where Tesla is, brother? 285. What? Yes. It's a rocket ship, Katina, man. And it's only up like 9.75% on the day, knocking on the door of that 10.
what's Tesla trading at?
284.60.
What did your boy sell it at? 235. Let's go. Name. Hey,
Why
dude,
are you excited about
you can't win them all. I'm making fun of myself, but we're long Nvidia.
He's over
we're
here.
long IBIT. Yeah, we're looking at me. Again, I'll tell you which mistakes I have. Could this just be somewhat of some squeezing? Absolutely, but I'm out of this name. There's too much going on with it. I will get back involved with it. It's like a short-term divorce, I guess, with Tesla. We're just talking with the lawyers. I said, I don't like what you're doing. Separation.
Yeah, you're good, though.
Partially separated.
There you go.
I'm on the couch. They still have my money. It's okay. It doesn't matter because we're going to get back into this name. Eventually, but right now I'm not going to chase it. But what I am chasing is the exuberant buying here in Nvidia continuing to climb higher. 110. Now we are at those contracts. We were at that call wall. Let's see what is going on
Bring
that
it in.
front.
Get out of here, Trenda.
Let me try a piece of that there. Oh, is that a cucumber?
Yeah,
Can I have? Yeah, can I have one there? Let me try it.
Oh, that's quality, Katina,
Thanks,
man.
man.
Is that couscous? Is that
Yeah.
couscous? Yeah, that's couscous. I like the beans that they put in the salad yesterday. They were bangers.
Yo, that cucumber is 50 cents.
hey, that's no problem, man.
Here you go. You owe me 50 cents. There you go, Katina,
We're
man.
printing up on Nvidia. I will gladly donate 50 cents for that.
Do you know how long this has been here, this $1.50? Like 2 years,
Thought
bro.
about it taking it a couple times, but that's okay.
Why? Why?
Because I get a pack of gum at
fair.
Dollarama.
You could have it, baby.
Yeah, 'cause you know
like
those
you're
keep-
stuck, take it, baby.
Accelerate your breath.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, there's a $3 in the money there on Google. Nice trade there, Katina, man. DDT, Diamond Dallas Page, Sharif. Sorry, I'm new to this and learning trader lingo. But we were on the same page about Big Bear. I know, brother. I know, but you were telling me that Big Bear lost VWAP. I was trying to tell you it defended VWAP. Let's talk about it. Let's bring it in here. You're a newer trader. Let's take advantage of the opportunity to do a little bit of a quick lesson. This white line, DDT, on my black charts, the white line will always be the volume weighted average price. Do a quick Google search if you're a newer trader on what volume weighted average price is. Super easy to understand, but that'll explain it better than me. Each one of these obviously is a candle. On the 5-minute candle means each candle here is 5 minutes in length. So from 11:55 to 12:05, so 15 minutes, we held up at that volume weighted average price. That doesn't happen by accident. That usually means somebody's buying it at that level. Well, why would anybody be buying at VWAP? Well, VWAP is one of those indicators that a lot of people use. A lot of hedge funds use it. A lot of algorithmic trading systems use it. A lot of intraday traders like us and swing traders as well, like the NOS boss. They all use it.
Keep going, brother. You just ran yourself right into
Oh God, he's gonna do his little shameless self.
The hottest.
Oh, God.
The hottest YouTube short out
God.
right now. If you really want to know about VWAP, there it is right there. What is it? Go and find out for yourself. The hottest short. I didn't refresh. I didn't get any extra views, guys. What is that? Come show your boy some love. Only 2.7. We were sitting at that when I was promoting. But if you want to know what it is, this guy will tell you right here. Look at that smile, my guy.
That's great, Sean.
All right,
Big Bear AI at the volume weighted average price. So this is not happening by accident, right? There's obviously people picking it up at this level. So when you were telling me, look, this is losing the volume weighted weighted average price, I disagreed with you. And the reason I disagreed is because I kept seeing the buying there. And so just super simple to set up your volume weighted average price. I don't know what platform you're using, but I'll just show you where mine is. You go into studies or indicators or anything like that. And sometimes there's a search thing there. Sometimes there isn't. You'll have to go through them all. So type in VWAP. And then you find there it is, intraday volume weighted average price. You add that bad boy on. Now, key thing is, if you exclude or include pre-market and aftermarket data, that's going to change the VWAP setting on your chart. So let me just show you, for example. All right. So VWAP right now, let's just take this as an example, $3.21 on Big Bear AI. That's where VWAP is. Now, that includes pre-market and aftermarket data. But look what happens when we take off pre-market data. Show data outside of regular trading. Apply. Okay, look at that. It moves up. It completely changes where VWAP populates. If VWAP is populating at 4 a.m. as opposed to, say, 9:30, the numbers are going to be different. The areas where VWAP holds up are going to be different. So keep that in mind. For example, our trading platform here, P-Pro 8, the one with the white charts, all that does is starts populating data that is at 6:30 a.m. Whereas my platform, the black charts, will start populating at 4 a.m. Again, that changes where the volume weighted average price and some other indicators show up. So make sure you're taking those two things into account. The fact that you're including VWAP and where VWAP starts populating from, whether it's at 4 a.m. when the pre-market starts, or whether it's at 9:30 or some other time. Like our platform, like I just finished saying, 6:30. I know that there's what's it called, TD in this country, which is what you guys know as TD Bank. Here is called TD Canada Trust. They have a platform that you can only start trading at 8 a.m. on. So different platforms, different brokerages, different rules, Joseph. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's it. Well, I think I interrupted you there with my my VWAP lesson, but that's okay.
Kill me.
That is okay. Gorev, my guy, check this out. We got a nice big engulfing candle here. You can see that we're really starting to squeeze. And I mean, look at this volume come in. As we crack that $10, what are the chances of that volume coming in exactly where we have the highest levels of open interest? Okay, so what is happening? I don't know what's on the other side of the trade, but what that can possibly be is just market makers hedging against that position, right? They're like, okay, now all our short calls are now in the money. What do? We got to start selling shares against that to push price back down. So we got to be patient to see what's going on. I think this might be a possible short. That first initial signal came in right here. We squeeze higher and higher, and then now we get this engulfing print, and now possibly going to print an inverted hammer candle on that one. But the market is climbing. That breakout volume really starting to step in, guys. I told you guys be patient for it to come into play, and here you go. A nice session here in the market. Bitcoin starting to climb higher. We got Nvidia now north of 110. The Qs are through that resistance zone. Excuse me, that flat top break. So be cautious on what you're trading right now, guys. So you can see that we were short NVDA, and then we tripled up the position, took 50% off there, and then we got stopped out break even. Imagine I was bag holding this short. No, I don't. That's why I get out when I'm supposed to. But our better trade on the day here, tactical. I seen you tactical something. I seen you in the chat. You didn't really know about me, but now you know, I guess, because you can see that when I get stopped out, I get right back in, and then you go 1, 2, 3 all the way to the top side, and then we start piecing some out as we go. So I'm going to be patient, wait for this 5-minute print to formulate here, Gorev, and then we might be able to find a short on NVDA. But the thing is, though, I don't want to go against the overall market. If some of these big names want to start to recover, then I'm not going to be shorting that. So be patient and see what the overall market does right now, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. CEP just got into VWAP, guys. So this is a make or break time here, guys. Excuse me. Yeah, so CEP, we've been long this multiple times. It's been a good look today for CEP. It's at make or break moment. Now, a couple of reasons. One, it's at that trend line. So that upward channel doesn't happen by accident. Number two, that trend line, the lower trend line on CEP, is overlapping right now with the volume weighted average price. In addition to that, it's at the whole dollar level, 33. Which has already shown its intentions to both act as support and resistance intraday. So this is very interesting. Now we can get in here and we can give it a tight stop below 33. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to go. We haven't taken a trade in a while. Oh, wow, it's so spready. It won't even let me in. So let's see if it dips down. Now we got the long, so let's go ahead and throw in the stop loss. Joseph, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Again, same narrative here, guys, right? Going to be patient and wait and see what we can do here on NVDA. I do like this print right here for a potential short. We can have our risk profile defined right now. So here we go. We'll wait for that. You don't want to put it right at it. Right? So again, a little bit higher, 110.75, and then look for that short. But the thing is, though, we don't want to go against the overall market right now. If we do decide to break down, then we'll be prepared to do so. I think I'm going to take a stab at it once we crack that 110.27. And might head to the downside there, Sharif.
All right, guys, I just had to throw in my stop. Thank you, Joseph, for covering. All right, so we're long 56s. I just got the beak wet there on the pop-up into 34, but it's right back into my entry at 52s again. I've put the other beak wetter just south of 34. Then I've got one more after that, and we're going to hold that piece for the dream. But anything below 33, that's the end of the trade for me. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to be trying to guess and DCA below that key level. The trade is what it is. It's not what you want it to be, okay? That's just how I see it. If 33, VWAP, the lower trend line is lost, then I'm wrong on the trade, okay, and I'll sleep well at night. But I'd rather execute properly on this than have to chase it. So we're 5 pennies out of the money right now, but we already got the beak wet, looking for the hold of VWAP and a move back up. Simultaneously, UPXI, my goodness, the strength on this one is amazing. Look at this rounded bottom over here and a curl right into 21. I'm sitting there still waiting at 19s. It's not even having me, man. And I don't even think that 19 entry is accurate anymore because it looks like it's shadowing the 10 exponential on the 5 now. So to me, the current dip trade is 1950, not 19. We'll see what this one does. Adira, what's up?
Couple different stories coming through. One, keep an eye on MSOS and all of these cannabis-related names getting a bit of a pop here. Our friend Charles Gasparino, frequently contributing to Fox Business, now he has an article with the New York Post. Apparently, Pot Inc. has embraced the Make America Great Again movement, and there are some signs that Trump is ready to move into the pot space. So keep an eye on this. Again, this is just as reported by Charles Gasparino, published in the New York Post. Great look for MSOS. Also, keep an eye on these markets. More tariff talk, this time coming from Chancellor Reeves of the UK. She's saying that apparently she met with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent today to discuss a deal between the UK and the U.S. So we've heard the U.S. talk a lot about these trade deals. Now we have the UK saying, yes, they did in fact meet with these parties. Back to you. Oh, sorry. And we have VinFast. Thank you to VinFast. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big promises on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached roughly $678 million USD, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. 97,000 and more EVs delivered in 2024, including over 53,000 in Q4 alone. A 192% year over year increase, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast owned and dealer operated locations. Grid mobility ecosystem, continued development of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Thank you to VinFast. Back to you.
Yeah, you got anything? I got something here, Sharif. Again, NVDA, I don't like this 1 minute print right here. Gaurav, this could be some signs of trouble if we don't break down. You can see that was essentially a micro pullout. I mean, the short signals are there, but with a market this strong, we have to just be cautious, right? Okay, so we're starting to break down a little bit here. I'm in up around here, guys, but this was kind of what I was being slightly alarmed about, was that little print right there, just in case it's a micro pullback. But you can see that the market's starting to come in as well. So if we can crack through some of these levels, then we might be able to aim for 109.50s. We're short from about 110.39. So yeah, let's see. This is what I have to be cautious about. I think if you're going short NVDA, watch out for this. We're going to need the overall market to continue to bleed. Google head towards the lows. I don't care. We took a couple attempts on you, but you can see we have that little bit of a pullback, and then now buyers are stepping right back in. This could be a total change of sentiment here on this name. So not going to hold on to it for too long. Again, if we crack through that high, I'm going to get out of that trade and take about a 50-cent loss. But I think this short might be coming into play. Going against the trend, it's tough luck. You have to be precise. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Baidu, nice push to the upside. We have Nikkei reporting that Baidu has unveiled AI models over 60% cheaper than DeepSeek. So again, according to a report from Nikkei, Baidu is unveiling AI models up to or over 60% cheaper than those offered by DeepSeek. BIDU AI catalyst pushing into intraday highs. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that. I'm involved again in CEP. Where are we long? 43s, just wet the beak there. Get it, Adair. At 72s, that's fine. Now I'm waiting on the north side. I'm waiting at 34.25. It's holding generally the volume weighted average price. So I did get stopped out on that previous position, but I got right back in. It's having trouble clearing 34 now. 34 now acting as a level of resistance, which isn't surprising because it's the whole dollar level, but it didn't, well, actually did kind of act as a resistance before, so kind of not surprising about that. I'm talking about these topping tails over here. Here we go, we're zagging, 33.72. I am being a little bit more risky here by putting my next profit taker above 34, and substantially above 34. I'm talking about 34.25. So let's see if this one wants to catch a bid. It's at a nice level. It's holding trend, but we could see wicks that get me out. And that's exactly what happened last time because I had my stop above prior bar low, which is usually not a good idea. So we've already extracted profits on both the trades, but the first one, full disclosure, got stopped out for the last two exits. Let's see if this one can continue to run. It's a 3-candle hold up at the volume weighted average price. It doesn't mean it's going to bounce, okay? I'm just trying to put the odds on my side. So zigging and zagging right now, showing me 58s, 60s. Here we go. They're catching a little bit of a bid. Let's see if it continues to move up. My man, make Sharif rich again. I'm not poor. Well, not yet. I will be soon, hopefully. Not hopefully. Hopefully this CEP doesn't drop below that level. But yeah, when you're talking for 3 hours, give me a break, bro. So UPXI as well, guys. I'm waiting for this one to come back into 19.5. I've been waiting for that one for a while. It's still not dipping in to that level. I think I'm going to have to chase it at the 20 exponential. And the 20 exponential is a dynamic level. So right now it's showing me 19.75. So we'll see exactly if this one wants to continue to move up on that bad boy. So that's what all I'm involved in right now. We're doing it live here on CEP. We're in the money, but looking for that 34 clearance, Joseph.
Yeah, I don't even know I'm in this one here. I'm going to hop out, guys.
You had to sell the shoes, Rivian Millionaire.
What's going on here?
Oh, man.
We got two handles going on. What am I logged in here to?
You want me to cover?
Yeah, please take it over.
So we'll keep looking over here at CEP as it continues to zig and zag, still holding that levels. Adopt me again. You're killing me, bro. My man DDT. $5 super chat. Thank you, DDT, for that. Joseph, Sharif, thank you both. Learning a lot. Say less, my man. We love you anyway for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us during the midday. I know it's a little bit slower sometimes, but that's what we're here for. We're here to put on these trades while it's a little bit slower. That's our job. SF Trader. Love how Sharif and Joseph keep it real with their dialogue. You know how it is, baby. That's just the way we're going to do it. And thank you for joining Joseph and I. All right, UPXI coming into that level that I was just yapping about. So let's load it up. Here it is, UPXI into 20 bucks, which is that 20 exponential. 1960 actually is that 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So let's see if we can get maybe front run it at 77s. Let's see if we can get that. There we go. We get the ad. Anything now below 1950, we're going to have to throw a stop in there. So we'll go ahead and do that. And so what do we got? We got 77, 75. So let's go up and wait up here. And we'll throw some orders for some possible beak wetters if we're able to get them to the high side. Showing me 80s now. Let's throw up another one north of that 20. I'm going to wait over here. So we'll see what we get there. Joseph, you good?
Yeah, I'm good, brother.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, Pug Life, I'm tapped in, brother. I'm back under Jose. himself. It's actually Joseph, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll be patient here, guys. Gorb, I like that you pointed out Amazon, because if it breaks, then this market can most definitely continue to keep this ball rolling to the top side. So we'll be patient. If we break through this 110.20, then I think I might add to this a little bit more as well too. So I'll be patient to see what's going on. What's your handle? Is your Joey Options, Joe WR Joseph? Yeah, see, again, it signed me into a different account. It signed out and then signed me back in. So I'm back in as Joseph himself. So there we go. Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough look. Amazon looking like it wants to break through some key resistance zones. I mean, we're through that call wall now on NVDA, so there could potentially be some more squeeze type price action. And there we go. I got to get prepared to get out of this trade if we continue to move to the top side here, guys. So, yeah. A little bit more patient. Don't want to get out prematurely just in case it does decide that it wants to break down. But if some of these big names continue to move higher, like Google's at the just off of the lows now, and Amazon's running around those key resistance levels. So again, we have that defined risk profile. Hopefully that can come into play. We'll give it a little bit of room. If it squeezes through, then this name is most definitely going to continue to climb higher. Now close to 111 is NVDA. So wow, yeah, really, really good look. It sucks that I'm short intraday off of these signals, but I'm glad that I'm long this name, and I'll say it once again. So continue to climb NVDA, and let's go IBIT, Sharif. So,
Sorry, I'm just in a position.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to send it to you right now. I'm just saying, let's go here. You're in a position. I'm in one too. Let's see if we can keep this ball rolling. What do you guys? Yeah, I know Scott Tomlinson. I know it. I'm well aware of what I'm doing, right? Like I'm telling to you guys live exactly what I'm doing, especially with a name that is now through this call wall. It can get absolutely disastrous for the shorts, and that's why I'm happy. I will more than willingly hop out of this trade if we start to squeeze, and you can see us start to head towards this high. So I'll be patient on that front to get out of that, but it doesn't even matter. I called 110. I did. I told you I called that 110 over the weekend. Let's see if it's going to stay up there. I mean, there's a lot of open interest. Let's pull it up for you guys so you can see it and just go over that. But I also got to keep an eye on this because I don't want to hold on to this too much longer because we have now put in a new high a day. So I have to be cautious just in case we do decide to squeeze. Let me pull it up here, and I'm going to pull up that call wall here on NVDA for you guys so you can see exactly what we're looking at.
Oh, my goodness.
And like, man, what a squeeze. I'm so happy and thrilled that we're starting to climb. I wish I obviously went significantly heavier, but that's okay. Now in the money are these 110 strikes. It was at 199 earlier on the day. All right, guys, I'm out. Don't want any part of this whatsoever. Okay, so there we go. We'll take a loss on that one, no problem. A little bit bigger than what I wanted, but it is what it is. We're squeezing here as a positive sign for NVDA. 96,000 currently open contracts. Yesterday that was at 99. I didn't think we would get north of 110 today on this expiration cycle, but here you're seeing it absolutely live. We're now tapping into 111. Let's go. I'm absolutely loving this one there, Sharif. You got your trade on?
Yeah, we're good. UPXI, we've got 1811s. It's showing me 18s. Here we go. Back up to 1815, looking for the first beak wetter at 25s. Let's see if this one wants to pop up. UPXI at VWAP, but it's going to have to hold up here. So this is going to be the end of this trade on UPXI if it loses the volume weighted average price on a closing basis. Right now, there it is. Now we're popping back up into the quarter there. We get the print there. Now we got 91s. Does it pop up a little bit more? Let's see. We got shares on here. So let's see. Let's take some out at 15s. Let's see if we can get the beak wet there. There we go. Not bad. All right, getting out of some trouble here on UPXI. Let's see if it pops up even more. Don't want to take out too quickly because it's still showing that it's being bought up off the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can take some out at 33s. Excuse me over here. So we'll go 33s. We'll see if that beak wants to get wet. Showing me 22s right now. Moving up, 34s now on the ask. It's got a cross though. So it's got 34s on the ask, but it had 15s on the bid. So we don't get the print quite yet. 34s again now showing up on the ask. We don't get that print quite yet. So let's see if we can take out some a little bit below. I got a little trouble over here. There we go. We'll take out some more there. Now we got 85s on. Now this is trouble because this is like the bid drop, right? I saw 34s, then I saw 33s. Now I'm seeing 30s. So the seller or the short seller is getting a bit more aggressive to the downside. And I don't know if Adair calls this the bid or the ask creep, but it's moving down incrementally. That's what she says. Yeah, she says yes. So I'm a little concerned over here. I won't let this go against me. Let's go ahead and put 1777 as our out, and then we'll give it all the way down here. So if it does lose the bid, we will break even on this one. We do get stopped out, break even, and I'm happy about that because it's continuing to drop. So we get out of some trouble, but this was not a good trade, full disclosure, right? It's continuing to go right now to the downside, about 17 to third, 17 incoming on UPXI. So this one is losing the bid. Trouble for any longs over here. We're at a dodge. Let's keep an eye out on that one. BBAI continuing to go, guys. 353, I believe now, the high of the day. It's showing it's got 50s right now. I had a dip trade set up at 330s. That one's not going to get filled. It gave you one red candle between the time I got in at 12:05 and the current time. So one red 5-minute candle, guys, at 12:25. So Big Bear AI has been a rocket ship to the high side. Good look for BBAI today, up over 20%. I'm going to do the news if you have anything to add before I probably talk for 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, I just hopped out of this trade, man, but
Okay.
we're still cooking up.
All right, let's do this, baby. All right, so Alphabet obviously had their earnings yesterday, and it was very good. Now, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that looking at Google's chart today, but I submit to you that's probably more profit-taking or, repositioning than a reflection on the earnings. It was quite good, so let's get to it. So revenue, guys. And I want to give you guys a little tidbit over here. The airline industry, the shoe industry, and the film industry combined do not make up Google's revenue. Google itself is more than all those three industries combined. Becky Quick actually mentioned that on Squawk Box this morning. I found that to be really interesting. The reason that's interesting is because they're printing $90.25 billion on the quarter, beating that 89 billion expectations, which is a 12% year-over-year increase. Also, their EPS handily beat 227 adjusted, ahead of that 201 net income, guys. They increased their profitability, their take-home money, 46% year-over-year. That's quite impressive. Let's talk about the different business segments that they have. We know that they're in a plethora of different segments. Advertising, where they make the majority of their money, obviously. They printed about a little bit less than $67 billion. That's an 8.5% increase year over year. Now, breaking down advertising, search and other ads came in about 50.7 and 10%, little bit less than 10% increase year over year. YouTube ads, I thought this would definitely be higher. I don't know why I thought it would be higher, but I just thought it would be. 8.93 higher or lower, than that 8.97. So YouTube was a bit of a miss, but not bad. Google Cloud as well missed a little bit. 12.26 billion, just below that 12.27, but it did grow 28% year over year. And I think that's actually still comparable, very comparable to what AWS and Azure were growing at. I think it was high 20s, low 30s, so good look there. Cloud margins continue to improve. I mean, their margins on cloud, obviously, which is a very high margin business, 17.8%, not a bad look. So we'll keep going over here. Now, let's talk about some AI and how much money that they're looking to spend, because that's been a big thing lately with AI, right? The CapEx. So they acquired Wiz for $32 billion. That was the largest acquisition in their history. They're aiming, obviously, to strengthen cloud security. And with respect to AI CapEx, the amount of money that they want to spend on capital expenditures, they reaffirmed it's 75. Do you want to say anything?
No.
They reaffirmed $75 billion is what they're going to spend. And that was an issue, because we heard that Amazon wasn't launching any new product, AI developments. We heard that Microsoft wasn't launching any new AI infrastructure build out, but they weren't canceling any of the old ones either. So there was some concern that maybe CapEx for AI would come in a little light. No, they reaffirmed that $75 billion that they're looking to spend in 2025. Some other bets. Waymo, 250,000 fully autonomous weekly rides in San Fran, LA, Phoenix, and Austin. I mentioned it in the morning when Sundar Pichai was at the book deal with Andrew Ross Sorkin, I think back in the fall. Sorkin asked him flat out, could Waymo be its own company at one point? And Pichai left that open. And he's like, anything's possible. So depending on how quickly this grows, we may see this spun off eventually. So we'll see. Now, some headwinds. They are concerned about some headwinds in ad revenue. Even though they're guiding decent for ad revenue, they are concerned specifically from Chinese advertisers. They're worried about the de minimis loophole close, which is, anything under $880 gets into the United States free of tariffs. That's how Temu, that's how Shein, that's how that new division of Amazon now that's using Chinese sellers is working. So with the loophole likely to be closed soon, you may see less advertising from these Chinese advertisers, specifically retailers like Temu and Shein, who may advertise a little bit less now that the de minimis is gone. Well, will be gone by May 2nd. If it stays the same. Now, as Adair mentioned in the morning, that $70 billion stock buyback program should not be understated. That's the same amount that was authorized back in 2024. So they're continuing to add shareholder value by buying back stock. Obviously, that's one of the ways that they give you back the money, by buying back stock, and obviously dividend. So that is Google there. Let's talk a little bit about Intel now. Look, this was a good report for Intel. Full stop, in my opinion. The guide was light, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this Lip-Bu Tan guy is under-promising and likely to outperform. That's just my suspicion. No solid ground on which to stand. So let's talk about how they did. Adjusted EPS, 13 pennies, better than the 1 penny the street was looking for. At least they broke even and actually printed. Revenue, better than expected, 12 and 2/3 billion, above the 12 and 1/3 billion. The net loss grew though, so this was not good. $800 million net loss, that's double what they lost last year. $400 million they lost, so the loss continues to widen. Guidance disappointment. As I prefaced, this was really the bad part of the report. Q2 revenue forecast substantially lower than what the street wanted. The street wanted 12.82. They got it 11.8. $1 billion light, guys. That's not a light drop right there in the revenue forecast. Again, I think he may outperform. We'll see. EPS for Q2, that is, break even, so $0. The street wanted 6 pennies. The reason apparently is fluid trade policy, they're calling it, regulatory risks, a rising recession fears, according to CFO David Zinser, who was the co-CEO there for, I think, 5 minutes. Now, let's talk about how much they're going to actually operating expenses. They're looking at shoring up costs. We know Lip-Bu is probably going to be a bit of a better manager than your friend Patty G. $17.5 billion was the operating expense. They're looking at cutting that to 17. CapEx, capital expenditures, they were going to spend 20. They're cutting it down to 18. They're also, sadly, as I mentioned, likely to lay people off, specifically in management layers. The exact numbers, as you can see, there to be determined. We don't know exactly how many people, sadly, will lose their job. Lip-Bu Tan confirmed the layoffs will begin this quarter. He also mandated a 4 days per week in office starting in September. We've seen that from many other companies. Amazon, I think Goldman or Morgan or JP Morgan or whatever was insisting on that as well. So we'll have to see how that affects the company. Now, segment performance. This is interesting to see where the headwinds are coming in. Client computing, $7.6 billion. That's down 8% year over year. And this is interesting to me, the client computing miss. And the reason I say that is a lot of people were saying that we could have had front loading of buying of PCs ahead of tariffs, ahead of the Liberation Day, April 2nd. We didn't get that. So they were down 8% year over year for PC sales. So a bit of a tougher look there. Data center and AI group, that one grew, you'd hope, $4.1 billion, up 8% year over year. And foundry service, $4.7 billion in revenue, but largely internal manufacturing for their own division. So they're not really being an outsource foundry yet for others. So that's a look there. Apple, this was interesting as well. So Apple looking or planning to move all iPhone assembly for U.S. sales to India as early as next year, pivoting away, obviously, from China due to the rising tariff risk. The shift comes amid broader efforts, obviously, by U.S. tech firms to diversify supply chains away from China. Currently, though, guys, Foxconn and Tata, those are Apple's two primary suppliers of iPhones in China. They already operate 3 factories that make the iPhone in India, not China. And they're planning, or they're not planning, they're already building 2 additional facilities in India to build the iPhone. In March 2025, we already got this headline a while ago. Foxconn and Tata shipped nearly $2 billion worth of iPhones from India to the US, which was a record shipment, again, trying to divert away from the tariffs that were being placed on China there. Now, to give you an idea of what they're doing there in India to kind of get the ball rolling, Foxconn's Chennai plant now operates 7 days a week, including Sundays, which were previously off days. The plant produced about 20 million iPhones back in 2024. That included the 15 and the 16. Let's see how much they can actually make going forward. And just to give you some idea, so you can have an idea of how many iPhones are being built in India versus how many they sell. Apple sold about 220 million iPhones last year, with roughly about 20% of those 220 that were already coming from India. The rest currently comes from China, as we know, which will be phased out for US-bound shipments again. And this is a good look for a reason, because we were talking about a $3,500 iPhone jokingly. Of course, I never thought it was going to get that high, but the move could protect Apple's margins as well as prevent iPhone price hikes in the US. We'll have to see if there's any difference in the 17's price, the comparable 17 to the 16. Now, do you have anything before I continue?
No, I forgot my water at the thing. Yeah.
No worries. So China, by the way, China today, there's a whole saga happening between President Donald Trump, and President Xi Jinping. I like that one. So Donald had his own version of the story. The Ministry of Commerce in China has their own version. Let's talk about it. Well, we'll talk about this one first. So China is first granting exemptions to some U.S. imports from that eye-watering 125% tariff, signaling what could be a de-escalation in trading tensions. The Ministry of Commerce is asking companies to submit to them a list of critical goods they can't source from anywhere else other than the United States, and then they may qualify for a waiver. Sectors already benefiting from this waiver are pharmaceuticals and aerospace. For example, the company Safran reported tariff exemptions on engines and landing gear. Okay? Just to give you some idea here, a list of 131 product categories set to be under review include vaccines, chemicals, jet engines, all reportedly worth about $45 billion back in 2024. So that's not a small number there. Okay? Economic impact. So China's economy, as we know, is facing rising unemployment, deflation, and inventory glut, which definitely doesn't help the situation. Although China posted a $1 trillion trade surplus in 2024, it depends on U.S. imports for key materials like ethane and certain pharmaceuticals. And you're already seeing big pharma take advantage of this, with U.S.-based production already having received or requested exemptions. We're going to go to Adara for a sec.
Keep an eye on IBIT. We have comments through coming here from new SEC Chairman Paul Atkins. Reportedly, he's saying that the agency previously fostered regulatory uncertainty for the crypto sector. That's all I'm seeing so far. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. But I think it's worth noting, if you're involved in any of these crypto plays, that new SEC Chairman Paul Atkins reportedly making some comments that I'm seeing coming through here. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Did you want to cover anything before we go on?
You can continue, brother.
All right. Let's talk a little bit Bitcoin here. This is all technicals now, so very little fundamentals here about this. So apparently, Bitcoin surged past its average resistance. I didn't think this was a resistance, but apparently it was 87,000, reaching, obviously, it's above that level now, 94.2, which was a critical level using Fibonacci's, right? Or Fibonacci, so however you want to call them. 6.18 was a level there. The crucial barrier is set to be 94,250. What's it at right now, Joseph? Let's find
95,000.
Woo!
400.
95,500.
Oh, 95,
494.
yeah.
So we're at 95.5 already, baby. So hopefully we close above that. So a weekly close, Joseph, above it could open the path to a move into 99,500, which would be the 786 fib level. Support zones in case of rejection of that level, we're looking at a minor level of 90,500 and a solid base at around 87,000. So if we do reject that 94,250, we could find support at those levels. But you have to appreciate, at least if you're a Bitcoin investor, the decoupling from Bitcoin and stocks. Bitcoin is increasingly behaving like a safe haven asset, showing correlation with gold rather than U.S. equity. So keep that into consideration. Now, there was some accumulation here by some whales. Wallets holding between 10 and 10,000, which is not a small range. Bitcoin accumulated 19,000 BTC during the recent rally, indicating long-term confidence. Just to give you some idea here, with respect to outflows, about 425,000 Bitcoin were withdrawn from exchanges since November of last year. The lowest levels, guys, since 2018, signaling reduced selling pressure. And there's also a potential for a short squeeze. Apparently, there's about $700 million in shorts that could be liquidated if Bitcoin clears that 95,000, which it already did. Let's see if it does on closing print, which could obviously trigger a move into that 100,000 area. Now, with respect to inflows into, oh yeah, there you go, Fabian. With respect to inflows now, with respect to into the spot ETFs, this week, not including today, Bitcoin spot ETFs drew in about $2.2 billion in new capital, boosting obviously market liquidity. But there is cautious optimism ahead. If there is a pullback into 94,250 and it's not cleared, or soon that is, profit taking could drag this back, as I mentioned, back to 90,500 or even 87, which is a more solid of a base. Joseph, anything?
Yeah, I can cover some NVDA here, guys. B-balling, I see what you're saying in the chat, but I'm happy to be wrong, all right? Yeah, I understand. I told you that I'm long this. Okay, we broke through that 110 call. Well, great. Guess what? Who's that good for? It's good for me. I'm happy about that one. So we're starting to continue. We're continuing to climb here in the market. You can see that the SPY is now starting to squeeze. The Qs are starting to squeeze. This is absolutely fantastic. 111.37. I tried another short. It didn't work. That's okay. We're going to continue to look for these trades. Palantir now back up to 111. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. What is right? There we go. Palantir moving on the way up. This is exactly what we want to see. Bitcoin heading towards the high of day. There has to be something positive coming out. Look at the SPY.
Adara.
Once we broke out, then you can see that
Trump is talking.
Trump is talking. There we go. We're getting some more
Audio
only. This is why we can see some possibly more volume coming in here. We broke through those resistance levels, and now we're continuing to climb here in the market. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Trump saying that they'll be reasonable on tariffs. Yeah, thank you for sending this to me, Sharif. He's talking here right now, apparently on this Air Force One. Said they'll be reasonable on tariffs. Just be aware that he is speaking right now. Good look for this market potentially with regards to that reasonable on tariffs. He also said the markets are adjusting to tariff policy, he says. So he thinks the markets are adjusting to these policies. I'm still listening. Back to you.
Way too much winning going on right now.
Joseph, can I just mention something super
absolutely.
quick? Here it is, guys. If you guys want to listen to the Donald Trump stream yourself, it's an audio only. It's on the White House website. You can click the White House YouTube homepage right there, and it's got it right there. So he's on Air Force One right now, apparently, and he's making comments. So Donald Trump speaking at the moment. He's talking about Gaza right now. So we'll see if there's any market commentary that comes in. Keep your eye out on any market moves right now. The Orange Man dropping hot lines, Joseph.
All right, so yeah, here we go. You can see that I was long Palantir earlier. I got out. I was telling Hal Laura yesterday, either let it hit your profit target or get stopped out. I didn't do that. It held VWAP to a T. Really good look. Palantir up 3% on the day. NVDA now north of 5%. Tesla climbing as well, too. Not north. We're right around 5%. 4.7% on the day. Amazon starting to break through some key resistance levels as well. The market is absolutely flying, ripping to the top side. This is what we want to see. Amazon positive, up 1%. What's Tesla up to? I don't know. Let's take a look. We'll find out what Tesla's up to. How much percentage are we up here? 9.7%, Sharif, on the day. Tesla putting in an absolute monstrous session. I sold at 235. It's now trading at 285, heading towards some key resistance zones. It happens. It's just part of the game. Sometimes you're going to make some good calls. Sometimes you make some bad ones. Kathy Wood sold Nvidia. I don't know. It was like $10 relative to the split now. It happens. I'm not comparing myself to Kathy Wood or anything along those lines. Me? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, the ARC, I think, still sucks at this point. Does it? I don't know. I haven't looked at it, but here you go. 287 and change. Tesla still going. Look at the tape here, guys. I don't know why I'm pointing at it. Super strong, especially in the likes of Nvidia. Absolutely strong market. Fantastic stuff. Nvidia's tape is just is so strong. I'm like, I can't be fighting it. Look at the continuous offers are hitting the offer. Continuously hitting it. Flush to the downside. You don't want to fight this tape. This is what I was referring to the other day, guys. Go back if your platform allows you to do so. Go and watch some film of some strong tape, some weak tape, and a mixtape. Again, a mixtape. There we go. DJ 2 AM. Just when it's mixed, when there's a lot of ups and downs in the market. But here you go, beautiful stuff here, guys. I'm glad that Nvidia is continuously climbing higher. I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. I will continuously add. I will wait for a retest. I was showing Sharif the channel from a daily standpoint. We are now on the backside of it. Can we continue to climb here? Still down roughly, I think, 30% off of those all-time highs. Let's see if we can climb higher and higher in Nvidia. But one thing that, before I send it back, most importantly, this is great, but what I want to see is some follow-through come Monday morning. I don't want to see this exuberant buying. I want this to be continued. I want us to continue to climb higher because we are hella long.
Can you get much higher? So high.
Go to Adara. We're going to Adara.
My bad. Yeah, I'm not connected anymore.
Trump already finished his comments. That was really brief. At the end, he's actually just talking about how it's Melania's birthday. So other than the comments that he wants to be reasonable on tariffs, there wasn't a ton said there. But more comments coming from SEC Chairman Paul Atkins. He was asked here about delisting Chinese companies. He said, quote, the agency will take action if companies do not abide by laws. So once again, we have the Trump administration not at all dismissing potential claims or potential, I guess the potential in general of delisting Chinese companies. Back to you.
All right, thank you, guys. Guess what, Sharif?
What?
In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book exactly like we're looking at here in the markets, guys, and the chain. Just like a financial exchange, pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to 300 big ones there, guys. So that is it. Good luck there. If you guys were long today throughout the whole day, congratulations to you. You got to learn your lesson from trying to short strong stocks. I mentioned this. That call wall at 110 didn't come into play. You can see that we squeezed north of that and just continued that northeast trajectory. So beautiful stuff here on NVDA. Sharif now closer to 4.9% on the day, and the Qs are continuing to climb. What is Google up to? Let's take a look. I seen Katina Man was still riding that bear. Google wants no part of this participation in this market right now. You can see we're still hovering around 162. I was looking for a continuation of this strong announcement print right here, and we got none of that. We came back in, giving back about 40 to 60% of that move, still hovering around 162 and change. I like some of these other big names. Google not looking too good right now, Sharif. Damn. Let's go. On what? You're back in CEP?
No, JagX, baby.
Dang,
shout out to my man Buvin, a.k.a. I mean, he's always going to get the shout outs, bro. My other pair of eyes. Give me that print, boy. Boom. Where are we long? 1355. We just took 1450 there. The next level I'm setting up at 14 3/4. Let's freaking go. All right, so sadly, I got a partial fill over here at 13.5. Not really sure why I got a partial fill. I don't exactly take the biggest size around here, but that's the way it is, and we're going to deal with it. So 1475 is where I'm waiting at. Here it is.
Bang, man.
Doing it freaking live. All right, there we go. There we go. Let's go again, baby. Let's go. Now we're going to go up to 15.25. That's where we're going to wait at, Joseph. 15.25. I like that number. We're doing it live. Let's see if this one wants to clear. Here comes 15. Get it, Katina man. Let's go, Katina man. Do that dance. But keep your pants on. That's fine. Oh.
Oh, whoa. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
I didn't think I was going to get that reaction from you, homie. That was great. Boom! We take out 15.25, Katina man. Wow. All right, we're dropping the cash there. That was a good one right there. Shout out to my man Bovin. Jag X in 14. Add 13.5. Now I have to cancel my orders, guys, because it'll fill me if I get down into that order, okay?
Hey, yo.
So now I have to cancel that order because it's no longer valid for me, so we'll take that one out. This, as you can see over here, was a partial fill. We didn't get the full position there. Otherwise, it would have been Aqua, like that one at 14. But there we go. We add 14 initial entry, add at 13.5 to test this area of technical resistance. I'm talking about that. The two topping tail candles, into 13.5. That manifested before the big boy break at 13.10. Then bang, 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 bang to the high side. So very happy with this one. Guys, this one held the 10 exponential like a dang glove. Look at that ugly bottoming tail candle right there. Almost holds up to the penny at the 10 exponential. And this has already shown you its intentions, its propensity to want to respect the 10 exponential for whatever reason. So good look right now on your friend JAGX. Were you here when Jag was that guy that used to sit beside Patty? Were you here when he was there?
Yeah, I met Jag briefly.
Yeah. Shout out to Jag. He hasn't been here in like a year, but whatever. Shout out to Jag. Jag X, baby. Giving it D's over here. We're also doing it freaking live on your friend CSIQ. We're going to take profits here, man. Joseph. Good look right now on Canadian Solar, baby. We'll cancel that order, and now we'll put up another one. So Canadian Solar's putting a hell of a rounded bottom. CSIQ, shout out to my buddy Alfred, who was bag holding the crap out of this, and then finally decided maybe it was time to let the solar industry die a respectable death and not have to DCA into it to no end. So he did get out of that. He took a hit. He took a big hit on that one, but he's still up way more than he's down. Shout out to my buddy Alfred. So now we're waiting, guys, as I mentioned on this one. Let's go ahead and wait at 25s over here. CSIQ showing me 16s on the bid, or the ask, excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Uh-oh. City boy. He dropping the cash. Even though y'all never touch MSTR, I dare trace MSTR all the time. Check the triple bottom in the daily, projected 440 to 460, and she on the move. Okay, you're calling her a female now, I see. Love y'all, bros. Keep up the high energy and comedy. Y'all make trading fun. $4,000 freaking dollars on the day. Shout out to my boy, City Boy, 305. You're gonna need it, bro. Miami's an expensive city. Woo!
Yeah. It's a shooter out
He knows,
there.
bro.
City Boy 305. Holler at me.
Bro.
Me and the boys were thinking about doing a little road trip down there for an FLA game. So I'll holler at you, City Boy, with that type of cash. I know you got us covered, my guy. So thank you.
Drinks on him, bro. Or you're not drinking.
I'm not drinking.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, but if the Leafs win, maybe we might have one or two. Big OTW for my boys last night. What an absolute rocket from the point. And we're getting that up 3-0. Yeah, exactly. Up 3-0 in the series. Let's see if we can close it out here. But I mean, I think we got our work cut out for us against Florida. The Panthers.
They eliminated us one year, didn't they?
Yeah, last year in the second round.
Last year, that was it. Okay.
I
remember that.
In the second round. It wasn't even close. So hopefully we can get through that. But I mean, I think they're the team to beat. If we can get through Florida, then I'm not going to say it's a clean path to the Stanley Cup there, Sharif, but our odds are definitely in our favor. And may our odds always be in our favor. Shout out to, what's that, Hunger Games. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor that and see what the Leafs are doing. We got a game on Saturday.
This guy's mean, bro. Viper horse. Come on, man. Why do you have to say that to us, bro? We're having a good time over here. Why can't you just comment something nice, man? Or just shut the hell up, period. All right, so here...
Come back with a better attitude. We'll see you on Monday. Come back with a better attitude. That's okay. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Joey, bro. He got hands. All right, City Boy, your point very well taken, my friend. There's that triple bottom City Boy's pointing at right there. Once, twice, Obi freaking trice. No, that Obi back there. No, it's 225. I think that's what you're looking at, City Boy, isn't it? That 225 triple bottom. And now you're getting a big boy neckline break. I'll submit to you, you probably got that neckline break at around 340. Now we're talking about 369 high a day. So MSTR, point well taken, my friend. Good look for MSTR. And it kind of broke that downward channel. I don't know how you feel about this, City Boy, but lower high, lower high, lower highs, all over here, and then you get that break. So that lower downward channel getting broken at least, and it's been valid, to be fair, since early December, December 5th, I believe. You can even take it back a little bit even more, late November, in fact. So shout out to City Boy, good call out there, my man. But I do see the triple bottom you were talking about there. Good look, good look, good look. What else we got? Any tags? Anything I have to cover? Tyler, SoFi, doing the best. You're the best, bro. Let's have a look at SoFi. You're nicer than that Viper guy. SoFi is holding.
Oh, wow, man.
Let's have a look over here, Joseph, at SoFi. Yeah, this is a good recovery here on SoFi. Obviously, we're still in that lower high phase. I did mention this earlier. So I did look at this earlier. Look, we've kind of broke that downward trend on the upper trend line, which is good. That's step number one. Step number two, and this is just for me, my man, I need to see that higher high. So that higher high, when you look at the area of March 24th, 25th, and 26th, you see it rejects at 14 bucks. So I need to see it print above 14 on a closing basis. So you got step number one, you broke that trend line. That's not the end all and be all. You shouldn't rely on one anything anyway. In addition to that, you want that big boy break above that previous area high. So now you have a higher high. So that's what I'd say to you on SoFi, but a fantastic look and a good defend at 10. It didn't spend that much time below 10 bucks. Now there's a 3% rule or a 3-period rule, whatever you want to use. And what I mean by that is a lot of technicians won't say the level has been breached unless it's 3% below that key level on a closing basis or spends 3 periods below that key level on a closing basis. And the reason I say periods is because if you're charting on the daily, that's 3 days. If you're charting on the weekly, that's 3 weeks, right? So there's that 3-period rule, and this one did not spend more than 3 periods, 3 days in this case, because it's a daily below 10 bucks, it was able to get above it. So I'd say to you that $10 level is a hell of a defend, although obviously dropped to 8. But look at that day that it dropped to 8. Look what it did. It ended up closing above 10. So clearly there was aggressive buying there to defend that $10 level. SoFi, good, man. I mean, we've talked about SoFi before. We've talked about, you know, it's, I don't want to call it cousin, but obviously a very similar company. In Robinhood, obviously SoFi doesn't have trading, or I don't think it has trading, but they are that decentralized finance push, right? To get away from traditional banking and into more online, decentralized look. So not a bad look there. Let's see how SoFi continues to trade. Thank you for pointing that out, but I think I did cover it. Saeed Hussein, Mr. Sharif, any thoughts on CEP? My man, all we were doing was trading CEP this morning, my man. It's littered with entries and exits. So CEP was good to me, and then it changed its tune a little bit. I'm technically still positive on it, and I'm happy about it, but it did get below the volume-weighted average price on a wick basis, but that wick was enough to stop me out because those wicks are like dollars, okay? So now it's above VWAP. It's doing the dance right now with 33 and 34. It's having trouble clearing 34 like it did when I was piecing some out over here. It had a lot of trouble clearing 34. It dropped down into 32s, and that's where I got stopped out. A little bit above 32, 32 and a quarter. Right there. So yes, it is good, but make sure it's setting up in the right way. David, I don't know how to say your last name, brother. I'm not good at pronouncing these. Sharif, what's your shoe size, and do you have Venmo? Do we even have Venmo in Canada? Is that a thing in Canada? It's not, right? It's we got something called e-transfer.
Johnny transfer.
Yeah, you know,
I think it's significantly more easier and efficient.
My shoe size is 11 and a half, and I don't have Venmo.
You know what I noticed? Okay, so I'm in Dallas, and it's like, okay.
Thank you for the $10.
I'm in Dallas, and like, okay,
Yeah,
if you pay something with your credit card, they still give you the bill and make you sign it and everything along.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what kind of ancient stuff is this? Like,
Yeah, make everybody-
Who still signs it? Who still signs it? Like, I thought you guys were supposed. I thought I'm over here. I'm thinking we're gonna have some more high tech stuff, and it's like Apple Pay doesn't even work on half the machines. I'm like, what is this? Like, where am I? And how many years did I go back here? I still gotta sign a check. It's $20.
You're endearing yourself to all the Americans in the chat.
Well, hey, I'm just trying to help you. They know I love them. But
Yeah,
what
bro.
is this signing of a check?
is bad.
This isn't
It's
the
bad,
90s.
bro. It's bad.
Like, I thought you guys came up with Apple Pay, not us. Like, let's get it more used around there. And like, come on, Venmo. What is it? PayPal and what's the other one that they have going on there? Starts with
Cash App.
No, Cash App, and then there's like Stel or something like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, or something like
Stripe?
that. No, it's like Stelly or something like that. Like, what's up with that? Come up with one thing where all I need is your email address, and I can send you cash straight to your bank. Come on, get with it.
I love it. Tell them how you really feel, Joe.
I am. I'm saying it's ancient technology, essentially.
Love it.
I don't know what's going on with that.
No,
one.
I happen to agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and I'm like, I thought you guys were supposed to be coming up with Zelle. There it is, Zelle. Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
just like,
I've heard
okay,
of
how
that,
many more things do I need? How many more apps do I need on my phone to send you money when all I need here is just an email address? Like, come on.
Ozan, Sharif, I'm coming to Toronto in June.
Bang.
Can I stay with you? I like you, Ozan. I don't like you that much, bro. Thank you for that funny comment. Shout out to my man Ozan in the chat. He's a funny guy. China.
Ozan, we got some more
What
stuff
happened,
for you.
bro?
Sharif, it's Ozan's favorite time of the day. Guess what?
huge.
New traders, listen up, Ozan. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Ozan, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ozan, I know you're ready to elevate your trading, so scan that QR code and check the link in the description, my friend. There it is. What a crash out Fridays, man. We're having a good time today. The market's moving higher. I mean, it's a good day, and obviously, I'm going to throw some hearts up in the chat because we love you guys all. It doesn't matter where you're from or anything like that. We poke fun because that's what friends do. We poke fun at each other. We love that you guys are in the chat every day. Like I said, regardless of what country you're in, it's irrelevant to us, that's for sure. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely Friday, says Joe Mama. I mean, is it Mother's Day this weekend? Or next weekend? It's May. All right. Hey, listen, I'm not that good at dates. I told you guys I don't even know when Valentine's Day is. All right, I'm just not that good. I'm not even going to tell you which. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. The only holiday that really matters to me is New Year's because that's when we get to party and travel to warm destinations because that's what I do. Come that time, best believe I'm going to be hopping on a plane and going to my favorite country, Mexico, next to Canada. So again, we love that, all that stuff. So again, we don't care where you're from, what you do. All that matters is that you're here with us, trading every day. Trying to put up some money and putting on those yeah, exactly, Mean Gene, putting up those good trades. Let's go, says Obi. Bang, he's getting that reversion right now in the market. Let's go. That's exactly what we need. I appreciate that handle, man. Much appreciated. Pug Life. Now I know it's February 14th. Sweeping, whatever. Joe, you have a girlfriend. How do you not know when Valentine's Day? I told you I'm not very good with birth dates. I'm actually really, really horrible. The market is now absolutely tanking. That play, yeah, it's really, really, it's really coming in here now, guys. So, hey. It is what it is. We tried the shorts. Now we're starting to pull back in. Super hedge coming into play right now. Let's see what Adair's got for us.
Trump is saying that he will not drop China tariffs unless they, quote, give us something. What he wants is unclear, but Trump is saying they will, that's reported by Bloomberg. Trump is saying he will not be dropping the China tariffs unless they, quote, give us something. If I find anything out more in the story, I'll let you know. Another thing here is that according to The Verge, Shein and Temu are raising their prices to respond to Trump tariffs. So China and Trump back and forth continues here. Again, not going to drop China tariffs unless he gets something from China. That is reported by Bloomberg. Back to you.
Yeah, puts are coming into play. And honestly, world ablaze. I took my attempts here. You can see that I tried shorting. I'm not just going to put something on for no reason. I have to be patient now. You can see that the Qs now just engulfed all of this. So how high were we climbing higher? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes gone in 10 minutes right there. 40 minutes of climbing higher, evaporated just like that in a span of 7 minutes. We were in squeeze-like price action. Again, the market will, if it wants to find an excuse, it will find one. There you go. Trump obviously having to tweet once again. We won't do anything with China, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, look how excited the market was. Just like that, flips it on his head. So, like, I don't know what to say here, Shreve. Like,
what happened,
Trump, he said that he's not going to do anything with China unless they give us something.
I'm
so
not
there you go.
do anything.
He's not doing anything, and you can see it reflected here in the market. The Qs now giving back all of that breakout here in a matter of a couple minutes. So see you later. It is audios.
Bro, everything is like
it's gone.
insane.
Boom,
I mean, I told you, we're going to deal with this for the next 2 years, 4 years, excuse me.
It's like, see you later.
See those Trump 2028 hats circulating?
Yeah,
Joseph?
I see them.
Start some controversy here, boy.
Yeah.
I've been seeing those Trump 2028 hats. Oh, boy. Constitutional crisis? Question mark?
No.
Uh-oh. Watch the chat now. Fabian, I know you want me to get into that, Fabian. Oh, yeah. Fabian, he likes that life, bro. All right. So, yeah, Bears versus Bulls. Poor guy. Oh, boy. Because he's going to have to monitor the chat now. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So that's the look right now. We're involved in, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. We're involved in CSIQ. And I added on the pullback into the 10 exponential. I'm looking for a move up, wetting the beak at 10s likely. Let's see, or if it crosses into 10s, we'll see it's up 20%. This one's been quite respectful of the moving averages for the most part. Now that obviously could change at any moment in time. So we'll see exactly what the situation is with that. My man Syed Hussein, Mr. Sharif. My name is on the bottom left of the screen, by the way, brother. I see you're good at what you do. That's a lie. You're going... Reload. Come on. What the hell happened? My computer ran out of memory. Going down below 32. Yes. Here's the deal, bro. CEP. You're going to have to be careful with this one, Syed, because it's just continually putting in lower highs and lower lows. So if we could say that this is the area top, and I don't think there would be any disagreement about that, that is the high of the day. This candle here at 1210, 38.88. Look at the pattern, Said. Every time we have a bit of a pop up, we end up making a lower high and a lower low subsequent. So yes, it's not that far away from the volume weighted average price at around 33 bucks. But the fact of the matter is the trend is not helping us. So what I would say to you, Syed, is wait for a decided trend change where you're starting to see those higher highs and those higher lows. You're not trying to catch a falling knife in a way, hey, maybe it holds up at 32, maybe it doesn't, right? I would say the statistics, the probability is not on your side here for a long, especially because it's down and to the right. And I don't trade these just personally, guys, below the volume weighted average price. They have to be above VWAP for me to stay involved in this. So shout out to Syed, and I hope you print up multiple storms on that. Shout out to my man there. Let's see what else we got. Any tags here about anything new? Just there's a lot of... I don't know why Northwestern Canopy Developments still his comments are getting blocked, but he says Palantir still wants 111 today. Sorry, brother, I don't know why Streamlabs is blocking your comments.
Might be the first word.
Oh, I missed the first word. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
That's what I said earlier.
Oh, okay. Good point. Murguy, Sharif, any thoughts on microalgo, MLGO? Do you think it will recover? Let's have a look, brother. See what microalgo's up to on the day. MLGO. So the daily chart, obviously a bit of a tougher look. This is going back to June 2018. This is the daily chart on it, obviously. Am I fully updated? What the hell is this, bro? This is not even updated. What's happening here? Okay. Look, it's showing me April 2020. What? It's showing me April. Oh, I see. My mistake. I was reading that wrong. Okay.
Oh, you thought it was the year?
Yeah, I was reading that wrong as opposed to the day. My mistake. Okay. So this is not a good look. Merguy. And the reason I say that is you have that area top, you drop all, you have very aggressive drop, you have a good green candle there that pops it back up, and then we have lower highs and lower lows subsequent. So I feel like this could be like flat bottom breakish through that 6. It's tough. You're also well below many moving averages here. You're below the 200, you're below the 50. That $10 psychological resistance got rejected. You know, if it doesn't hold up at 6.25, 6, I mean, I personally wouldn't be interested in this one. There's obviously this area of consolidation as well between the 3 and 5. Kind of hard to see there. Let me know how it goes on Macroeconomic, but it's not something that's easy to read. I think that there is an area of support at around 5 or 6. You saw that over here as support. You're seeing it over here as resistance. Shout out to Donald. But yeah, tougher look today on Macroeconomic. Hope I mean, I wish I could be a bit more optimistic.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Sharif, you're not tapped in there.
No,
we're going to Adara.
Oh, go ahead.
Once again, it is Trump time. So there's another story as well here, which I have on my screen, but I'll start here with the Trump stuff. Trump apparently still saying that they have they will, I guess this is in the future, they're planning on having some deals made, but then others, they'll set the tariff. So they're looking, I guess, to do a partial negotiation, partial tariff style going forward, according to Donald Trump. He also said, I said there'd be a transition. So basically, I guess to people who are concerned about the market, he's saying, look, I told you guys there'd be a transition. So that coming here from Trump. Also, keep an eye on UNH. Luigi Mangione, who is, of course, accused of shooting the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, has now pled guilty in federal, or sorry, not guilty. Luigi Mangione has pled not guilty in federal court to the murder of the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson. UNH, this stock has moved on this type of story in the past, so just be aware here. Luigi Mangione news, pleading not guilty. Back to you.
Whew.
Yeah.
You want to create more controversy? Or
Yeah.
Are you feeling
Controversial?
Controversial?
Controversial? No, not really.
No? Okay.
But we can do it though. I mean, I'm game for anything, brother. You know that. Set it up. Fire me up, brother.
The love for Mangione. Does it surprise you?
No, to be honest with you. It's just because people do that stuff. You know how like people always have those like jail pen pals, and then those females get married to the guys that are like convicted murderers.
Do you think it's that though, or do you think it's? What the?
Nobody likes health.
Look at the dude in the chat.
What do you say?
Kung Fu Sharif, what's up?
Let's go.
I don't even like Kung Fu. Kung Fu Sharif. He spelt it with 2 F's. Donnie Tariffs killing it. I need to see this picture. I need to see it immediately. Is this me with a Kung Fu? Oh my freaking God. What the hell is this, bro? What is this, dude? What is this?
That's crazy.
No, man.
Yeah.
No, man. I'm not even Korean, bro.
Yeah, it's Korean.
Why they got a Korean and he's got the stash too?
That's crazy.
Print screen.
That is actually
Taking that. I'm saving that immediately. Paint. Where's paint? Control V. Aw, there. This is amazing.
Yeah, that is
Why
great.
would you do that to me, man? I did nothing to
actually
anyone.
hilarious.
Oh, man, Kung Fu Sheriff. I love that, man. Thank you for that. That made me chuckle right there. I look quite displeased in that picture, though, Joseph.
No, you look like you're businessman. All
Oh, my God. What is this?
all
dude?
kung fu at that point.
Everybody said Kung Fu fighting. The fastest light. Sorry. All right, Kung Fu
Sharif,
something
man.
or other, guys. Goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
whoever the world is, trade something. Are you happy? I'm in some shorts or whatever it is now. I'm short Nvidia if you're looking for the continuation of the breakdown. So hopefully you're pleased on that front there as we continue to bleed there. Sharif.
Sorry, bro, man. I'm having a good time
Come on,
today.
breakdown.
It's a Friday. I'm having a good time.
Bitcoin
It's
getting
funny, guys. You
absolutely
guys are
smoked, man. Like,
Bitcoin's getting smoked?
Like why does this guy always have to say something about tariffs? Just chill out.
Yeah,
It's
he's just
Friday.
the way. That's the way he is, Joseph.
Yeah, like it was such a good day, and now
Yeah.
look at it. I mean, crazy.
That's Sharif of trading during the workout. What cute doobies? Oh, Neil, bro, you gotta see this. I gotta send this to you, Neil. This is jokes. Let me put this up on the screen. Neil, look at the screen. Someone made this account. Well, I don't know why anyone would do that, Neil, but it's a chuckler. It's a chuckler. Eddie R. And the address is Sharif Khan Carnes 69 Meat. What's happening there, Eddie? I don't know what's happening. All right, guys, we're having a good time. We're doing rally. Chief Sharif, I appreciate you guys. I'm not Korean, Ahmed. Get it, Ahmed. What else we got? G Castro, Sharif, CSIQ. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Adara.
Breakdown.
More Trump news. So keep an eye on the market. Trump saying more things about tariff. He says that people are beginning to understand how good tariffs are. So apparently, Trump opining here on people's understanding of tariffs, talking a little bit about Iran as well. But I think the biggest thing here from his most recent spate of comments is that people are beginning to understand how good tariffs are. Also, for the record, Sharif, I think if anything, you look like Ralph Macchio and Karate Kid in that awesome photo. Back to you.
I like that guy, Adara. And he doesn't age. Have you noticed how he still looks the same? Like, what the hell? Like, Adara's saying the Karate Kid guy, like not the new Karate Kid, the old one from the 80s. Yeah, the OG. Oh, man. This has been it's been an interesting day, guys. You guys have been making us chuckle in the chat, man. We appreciate you. 99% of you are good vibes, and we really do appreciate you guys joining us during the slower time of day. And we try to have chuckles, you know what, and giggles around here. But we got to go back to Derek because Donald's talking.
I'm so sorry, guys. We have more news on Trump and tariffs. Trump saying apparently that another tariff pause is unlikely. So we have our 90-day pause. Trump has actually said that that wasn't because of the bond market, regardless of whatever speculation. He said that this pause happened because he wanted to figure out what numbers he was trying to do here. We're getting actually a little bit of a pop in the market right now. But again, the only thing I'm seeing is Trump saying another tariff pause is not likely to happen. Back to you.
I know that there's a wax on, wax off joke there somewhere. I just don't know how to include it. Wax poetic about that. Yes, yes. Okay, we'll keep you know, I'll keep thinking. But the question you guys asked me, what's my out on CSIQ? A break at 1090, it's all over. All right, so 1090 was an area support, resistance level earlier on, and it's also a little bit. Actually, I want to say that. Here's the deal. If it loses the 20 exponential, I'm out. So it's not going to be 1090. I will give it to 1095. The 20 exponential moving average on the 5 has been defended very well by CSIQ on the day. If it doesn't this time around, I want no smoke with it, okay? So this is the CSIQ chart, 5 minutes. The yellow line is the 20. The green line is the 10. This held very respectfully at that 20. It did it again over here. So if it loses, I've got 2 more pennies over here before I get stopped out on CSIQ, but that's okay. We'll stay positive on the day. Let's go ahead and put that stop stop for CSIQ. I'm going to put it at 93s, and that's going to be my position on that. How many shares do I have? Oh, basically nothing, so that's fine. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll put the stop there. So CSIQ is going to have to hold up above the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Otherwise, that's the end of the trade there. And I think I already got stopped out, or I typed it in wrong there, Joseph. That's it. So did I get stopped out? No, I'm fine. Why does this show that? That's bizarre. So then I must have had a stop below 11, Joe, before I added. That's exactly it. That's why. So I did stop out for some of the on the break of 11 because I added here and then I added here. So my previous stop was below 11. So we're still holding some. We're holding some at 11.05. So now the stop at below 1093 will trigger if we don't have a defend of the 20. So that's what I'm looking at right now. CSIQ is giving up the ghost, but a lot of these small cap gappers are, even BBAI kind of doing a rounded top, rejecting $3.50. It's also coming down into 3 mid-40s at the 20 exponential. Look for something here on BBAI during the afternoon show at around 330. 330 was that area resistance level, and by the time this makes it down, likely VWAP will be at 330. VWAP currently at 328. So I just got stopped out of the remaining amount there on CSIQ. So we'll take a bit of a hit there, but we're still positive on the day. And I'm happy about that because we did take a couple of hits on CEP, or not CEP, excuse me, was it JAGX? UPXI. UPXI was the one that really got me in trouble a little bit over here, but we did exact a little bit of a revenge on this one, but we still, am I negative on UPXI? Yes, I am negative on UPXI. So this is the one that did the most damage to me. CEP was actually good to me. JAGX was good to me. UPXI, not so much. So that's where we made the biggest mistake today. but we'll still stay positive on the day. Joseph.
Yeah, guys, I'm short Nvidia here. You can see from 110.40. I'm looking for approximately a $1 move here. Hopefully we don't squeeze. 109.60 is when I'm going to start to take some off. That's going to be a nice trade if we can get it down there. So I'm going to try to diamond hands this, but you can see we're starting to run into some key support levels. But the Qs are tanking, so hopefully NVDA will start to somewhat capitulate. If we can get all those calls that are in the money now at that 110 and get them to break down. So let's see, going to be patient, wait. We're continuously defending. Don't love it, but we do still have some selling pressure, which is a positive note. Really, really weak tape. We're going to try to hold on to this for 109.60. Hopefully that can come into play before the market bounces off the volume weighted average price. Or maybe I should take some off because we're just continuously rejecting here. I know it may be just a consolidation phase before we take an additional leg lower, but if we don't punch through right about now, then okay, there we go. See, still just bouncing. You can see the strength in the defense here too, guys. So focus on the time of sales, and you can see it as we punch into these support levels. You can see the defense come right back in here. So let's break through this one here. You can see that? Oh, is it buzzing? Oh, okay. I don't wonder why. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Fabian. Yeah, so let's go. Let's see if we can break through. Let's see again. We just get that another additional pop. Market's still heading lower, south of the volume weighted average price. 109.60 is that objective. Okay, there we go. Bang. Let's go, man. We're starting to break down. Who was it in the chat who was telling me to trade?
Who?
I don't know. I got to find this individual because I told you I wait for that precision, right? I'm waiting for you can bring it over there if it's bothering you there, Fabian. I got to keep those notifications on. I have a child at home now for all of you guys who know that. Yeah. So I got to watch out for that. I heard he was losing his stuff earlier today.
Was he actually?
Yeah.
What's his name? Andre had to go home too because his cat was
freaking out too.
Yeah, something happened with Andre's
feline, pets, man.
Happened,
Okay, so yeah, there we go. Yeah, World Ablaze. Are you happy, World Ablaze? Are you happy I'm in something for you now? This is why I told you, wait for participation. We wait for those precisions. I'm not a machine gunner, right? I'm not a machine gunner, Sharif. I'm a calculated sniper, and that's what I classify my trading as. The thing is, though, we can't always do what everybody else thinks. This is the beauty of trading. Everybody has their own game plan. I can't just be like, oh, Joseph, trade to trade. I'm going to tell you how it is, for real. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for those precision entries, and that's what we get here, all right? So that's what we're continuing to do. No way Joe has, I don't have any kids, Pretty Panda. I have he is my kid. What am I saying?
Hey,
I got
get him, Joe.
I got one there, man. He's most definitely one of my children. Yeah, what's up, Randy?
Oh, I'm sitting there trying to punch into positions. I didn't even notice you. How's it going, my man? Everything's good on a Friday?
Good.
Beauty. The weather is going to be good for the drive back. Decent weather tomorrow. Is it raining outside?
Up north of here.
Up north. Okay. It's going to rain here soon, Katina, man?
John's got his rain meter on.
That's crap. I wanted to. Can we get the mic if possible, Randy? Because I want to ask you about RoboTaxi. Yeah. You can stay over there, okay. Randy, my man. So I'm sure you already heard the news
today, man,
that your friend Elon is now doing RoboTaxi drives for employees, Randy. And he's got about 1,500 rides completed, about 15,000 miles. Austin, San Fran, and I believe Austin, San Fran, and one else. And Austin, San Fran, and where else, Randy? I don't know.
Forget.
In any event, what are your thoughts about that, brother? I want to hear some honest opinions.
First
here.
thought, can he bring it here?
Pardon me?
Can he bring it here?
Bring what here? Oh,
Yeah.
Can he bring it here?
Like, why doesn't everything have to be trialed down there? Why can't we have it here? Like,
that's a great point.
But why would he do it here?
I'm
though?
assuming, we got another little tidbit today. The reason Tesla was flying up today, it looks as if he might get
Cheaper
some
model.
exemptions from the National Transportation Safety Board, obviously.
that's sneaky, eh?
It's a federal branch. Who's he friends with?
Sneaky.
There you go. Well, he wasn't doing this for no reason.
No, I guess so.
Right? What are your thoughts, honestly?
Okay, so lower the barrier. Let's see what happens. The bottom line with the earnings this week, deliveries are down. What are we going to do about that?
Right.
Again, I said, was it yesterday, the day before?
Possibly.
I saw the profits on the power and energy storage side, which I like.
Which are up.
But there's also tariffs on the suppliers
time.
for those, so I'm kind of worried about that.
good point.
We have a cheaper, more stripped down Model Y/Model 3 coming. Is that the new Model 2Q? Who knows? But it's a smart move because the platform exists. Strip out some of the toys out of it. Keep FSD as an option.
Right.
Put out a $30,000 car.
Why not?
I like the thinking. You don't have to change or retool a lot of your
Can
production.
I say something to you? I have
Yes.
a TikTok video here on my favorite social media platform that I want to show you. This guy, Randy, he flies his drone every day around
The Tesla factory.
you know
Yep.
exactly
Seen
where I'm
it.
going
Yep.
with Austin. And
It's not me.
he's got a picture. I know it's you, isn't it?
No, it's not.
You're flying down there every day. No, seriously. So he's got pictures of these molds that fit the robo-taxi
Yes.
perfectly, and they were completely out of character. They weren't there before. So you know about this guy,
Pretty
right?
cool. Yeah, I've seen the video.
So the robo-taxi is already under construction, or it could be, like you and I have talked about many times, the robo-taxi and the
Prototypes,
Model
yeah.
2 could share the same,
Yep.
what's it called, platform.
Yeah,
Right?
It's the same platform. So yeah, interesting little tidbits. It's nice to see the sneaky stuff. It just keeps the hype going.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
He's all about that.
He's all about
He
the
always
hype.
he's like Apple. He keeps everything DL.
But
right?
I want to see better underlying numbers for next quarter.
100% agree.
And if the other divisions and of course carbon tax credits from the ICE companies and so forth can make up some of the revenue fall and turn it into a windfall, I would be very happy to see that.
And to be fair, Tesla, the automotive division, would have lost money had it not been for the carbon credits that they're selling.
Exactly. So that's a big thing. That's they got to make money and stand on their own two feet.
They do.
Especially as ICE companies move to making more electric cars, the less credits they need.
Exactly.
So there's a slippery slope here.
The requirement, the need for that Model 2 or Model Q even more. And the reason I say that is because they may lose the $7,500 tax credit.
Yeah.
So if they do that, then you have to just make the assumption that sales drop.
Yep.
If sales drop, they're only making that up if they increase prices.
Agree.
So, they need to move the needle somehow for their automotive division.
And there's competition coming. Look up a brand new little pickup truck called
I saw it.
Slate.
It's North American.
Backed by Bezos.
It's like that.
It's great.
It copies that Japanese small pickup
Yes,
truck, right?
I love
seen
it.
That.
With the credit now, less than 20 grand.
Yeah, I saw it like 15.
And you can add on all kinds of good stuff
It's
to
crazy.
it.
It's crazy.
Less than 20. Why can't Elon do that?
And that's the thing. He should be able to, especially
Yes,
he's got the economies of
exactly.
scale.
They
And I want
have-
to say something to you. See how the flatbed extends there? Because
Yes,
you can open the back into the passenger cabin, so you end up getting like a 9-foot bed instead of a 6-foot bed.
Smart.
Yeah, we got to show that car. What's the name of that car, Randy?
Slate.
Let's pull this up, man, because we got to show the people.
Great
Slate.
little tiny utility pickup.
Slate
that you can
pickup. There
convert
it
into
is.
a camper. You can convert it into
Here it
anything you
is,
want.
guys. Let's load that bad boy up.
It's 27,500 without the credit.
Guys, can we show this on the screen, please? Here it is.
With the
This is
credit,
it right here, guys.
less than
This is
20
the one.
grand.
We're doing it live.
This
So,
is the kind of product I want to see hit the market
Yes.
because you can do anything with
I
this
want to
little
show the
guy.
video of this too. I mean, we're overtime, but that's
Yeah, we're
fine. Give me a
overtime.
second. Give me a second. No, hold on.
Sean's
Let's
not
show
even
them.
here.
Let's do live. Slate pickup truck. I want to show the video, Randy, because I don't think the people are going to get the full picture unless we show the video. So here it is, guys. If we can load that bad boy up.
Just a great little sport.
All right, here we go. Let's
I
just
love it.
load that bad boy. There it is. That's what it is. Now we can possibly show some of the functionality over here. Let's see where we can load that up. That bed, the truck bed. I'm trying to load the part of the truck bed there, Randy, but it's not.
I would honestly take one of these over a Cybertruck tomorrow.
For real, huh?
Yep.
I don't know about that, brother,
I like
but
the size of it.
It's like the Ford Ranger.
yeah, this is not
It's
a bad
actually
look.
smaller than the Ranger. It's a little bit bigger than the Maverick, I think.
It looks like I made that thing in my
Exactly
backyard.
like the Ranger. It feels like, or the Maverick, something
yeah.
small like that, very
And
utilitarian.
It's been a great seller for Ford. Ford made a great play with the Maverick, and there's tons of them on the road. But this is pure electric. It's a lot cheaper than the Maverick, just as much utility.
And we know how much the Americans love pickups.
Yes.
And the Canadians.
But this could be a
too.
global platform because again, it's small enough, as you said, to be a Japanese truck. A lot of use in South America. You see tons of these on the road in the Caribbean. So, I mean, great idea. I like the look of it. It's very basic. There's not a lot of frills and toys.
All right,
you can
Randy,
add
we
stuff,
gotta go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Okay, Adara.
Go ahead, Adara.
Spotify making moves to the upside. Why? Because Financial Times is reporting that the company is having some price increases for subscriptions outside the U.S., specifically Europe and Latin America. So again, Financial Times reporting that Spotify subscriptions in Europe and Latin America will be having price increases. Back to you.
All right, guys, it's 2:04. 33.
2:04:33.
So we're owed 4 minutes and 36 seconds.
All right, I get that. But listen, Sharif, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, my man.
All right, my man. So, much anticipated. You guys might have heard this one before. So, Sharif, Friday quote, by the way. If I were to offer you $10 million, would you take it?
Yes.
Okay, but the only catch is that you don't get to wake up tomorrow. Would you still take it?
No.
Exactly. So tomorrow is priceless, guys. Have a good weekend.
Oh.
Enjoy it. Exactly. It doesn't even matter what it is. Tomorrow is absolutely priceless. Wake up with a smile on your face. Have a good day. Hit the gym. Do what you have to do. Make sure you enjoy it because it is essentially worth more money than you can offer. There you go. Rah. Bang.
Why you gotta flex at the end of that, man?
I have those too, but they're under here.
Yeah, go get it, Randy. That's what it's about. You don't need no muscles up in here. We're good to go. We're locked and loaded. Oh my goodness. I was wondering where he was going with that whole
like the waves,
what the heck?
always rolling. So stay in the game.
This is
like,
it.
subscribe.
Now you gotta show it off. That is like the ultimate warrior right there. No, but like I was wondering where he was going with this. If I offered you 10 million, what would you do? Of course, everyone's going to take it. Then, of course, but you got to die tomorrow. The real question becomes, I just heard Sean say this because this is where my mind went. At what age would you have to be where the answer would be yes? Because for a lot of people, it'll come down to this. There is an age at which you're like, okay, I'm going out, but I can give this to my family. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I think it gets interesting. You're like, I've lived a good life, but all of a sudden, it's like every people could be taken care of.
True.
My guess is it's probably really old, or you need more than 10 mil, because 10 mil is not what it used to be.
Well,
I mean, it's a lot.
I buy my coffee, I'm happy.
I know as long as you can buy your coffee.
That's life can be simple. That's all we need.
That's all we need.
Look at Tesla.
Dude, Tesla's been ridiculous. Sean's chilling over there because Randy wants to be here. He'll be there in a quick little minute. But
just here.
The move on Tesla, unbelievable. I just saw someone say the plunge protection team came in. Look, the buying that just came into this, that's not the plunge protection team. The plunge protection team comes in when the market is getting destroyed. There he is. Why is it's always so dark over there? You got to have some lights. I couldn't sit in that seat. Like, you couldn't even see me if I sat in that seat. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's the cave.
Of course, he's wearing all black, too, right? So that's how it is. Wow. It was a lot of fun on that midday show. Shout out to everyone. We appreciate you guys so much. But, like, the market, I was telling this to Obi, it feels like we're just waiting. Everyone was waiting for an excuse for that 550 on the SPY to drop it off. Like, we're breaking away. Trump says one thing, and it was just waiting for that moment. And then, boom, we just flushed through it. You saw this morning, Michael Noss talked about it. First, it was Brian Shannon mentioning this on Tuesday. You had 550 resistance. There's an anchored VWAP that goes there from the highs. We've rejected it, and all it took is some comments, man. But there were a lot of pot shots taken on the short side going into it. Like, it's a tough ride. Like, I tweeted out earlier.
A bit of a coaster.
That's like the plan of action was to be long Tesla, 260.
Came up a little short.
No, but did you see any green longs? No long, 0 for 1.
What a ride.
Kind of okay, lose again, finally catch one. And it eventually only gives you a $3 pullback. Like, what are the best pullbacks on Tesla? If you get the top, you get $5. If you get this one, you get $3. You get this pullback, you get $3. Like, the early one was actually the best. We got maybe 4 clean in there, and it trended down. So that's like the best it's giving you on those dips.
Not bad.
Is just a few bucks on the uptrend. Ripping faces off.
Nothing wrong with a $3 trade.
Well, it's not. Look, it's not bad, but you should be long.
You can't complain. But
your homie right here.
Yeah. I think it's kind of a sympathy play. They're riding Rivian or riding the coattails, but there's other things to look at. So not quite the bottom I would go along, but
no. Well, look at the 50
It's always
period.
A fun Friday.
Look at the 50 period. Look at the trend line.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not that bad, man.
Not that bad.
It's not that bad at all. I'm not saying I would be getting back into Rivian yet, but it's certainly getting close to considering it. That's for me anyways. Yeah. I got out of it. Cool. Yeah, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. All right, everybody. We'll get Sean back up here in a quick little second. We're going to do the run. We'll do our rundown, all the regular stuff. I'm only in 2 positions from those highs. It's the same stuff from before. And I just realized I need to be in the new chat because we are it's the afternoon show. Everyone should come here automatically, obviously. But let's respect it. Tom H wants to know about BBAI. BBAI is flying. Everything is flying today. If you're down today, you stink. No, seriously. No, when you have days... Well, you know what I mean by this. When you have days like today, we've said this before. If you have a day like today and you're not up, okay, A, you must have had really bad news.
What do you mean the stock?
The stock. Like Intel, right? Like you have a reason why you're going to be down today. But these, like Rivian should be up today. Tesla's up 10%. If Rivian was down, you should be crying if you're a shareholder. As far as I'm concerned, like that's pretty obvious to me. All right, we'll see what happens. Like I can't believe how big this rally is off the bottom. It really felt like we'd had a turn. I have the Rivian chart up. That's right back into the highs.
Oh, man.
A firm right to VWAP, it's almost right back into the 50 level. At least we waited for 50. And then I'm short Mara. Mara was a nice little curl and acceleration. Yeah, this is one of my, I'm not happy with this because that's you shouldn't be getting out there. You should be getting out underneath that trend line. But look at the bounce. So yeah, it's one of those mornings where the shorts finally came in to get us back, but ultimately should have been long early.
I just cost myself way too much money hanging out over there with the tech guys. We're short the TQs right there, and then it went all the way down there, and we're getting coffee, and then that happened.
What'd you call yourself?
Okay, those are the positions we have on right now, but it is Sharif time, so let's go over to the desk and find out what you guys want to talk about.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on there is to join Joseph and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to be a subscriber in order to chat, engage, and vote with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the 4 major averages right now. 2 in Greensville, 2 in Redsville. In Greensville right now, the NQ and the ES both positive on the day, with the NQ edging out the ES about 0.75% in the green, with the SPY about 0.4. Down is the Russell 2000 in small caps, marginally in red, about 0.3, 0.4%. Likewise with the Dow down about 0.25% on the day. We'll have to see if it can recover. Google, guys, the #1 ticker as decided by you, only up 1.4% now after being well over 6% after yesterday's blockbuster earnings report. They beat everywhere, guys. On the top and bottom line, it was a decent guide. Just a couple of misses with respect to revenue in cloud and YouTube ads, boys.
I got to clarify something. And I'll say it a second time.
That's why I'm short.
I did not mean... Look, I said if a stock is not trending up today or up today, it stinks. Okay, like today, I don't think I'm not. If Trump doesn't tank the market, I don't get it back today. It's that simple because I wasn't long. So there, it is what it is. But Trump said something, and we happened to be at 550 when he did. So we got fortunate. But I'm concerned. A 3-day rule is always a thing. That always matters to me. So I want to see how Google Alphabet responds next week to this. But you can't like a good quarter that gets sold off into a strong market. That's not price action that's going to make anybody happy with Alphabet. So I'm very interested to see if it can hold on to one. It'll be, is it 160? Maybe, yeah, it'll be 160 next week. Like the prior high becomes very important because we left the morning show and I was like, yeah, you know what? Google has a chance to close above the 50 period, all that kind of stuff. But no. It never abated the trend with the market doing this. That's it's concerning for Alphabet, at least for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying it earlier this morning that, I mean, I didn't really love the quarter. I liked the quarter, but I wasn't feeling that, okay, that's the TQs. Hopefully we go to the downside. Yeah, we're short. We're $3 in the money right now. So what's up, Ozan? What's up, everybody else? You know, we took a while to get this short, that's for sure. You guys know we were battling with this. This is the same position that we have. We actually still have shares on this. We were able to get out a little bit there when we went for that coffee, but now hopefully it comes back in and we're able to get out a little bit more. Yeah, look, I don't like the search business anymore. I myself pretty much ask ChatGPT everything now. I don't even go to Google. And I mean, I used to do that like all the time. You used to just go to Chrome, search something, would come up, you click on the link, da-da-da. Now, for me, my habits have changed. So as a shareholder, that is disturbing to me a little bit. I know Google will figure it out. I mean, the people that are running the show are way smarter than me, so it's not like I'm telling them anything they don't already know. Google could be their own standalone product. Maybe we unlock some value there, but I think they're old. I almost think Google's an old story now. I don't know, like, I don't want to unwind, but I don't want to add to it. So, you know, we were long only once, and then we just shorted it all the way up. We're shorting it into VWAP. It hasn't seen VWAP since. So, I mean, it's $3.50 now. You know, again, I like the trade today. It's too bad that we're still not up 7%. Like that was I know it means a lot to a lot of people's accounts, and it means a lot to the market to have Google with it, right? So, yeah, that part does suck. So, yeah.
So someone asked about the 3-day rule.
Don't like it.
We throw it out there a lot. So I think pretty simply, I put it in the chat, but I'll say it for anybody that's not maybe watching in the chat. The 3-day rule just applies to, typically you'll say earnings, but it's any major news on an individual stock, maybe even a sector.
Right.
Just give it 2 or 3 days, usually about 3, to settle down before making a decision a long term. Like obviously you're going to day trade it. People will put in swing trades maybe before, that kind of a thing. But I just mean like if you're thinking about fundamentally for the long term, like if I was asking myself, okay, well I like dip buying Meta, XLF, and a few other things this year, and Google's maybe not on that list. Do I want to trim Google based on what I'm seeing the reaction to this quarter? Well, I wouldn't make that decision today, and I wouldn't make that decision on Monday. I'd make that decision maybe middle of the week. I'd probably wait until after Meta's earnings, to be honest with you. We get them next week. I think that's a more opportune time to really take it in. See how Meta does, see what the reaction is after that. But you cannot I don't see any possible way this price action wouldn't make you nervous about why this selling is happening. Let's go talk about Intel, because they beat, but the guide was meh. I mean, it's always meh.
Is it on this whole time?
At what Oh, it is.
I was sitting here adjusting my chair.
Oh, you did?
Oh, she just put it on me. Okay. I'm sitting here doing this, doing that.
Yeah, let's talk about.
So Sharif, those shoes not available anymore.
No, apparently not. What about those boots, though? Those are nice.
Are those boots available?
Why are you in boots? It's like
over to Sharif.
It was nice out today. Well, it's raining.
I'll fix it.
All right, guys, Intel next over here, dropping below $20, but still, you know, not a bad quarter. It was a bad guide, down 7.4%. Look, EPS beat, revenue beat. It was quite good all around, except with a couple of segments. Their PC segment continues to struggle despite, you know, concerns or thoughts that it could be the buying for PCs, that is, could be pulled forward ahead of the tariffs that did not happen. In any event, a light guide, guys, and as a result, down about 7.5%.
Yeah, it's not showing right
Intel
today.
stinks.
Oh, Intel? Beat but guide meh.
Well, at what point?
Beat but guide meh.
When you always have bad guides, like at what point? Like you can't call it meh if that's what it always is. If it's always a bad guide, then it should be. We should be used to this. Like Gelsinger was that way. Yeah, we're good. But look, I don't like Intel. I think they're in a world of trouble. But we'll get to that in a quick little second here, I do believe, because we were short it most of the day, and if not for, I don't know why I took this one. It was a 1 in front of the 20 level, and then turned a little bit red on it. But before we get into that in earnest, let's talk a little bit about VinFast, because VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached $678 million US, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. 97,000 plus EVs were delivered last year, including 53,000 in Q4 alone, a 192% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. They had progress in global expansion with 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. Their continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets are driving long-term EV adoption. Shout out VinFast if you're interested. Scan the QR code to see more information. cool looking car.
That's a long one.
That blue is the same as my shirt. Intel stinks. The best short was the first short, but I didn't have the first short. I had the second and third, fourth shorts, and the sixth and seventh were the ones that you didn't want. What else? And it's also, the other thing too is, it made one low and now a higher low. So the 3-day rule here actually might present you with a buying opportunity in Intel, because you're risking essentially to the all-time, the 52-week low. I keep wanting to say all-time low, but it's a 52-week low on Intel. And if you believe in the turnaround possibilities here, how much worse could it possibly get?
Oh, I thought that was a rhetorical question. A lot worse? I don't.
I just meant if you're stopping out at the low.
Oh, if you're stopping. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, like, if this market continues to go down, Intel probably just continues to go with it. Look, Intel's going to be my best name today, and it's because we actually stuck with the plan and we did it immediately. We actually started trading a little bit in the pre-market once it broke that 1980. Same level that Neil was talking about, same level that we wrote down on our sticky notepad today. Oh, but those things should have got delivered. I have to go see if we got an Amazon delivery. We like that trade. We had it early. We got out. Like, when it flushed, it was exactly the plan that we were looking for. I thought anybody that played the earnings long yesterday was going to flush out at the beginning, and that's what happened there early. Lucky to get out. Obviously, we didn't get out of everything. We probably got out about half. Then we just cleaned it out when it wasn't going back up. A lot of 60 fills off short 20s. Short 1980, then short 1985, right into there. And then we started covering, and then it went back up to 20, and then we got stopped out at $20.03 for a 5-cent hit, our last little piece. And we've left it alone, as right now it's not doing much. But it does actually look like a long off VWAP. I mean, it's been holding that since 12 o'clock. So I don't want to go long right now. You can see I'm short the market, and we're getting some out there. And it's been a good day for the short. So I think we'll stay with that. But yeah, I think if Intel breaks above this $20.20, then it's probably a long, and I may trigger myself into that. So if the market really gets going right here and Intel is pressing that, and we have like maybe a half hour left in the day or so, if that starts to happen, then I'll take that. I'm not going to take it with imbalances around the corner. It's Friday, and you're going to have options expiration and whatnot today. So it's actually, is it the third Friday today? No, it's not. Last Friday was. Okay, so that's good. So we don't have to worry too much about that. But, I like Intel today if we can get going through that level. It's showing that it wants to hold this 1985 area. So there's my little quick out there. But yeah, bad stock, bad report. Sharif went over some of that on the midday show, and we just talked about it again. So I'm going to stay away from it until it either breaks the high or that's about it. I'm still in it for long-term hold. Next time I'll learn my lesson and get out if it gets to the $25, $26 mark again. I don't know. Intel Lip Bhutan needs to get this straightened out. But often a new CEO needs a couple quarters, right? And so this will be the second one. So we'll wait to see what happens now moving forward into the last half of the year. Go Intel, go. I mean, they're one Trump tweet, one Trump mention or something away. I think they are a acquisition target.
Multiple aspects of their business 100% are.
Yeah.
Like, I think I would say it's a little more likely
if you're trying to build your own
multiple
chips,
places of their business and they sell the entire thing outright, that would make some sense. But I kind of feel like that's the solution.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you hold the stock because you think it's going to get bought out or anything like that. It's just I do think that they hold some pieces
a little bit
that someone wants. I mean, there must be some proprietary licensing that they hold for some of their chips. And Palantir.
Oh, I'm joking.
Yeah, no, they don't have enough cash. So. All right, we'll go back over. Palantir is basically that stock price is just.
Only saying because it's next. That's
okay, yeah. All right, yeah, maybe Palantir can buy them.
No, probably not.
Bruh, chill.
Chill, bruh. No.
Yeah, well, it just keeps going up every day, guys. I mean, come on. Another 3% today, above $110, trading about $111. A little bit off the highs, but good look there. Danny Ives coming in and saying, look, if you sell a physical product and your product comes from anywhere where there's high tariffs, you're in trouble and stay away. What he does like is a software business, citing Microsoft, Google, and you guessed it, Palantir boys.
Palantir today, I mean, I wasn't in it today, which was obviously a mistake. it always leaves you a little bit speechless. So it's tough in the morning always with Palantir. Try to find the bottoms. I mean, if you do have a good handle on where the market's going on a day, then definitely Palantir will give you that ride. And you can, if the market's down 1% today, Palantir would be down 3. If it's up 1%, it's up 3. I mean, it has this relationship. We all know how aggressive it is. No matter what you're looking at, Palantir is going to be, it's almost like just a more aggressive futures play than the futures themselves, obviously. Look, it battled around there today. It started to bump up into 107 right there, bumped down into 107. That's not really a key enough level for me. It wasn't so much on the radar. Yesterday's closing price was right in here, 107.50, 108. So if you took that early, you probably got stopped out when it went to 106.50. That would have been $1 against you. Then if you took it when it broke it still chopped around. Pretty choppy all day. I mean, it looks like it's had a nice little bounce off VWAP right there, and then again off the 200 period. Yeah, Palantir, just let it keep cooking, man. I mean, it's upside. This looks like a good level right there, 110.20. You get pullbacks into there. I think Palantir continues to work, but a name that's up 65% or something like that. It was 60. Its bottom. Forget about the very bottom wick. Let's just call it $70. Let's just forget about that $5 there downside. You're 70 to 110 in like 11 days. So you've added $40 onto 70. So that's 60% or so in 11 days for Palantir. So yeah, I mean, what's another 3% today?
58.285714.
Right. It's just going up and away.
And what's crazy is there's no resistance on the daily chart. So that's my contribution. There isn't any on the daily.
What is the high? At
125-ish. Is the
125 or so? That's next Wednesday.
Yeah, like ish. So this is where it's at. I guess you could make a good argument for a right in around here, like 110 to 112. Just say that was a little something. But like, yeah, gap filled. There you go. It's filled the gap. I still think it's chill, bruh, not bruh, chill. But I don't know. Maybe that's the new way they say these things.
Chill, bruh.
Bruh. Chill.
MSTR. Okay, MSTR. Okay,
son.
I see you, MSTR.
Okay.
Daddy, chill. No, up here, up into 372 is MSTR, up 6%. There's really no headline today on MSTR. Michael Saylor was chirping at the bank saying that they're more than welcome to bring Bitcoin for their clients. But again, no real specific catalyst. But I want to bring this to your attention. Fart coin, likely to be the meme coin of 2025. Michael Moss got this one right, boys.
Hold on. Who's saying that fart coin is going to be the meme coin of 2025? Ankit Verma. Fart coin is the meme coin of 2025.
It's not. It's not.
Hard pass.
Trump coin.
I don't know. Well,
Trump coin is up 10% today.
Wasn't it bigger yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if you're going to invest in coins, why not?
Don't at me. But if you were picking meme coins, I would suppose maybe there'd be some more juice behind that. No, obviously MSTR is having a good day. But I want to point out something that's going on because MSTR breaking the highs. MSTR, there we go. Forget about it's not split adjusted, so forget about the 200 period moving average. But just look at it. It's broken out the 44 on the daily, is consolidating that level. Looks like it wants the 400, which is next. But what's interesting is while this is happening, IBIT is underneath VWAP and underneath 95,000 Bitcoin. So you're off of the highs here in IBIT, and MSTR is breaking out. Now, it's not to say like MSTR has done this before, it can certainly continue, but I would be a little bit cautious if I was long MSTR today, which I'm absolutely not. As we lose that 550 on the SPY, the Qs comes back down, Bitcoin's not exactly running through the highs. At some point, you'd think that would bring MSTR down a little bit, but for now, it's easily flying. I am in Mara. This one basically, it double topped. And it was the same thing. I looked at Bitcoin, and I looked at Mara, and I looked at Bitcoin, and I was like, well, I'm shorting everything else. At least fundamentally, this at some point you think would follow Bitcoin, and it did do a nice little double top. If Bitcoin breaks VWAP, I get out of this. If it holds underneath, I might look to add this afternoon on Mara. But yeah, impressive day for MSTR. I see why everyone's so excited. It's still breaking highs. Bitcoin's doing nothing right now. Literally nothing, and this is breaking out.
I mean, here's the daily chart for MSTR, right? I mean, of course, it's strategy. And if you've had a strategy of buying the 200 period moving average on the daily, then you've been absolutely printed on this name. I mean, this is the 200 period moving average. I can't draw this any better. You know, like there it is, there it is, there it is. Like it's an absolute perfect way to trade strategy. All right, and I mean, you could probably overlay Bitcoin to this. It would be somewhat similar. But this move that we've had, remember, this is a daily chart. So this bottom right there was April 9th, and it was $240, April 9th. So $240, add 130 to that. Like that's 100, like that right there is $130 straight to the upside off of 240. So you're up way more than that 50, 60, 70% since April 9th. So in 2 weeks, this thing is absolutely mooned. So yeah, to everybody that's saying like, if you're going to be in Bitcoin, you might as well be in some MSTR. I don't hate on that at all. I mean, I think it looks like that's going to be the right way to go. They're going to keep on buying Bitcoin. If you like the trade, I think it's here for you. Good opportunities all the time here on MSTR. Continue to buy that name. And I mean, you just got to like Bitcoin. If you do, then it's going up. I mean, their strategy is quite simple. You know, offer into the market, get that debt financing, throw that at 4, 5, 6%, put it right into Bitcoin, gain 5% a day. I mean, it's boom to the upside right there. Look, if crypto works, this thing is going to hum. And I don't see any reason why this stops. If we think we're getting back to $109,000, well, then get ready to see MSTR at $500. So that's straight fire from here. Like Bitcoin's 95,000, right? Right. So, you know, to get up to all-time highs again, 109, you're looking at just over 15%, 15 to 20% from here. MSTR, if that happens, will go up another 60%. So, you know, that's the play for me. I like MSTR. You just got to like the space. The 200 period is a working class right there when you're looking at that chart. So congratulations, everybody that's been long that. I know it's been tough because you have to go through some big drawdowns, you know. So, you know, it's kind of like you got those diamond hands to be able to hold that, and stones, I guess, is a better word that I'm looking for.
Cojones.
To be able, to be able to trade it, right? I mean,
Cojones.
it is a violent name, so
it is
not necessarily for day trading. There are other levered products that are a little lower price with MSTR, so that's
we got a super chat about MSTR.
That's possible. Oh, there we go.
Swoldemort. MSTR has tons of underwater sold calls expiring today. Capitulation on the short calls. Keep it jacked up. There you go. So that can explain exactly why it's happening. Oh, just before we go over and talk Nvidia, I just noticed something interesting because everyone's like, well, you know, MSTR strategy, their strategy, what it is, and of course GameStop wants to get into that game. GameStop chart. IBIT chart. GameStop chart. IBIT chart. I just find that a little bit interesting that they're doing almost exactly the same thing, which is weird. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but here's IBIT trying to break out VWAP as we speak, and here's something that's well past it because it's a monster, Nvidia.
All right, guys, NVDA, no specific catalyst on this one today. It is up nicely, though, 4.25% above that $110 area. And Morgan chiming in today, maintaining their overweight rating, but dropping the price target down to 160, guys, but not from a lot. 162 down to 160.
All right. Yeah.
Why even make the price?
Nvidia?
No, it's just like if your price target's 162 to 160.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even close. It's $110.
Yeah, but it's like I just leave it at 162. Like if you're making a big change or a real change, I guess.
I think when we're talking about upgrades and downgrades and price targets, you really got to see like the history of those.
Yeah.
The different, you know, who's covering it, how right have they been, and things like that. Because those prices don't really. That doesn't even make.
I'd want to see like what's the hit rate for because most of the times what 12 month projection, like what's the hit rate on that, and then get an idea of like who's good in what sector and who's not good in what sector. You gotta, and if you're not into all of that, then they can be an interesting catalyst if you already like something in a certain direction or play the other way. But otherwise, look, Nvidia is the clean, just like a lot of other things, super clean upward trend, which, like everything else, only broke because we had some Trump comments, and at the same time, you had the SPY in that 550 level. I mean, the futures in that 550 level, and look where we went right into. Now try to remember, you go back, we'll zoom out the 15-minute even further. There is a 115 high, but the circumstances in which that's a 115 high, the one time it got here was a late day run and then sold out the next day. It was under the next day after that. Then it was up here in the pre-market and sold off immediately, only to make about 113.5, the recent top. So there's a lot of overhead resistance, 112 to 115 on Nvidia that hasn't really gotten a real good test. Like it hasn't had to test this on any kind of really strong upward move. I feel as if next week would be as good a test of any. It happens to be the 50-period moving average on the day. I suspect you'll get a bit of a chop zone. Like even today, if we break out the highs, yeah, you want to short into the highs. You know, even if you break them out, I think it's not that likely that we get a 111 to 115 move this afternoon, but I think that would be a short up there based on what we're seeing and the fact that it's a Friday as well. Pulling back into VWAP would require a $2 drop, and that would mean got to find some shorts first. So I'm not even considering that yet.
Yeah, we missed along there at $101. I mean, 101, $100. I mean, that's going to be a good little level there for Nvidia. Hopefully, it comes back to that. I don't know if we've missed the bottom in this market or not, but I mean, Nvidia. I still on the TQs. I'm still pissed off that I let Randy sit here. All right, and I'm not really. NVDA. Yeah, I mean, this is what it looks like. Neil just talked about it. Again, right off the open, pretty violent. This is why the best strategy, I feel like, for right now, especially in this market, and we've looked at a different couple names like Palantir and like all these, and we're a little bit long in the tooth here because we didn't start that segment for a bit, but is to let things settle down, because if you go long off the open, you lose, right? And then if you think you're going to go short against, this is like what I was doing on Google, and then you think you're going to go short against VWAP or something, well, you lost on that as well. The next thing you know, in the first 10 minutes, you've had a $2 move down and a $3 move up. Well, that's not tradable because, you know, unless somehow you see the move happening and you get out. So then you kind of wait for that little pullback back in the second time. Then that's maybe where you could start to use some math and use some numbers. But yeah, there it goes. Upside, Nvidia working all day. You've never had to get out of this. And I don't think you will have to as it just continues to work. So 109, 109.50 right there. Good little level for Nvidia. The market is above VWAP. It's above the 50-period moving average. And that's why I feel silly that I'm still in half or so of this Q's position, because we shouldn't be. So yeah, that's a wrap for the talk there. Make sure you do scan that e-signal, and we'll get going on that. So all right, Google, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of names, so I'm getting ready to look at that if you guys want to. Yeah, I've heard of Riot. Yes, what's up, love to trade. I've heard of Riot, heard of Mara, heard of many of those names, and we like to trade those names here. Wow, MSTR is still pumping, by the way, and to your guys' points, this is where. And I'm glad that we got that super chat in there, and I want to do a big thank you for the 5. It's David again. All right, David Treziak. David, tell me phonetically how we pronounce that, because you've given too many super chats to be able to pronounce that wrong. TRZEC. Yeah, Treziak. I think that's about right. But thank you for the 5 memberships, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. Any China deal. This is the thing. This is the thing with all of the stocks right now, man. Any China deal, everything is popping because everything was brought down. It's not like, I understand the market's back. We're actually positive for the month. I'm going to look that up. I shouldn't say that. We're close to positive for the month of April. So, like, How bad is the month? Like, you know, the fact that everyone still thinks this market is, it's not like we're still in an upward trend. If we look at a longer time frame here with the S&P 500, like you're going to have to look at a monthly chart, but we still do have some room to get back to all-time highs. And we're not super far away from that. I mean, I think now you're about 11% away, 12% away. We've seen that happen before. You know, you've seen 4 or 5% months. You could be back there by the end of the summer, especially if that deal comes through. But MSTR just keeps on pumping higher. And you mentioned, David, Riot and things like that. Let's just see if that's pumping the same kind of way. No, you see what I'm saying? That's not going. So some of these other stocks, and that's why I meant to look at who had given that super chat, but talking about calls, some calls have been written that are getting run right now, I guess, and they have to cover. So that's part of the story with MSTR. There is a lot of hatred towards, not hatred, but There was that article a months ago that broke down the price, and it was like it's not priced correctly, based on all of the Bitcoin.
It was a short seller report.
Right, exactly.
It was hate, actually. Yeah, it's
well,
sort of.
I don't know if a short seller report is hate if it's factual. I mean, I don't. So, yeah, what fight where? No, we're not fighting. It's just
a boxing bell, man.
Yeah. So it's just I just think that's the reason why there's a lot of love for MSTR, because it can go both ways. Like when the market drops, it drops crazy, and then when Tretiak? Okay, we Googled it apparently.
Wasn't there like a famous goalie? It was like the all-time great.
Yeah. Before the
before
Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, right.
Tretiak.
Maybe it's
that
not
wasn't with a.
No, it's spelled. I guess it's spelled different.
Yeah, different spelling. I think, did he get into the chat?
That's why I always think sports. It's like everything comes
sports. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure. That's why I'm trying to clarify it. I mean, I know we always say it wrong.
Ramin in our ears, like
we're not trying to pretend like we get it right.
You guys always say it wrong. We get it.
Shout out to my guy Steve Thielman as well.
Say a lot of names wrong in the chat. Can't get them all right.
That's what she said
there's some
too.
Interesting names out there.
Yeah,
it was a Russian goalie, but it's not the same.
Yeah,
not pulled in the 80 Olympics.
Yeah, everyone knows Tretiak. Yeah, that was good call by you. But see,
I don't know that much hockey, but I know more.
Treziak. Treziak says Bears versus Bulls. Is that right, David?
Treziak.
Thank you, Bears, if that is true.
Treziak. Now we're all
there it is.
Get it right.
We got it. Trezi. Oh, but wait a minute. We say Z though, and Z. So now we don't. Now I still don't know. Treziak. Treziak. It has to be Z.
Treziak.
Has to be Z. Okay, off to the races here. All right. There was something that was really moving around that I wanted to.
Amazon.
Yeah, well, you can cover Amazon, but there was.
Well, other people were saying, I haven't. Wow.
Treziak, we got it.
Look at
right.
these moves.
All right.
That could be a song.
Yeah, go ahead. Amazon. Yeah, Amazon pumping. I mean, that was another name that we should be long.
Move. There is not a single thing off base on this. Let me go back to it. I want a 3-minute.
Look what you made me do.
I like a 3-minute better. Plus, it just makes the bounce look cooler. See how there's only now one red candle? Much cooler. No, I like a 3-minute better. This is a very linear move up here in Amazon. It's just drifting higher. And I think this is, that's what I meant to get to. We're close, but we're not quite up on the month. I think we need 559 on the SPY. But Amazon, like every other thing out here, remember the 550 on the SPY, how we couldn't break that and faded it? All of these stocks, you saw Nvidia at the overhead resistance, Amazon, same thing. 190's been the top the last couple weeks. There's a monster gap if it gets up there. So a lot of times you got to start thinking, okay, if you're watching that SPY level, here's Amazon, you're watching that SPY level, the 550, it's an area. We've already broken back above it, but look at where we turn on that Trump comment, right? Like if you trend back in, if you're an Amazon trader, the market even sniffs losing, but I don't care how strong it's breaking out, it's going to come back with you. It's a tricky one to want to short all the way up here. Like what I like are names that when this makes the bounce back, if you're short it hasn't bounced back. Like Affirm hasn't, Mara hasn't, AFRM, go, make sure we actually type it right. Yeah, this one fought maybe one time too many. I like the early short on Affirm, that was part of the plan. That one I didn't really give much of a chance. This is the one that I don't like. Why don't I like it? Because it gave me all the reason to get out of more of it in this consolidation. I just decided to hold the whole thing to the stop. But this is not back at the high, but it's above VWAP. But at least it's not back at the high. So I'd rather reshort things that are not breaking out, but you got to watch out for this SPY top in here. It's going to be key for anyone that's looking specifically at Amazon. And of course, Tesla. Oh, what can you even say about Tesla?
That's about it.
That's exactly it. Or this.
Oh my God.
Look, I clearly remember on earnings day, before earnings day, that day, and I was like, if you want to start a position in Tesla, you should just do it right now. And that was at 231, and I only said put in 10%. But like, if you've done that, you are just like right now laughing. And it's only because, remember, when earnings have really, Nothing, like we already knew that their car sales were bad. Like we've already seen those reports, man. It was 15% month over month in California. We saw their numbers from Europe were bad. We knew that they were losing some way as far as their car sales temporarily, I feel, right? I think that's gonna be back. It was just about what were they talking about moving forward. Then you got the reaffirmation of the start of the robo-taxis, and that should be coming out, rolling out pretty soon as well. And then we get to talk today about all those rides working out. We get to talk that Waymo's actually been pretty good so far as well for Google. So I think there are some stories here that we need not forget sometimes about Tesla, where there are more levers that can get pulled successfully for them. So I'm excited to be still a shareholder. Isn't this the level that you'd sold at? It was around here, right? You had a great trade, 220 to 284.
100%.
Yeah, so it's, I'm just saying like round tripping. Like,
Yeah, but the problem is, 3-4 days ago, I simply said, I'm doing the whole
Right,
3-day rule
I
on
didn't
it.
buy any.
I'm not buying back the 220s, and I'm now kicking myself for it because it was a good buy. But you know, I said I'd be patient.
No, but you didn't want to buy it. Like I didn't want to buy it. It's just like what a round trip.
It's such a good
That's
level.
it. It's just it's working.
Yeah, when the market shows you a level,
down for random
sometimes
news.
you should play it more. Like you could have just swung it again. Let's go to Adair and
Play that
see what kind of
trumpet.
news
I
we
like
have.
that trumpet.
I like the trumpet.
Me too.
That's how you should announce the news.
Oh, it's only for Trump news.
Oh.
My bad.
Okay.
Okay,
Sarah.
thank you.
Unfortunately, no trumpet because this news has to do with Starbucks. Not super major, but I think something that is worth noting. We do have the Starbucks union reportedly rejecting the company's contract proposal, according to delegates. Basically, the union apparently said the company offered annual raises of at least 2% regardless. This proposal was rejected. So SBUX on watch, nothing major. Speaking of Trump, though, I actually am seeing some stuff there. Apparently, a member, the Secretary General of NATO, met with Trump and senior U.S. officials. So again, nothing, anything that's necessarily market moving, but worth noting, NATO talking to Trump and his team. Back to you.
Starbucks not really.
It was probably Yushi's or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're just. Oh, I know the name I want to talk about was Big Bear. So Big Bear AI today. So I looked. So I'm still stuck at $4. You know, we had talked about this name. You know, what's up to Charlie in the Charlie Taff in the chat. I know that you're big into, or at least you're looking at Big Bear AI with me. And it's nice to see 23%, but I'm still out of the money. So it's a nice move to the upside. Remember, I'm calling this like baby Palantir a little bit. So it's, again, they're an AI name. They do have a few contracts. I mean, Palantir is the dog, but you know, there's always more bark. And you know, we can find other names. Big Bear, they do have an accounting issue that they're trying to work through as well. So that sort of stunted the growth and watched out for that going there. But we know that it has this juice and has this capability. This is why I'm in the name. I like the story. I like the space. I like AI. I like big data. And that's what these guys are for right now. So they have a deal with the Department of Defense. So obviously there's been some vetting of this company, but their earnings were really shady. So when it fell through there $5, it just didn't find a base until the 200 period moving average. So you guys know I think I bought some at every dollar on the way down, which is why we're stuck at $4. And again, you know, I wish I wasn't. I wish I was loaded up down here at 250. I did not buy anything down here, but we did buy 3, 4s, and 5s. So we're almost there. I am not, because we had to hold this thing $1.50, $2 against us. I'm not getting out of this until we moon. So you know, it's going to be great. Let's see another 25% on Monday for Big Bear AI. Other than that, I wait for that, and I'm going to check when the earnings are. Sometimes you sandbag, and I'm going to have to do maybe on the weekend, look into this because I am willing to buy more. I mean, May 1st. So maybe that's what we do, guys. Maybe we just wait for May 1st, check out what's going on then for the stock, and then we'll react. Because we don't need that to blast down again. If it does, let's sit at 250 and buy some more shares. Again, not financial advice, just what I'm thinking in my head, which can be dangerous. But that's 23% short float right now, right? It does have enough shares outstanding, 200 million shares, but that doesn't matter. We know that AMC has hundreds of millions of billions of shares. It can still go when retail wants it to. Big Bear AI, again, another successful story for the last couple of days. Let's see if it does have enough to get back there. Actually, I just had that up. Adair's over there, but I don't think there's a specific story per se on Big Bear AI today. Let me just go over to to the news right here. Oh, the ultimate source. No, just saying the Fly published. Nothing there. Okay. Deploy its AI-powered platform in U.S. So yeah, so this is what I'm saying. There is some, submarine construction using AI. Come on, man. This is what we're talking about. Like, this is the kind of stuff here where, they do have real world uses. Security, U.S. Navy. Let's go, man. Let's go. So we're, this is getting me a little excited, maybe more so than I need to be, but I like Big Bear AI. I like to read those kind of things. We do know that eventually, and look, part of Big Bear AI's problem too is Doge. I mean, Trump was in there, and so with Elon cutting some government spending and whatnot. So Palantir went through some headlines like that, and we just kept on coming back on the show and just saying to you guys, like, we don't think that, just because they're cutting the spending, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to directly affect these companies' bottom line. And it doesn't look like it has yet, which is why I think it's important that we wait for Big Bear AI to come through on May the 1st, unless you're Turkey or something like that. But the U.S. is definitely not cutting that. I mean,
Europe is increasing.
How are we going to become the 51st state if they're not going to come in here and take us over? You know what I'm saying? We're elbows up in here.
We'll get it started, man.
Elbows up.
We're ready, to defend ourselves with nothing.
We're ready, man. We're going to throw some maple syrup on these guys, get them real, hard to, you can't fire.
You'll bribe them with the maple syrup.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I'm sure there's some sweet maple syrup, spots down there in the States. Man.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Like Oregon?
It's better here, probably. I actually have no idea.
Everything's better in Canada, right?
I don't have, I would imagine there would be. I just have no clue whether or not there's great maple syrup anywhere in the States. You guys tell me.
There is. There for sure is. I mean,
of course, there has to be, but I wouldn't know where. There has to be somewhere.
Everywhere, man. Vermont.
Ridiculously good here, for sure. Blame Canada. Oh, goodness.
Blame Canada. I'm going to rewatch that South Park.
In the Time interview, he did say again, President Trump did mention again the whole 51st state and more territories, and Greenland came out there again. That was the interview from last night. So it is what it is.
All right.
Shoot, I had a thought. It doesn't matter. Starbucks breaking out, market breaking out. It was something else. Oh, while the market was breaking out, I'm not at the point yet, but I think I want to add, you're going underneath VWAP here while the market's going higher. So I'm looking for a curl. Basically, I'm looking for a curl on IBIT, and then I'm going to add to Mara, give it to 14.4. I have a trailing stop in here.
Go find for me if there's any odds on Shedeur getting drafted here, because, this guy's going to get picked here today, and I think he's going to be a great asset for the Cleveland Browns. All right, so if you want top-tier odds and total control, and we're going to go show it to you in a couple seconds, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking and open AI access for automation. That's the key thing, man, these automation. You probably could have been throwing up some good odds last night as the draft was happening. And cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your own favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Just don't place picks, exchange them. Get in and out of those plays. ProfitX, a smarter, faster way to play. Users can use code Trader TV. Use that when you sign up. Grab that 2% cash back and win with ProfitX today. But that was the whole thing about ProfitX is you got to try it. Go over there, just click on it, even if you.
So who do you think is going to take him?
Browns.
Oh, you can do no. This is the best part.
What? Those are the odds?
You don't have to take Browns. You can put no on some of the other teams.
So you could go no and then yes on somebody else, and then boom.
Yeah.
Raiders are the favorite.
I think
who has the picks?
Browns have 2 picks in the first 7 in the second round.
Oh wow! Then the Raiders must be ahead of them.
Somebody else has 2 picks in the first 10. There's 2 teams that have 2 early first picks. I'm gonna guess based on these, it's probably the Raiders. The Saints make sense. I don't remember where they pick in the second round, but. Yeah, you'd have to.
My only thing is that I think NFL is a quarterback league. There's only a certain amount of opportunity. Whether or not you like Shedeur Sanders or not, I don't know. I didn't watch enough Colorado games. I don't know. But I'm just saying you don't get an opportunity to draft potential generational talent. I'm not saying I don't know any of these quarterbacks are. I think Cam Ward, I really like his style. I like how calm he is and how he wasn't super flashy. He seems to be a pretty legit guy overall. I don't know.
He's good.
And I know Sanders comes with some baggage for sure with Papa over there.
He doesn't have a big arm. He's not.
But apparently he was pretty accurate.
He's incredibly accurate. Dion was an all-world athlete, track
That's
star.
What I'm saying. You don't get that many opportunities. You can sign him to a rookie deal. If it doesn't work out, you're fine. if it does work out, I think you have a Pro Bowl quarterback, and that's very hard to find, especially in this day and age. But the Packers got Jordan Love, you've got Josh Allen, and now we have Matthew Golden. So we're good, man. Josh Jacobs, our offense is going to be insane, and we have a great D as well. We just got to get.
I hope we see you in the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl would be.
That would be.
Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty epic. I mean, Green Bay versus Buffalo, that would be like the battle of two crazily cold weather teams. When is that stadium going to be built? It must be pretty soon. A couple years, I think.
It's supposed to be ready for 2026.
Oh.
I mean, that's
1 year.
the idea. So
Okay.
I hope so. That's an interesting take. Robert Hernandez. Shador was born on third base and acts like he hit a triple. I'll say this. I don't know. I saw that whole pic about it's like the draft room that he has set up. And
Yeah.
And I get that, but if you look at his production in college and the skill level that he has in the pocket, he can make every single throw. He can read the defense. He knows where to put the ball. His ball placement's unbelievable. You have to bust your butt to be that good as he is, because he is not as physically just ridiculously gifted as his dad was. So I have a mad respect for how much he has gotten out of his athletic talent. I think he's an unbelievable player. I didn't necessarily think he should have been a top 10 pick, so I'm not surprised that he wasn't, but I think he's going to be a QB in the league. The market is, we're trying to grind back to the highs. I still want to try to short some pops on weaker-ish types of names, for sure. And where is it? Oh, I love this, James Dell. This needs to be said because it doesn't get said enough. Cam Ward, who went number 1, was a no-star recruit out of high school. That's my favorite thing about it. Zero-star recruit.
Right. There's
number 1
guys
NFL
like that,
pick.
yeah.
Just goes to show, stay on your grind, man.
The best
Stay on your
quarterback
grind.
in the history of the game
Stay on your grind.
was
Tom
drafted
Brady
in the
was-
6th round.
Although he wasn't that. Maybe I'm biased because
Well, they said no athletic ability.
Well, I'm biased because I'm a Big Ten guy, and if you're a Big Ten person, then you didn't think Tom Brady was that bad. Because Michigan
Still 32 teams passed him.
Yeah, they absolutely did, which is nonsense. Like, he probably should have gone in the 3rd or 4th if you're being more realistic about what he showed. But at the same time, just stay on your grind. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Stay on your grind, whatever it might be. And just because things are supposed to happen, it doesn't mean it's going to go that way. So you got to keep hope alive. Market.
I'm starting to get out of some more TQQs. There is some Starbucks news. I don't know if that's with Adara. There's something about a union. But Adara does have something she wants to tell us.
The Starbucks union news is that it's what I said earlier. Basically, the Starbucks union rejected a proposal there. Keep an eye on Weight Watchers, which is making new day's highs. Or sorry, WW International, as it's now called. 26% short float, denying rumors of a Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing to reduce their debt burden. So WW on watch here. I was trying to see if there's anything else, but no, just WW here. Back to you.
Is declare bankruptcy and your stock really starts to run up. I mean, I know that there didn't. No, I know, but that's the whole thing, is that we've seen that happen before. Where once a stock gets down into those depths of hell, one little story and you'll get these crazy pops. Like, that's 97% right there from 2 o'clock, and boom, like monster play right there back up to the upside. So the only thing that I can think of when I'm thinking about this kind of a story is the brand acknowledgement, right? And it's just like, will someone, like, what does, if Weight Watchers, I know it's WW International, but maybe there's some sort of a, what do you call it when you, it's just the name, the IP.
Yeah, the IP.
So you have the IP behind it. I could see that as being a reason there to maybe start to pop up to the upside. I mean, anyways, pretty bad stock. Needless to say that it's been really crushed. And what you want to sometimes do is wait for the news to come out of a bankruptcy, then you go down into the pink sheets, and then you could start to sell off some of your assets and figure out, if the bondholders and all that kind of stuff. But I figure by the looks of this, there's not much equity left in this business. So Weight Watchers, WW International now taking levels out. I mean, there it goes, even further now as we're doing 85 million shares on the day for WW and still going higher. There's really no levels here, I don't think. I mean, that's 44 cents down here on the daily. I mean, if you get to 44 cents, you're going to be up 200%. So that it's going and doesn't seem to want to stop. I think the best thing to do now is I'll keep this up. And if you do get that one little flush, then that's when it's not going to halt. It's under $1, but you're going to see if it does make those moves back down into this area where we've seen some support, then I think it might be a go. The problem with this is like we have traders that are watching and traders, that will take 10,000 shares of this. You still, which makes sense, it's only 31 cents, but you could still drop 5 cents and, you have 10,000 shares of $500, right? So you got to be careful with what you're doing and what the levels are. So yeah, it looks like it's going to work. Congratulations on that one. Good call out there. Thanks to Dare for it. But there it goes, man. WW taking out highs as we talk about it here on Trader TV Live.
Traded, don't hold it, I guess, because I don't, it's still a company which
that stock got pretty thin.
Well, there you go. But it's hard to keep it off.
Well, it's not that hard to put back on, apparently. I mean,
it's a GLP problem right there.
That's just ripping. Yeah, and exactly. And this is another problem with that.
Well, that was
a lot of the. Yeah, go ahead.
It's sad to say, but this, you knew they were toast when the GLP wave came. It was never going to be good. And I remember hearing, there were some conference calls. I don't know who the CEO was. I don't memorize these things, but I remember hearing one of the CEOs on, I think it was Mad Money, but it could have been another CNBC show, and they were trying to say all the right things. And I remember listening to it being like, how? How does it work when everyone's going to take a pill? I don't get it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And it didn't work, and unfortunately, great for anybody that's got this long. Hopefully you make some money, but
it's power hour.
If it's power hour right now, we're into it.
Has a voice now?
Do it again.
Oh, man. I ruined it.
Hit it again. Wait.
We are waiting. We are literally waiting.
Oh, use the force, and then you can do it.
I only use that on stocks.
I wish that worked. I got a T-shirt for May 4th. That's all I got to say.
Nice. So what day is that anyways? Friday?
Day of the week? Good question.
Sunday.
What?
In your face.
Seriously?
Just wear it on May the 5th to be with you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do. No, isn't it? No, that's not.
You got to do it again. Neil's talking.
Power hour.
Okay. It's like, did you guys hear that? It's like power hour.
Yeah?
All right, I wanted to just...
it needs more bass. It should be like power hour. That's how it should sound like that.
You should get some Barry White stuff going on here. We're gonna talk about what kind of money was made yesterday. It's not like it's huge. Neil was gonna call this up the other day, and we sort of forgot to do it. Yesterday was not a very. I mean, still at Real Trading, it's decent. These are the top traders at Real Trading yesterday, and it's not that impressive, to be honest with you. But well, it is. Look, I mean, 9,000. I'm just saying we've seen numbers here that are much bigger. I don't have the losses. Only the top traders, and sometimes this number could be in the 20s or 30s. But I think a lot of traders have sort of calmed down a little bit because of the action that's in the market. It is tough to put on like max positions for sure these days. But okay, 9,500 yesterday. These are the markets that were traded. So it's not. We have the ability. You see me and Neil just calling up Amex symbols like the SPY or symbols, on NASDAQ, NYSE. Sometimes we call it Brazilian symbols. People trade the futures. We have NYMEX futures here as well for oil and gas. CME futures for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and others as well. We have Bitcoin futures actually here as well. We have the CME minis. So okay, already. Okay, let's go to Adair. We'll come back and I'll just go over that and then we'll be done.
I just want to let you guys know we have just posted our brand new earnings and events calendar for next week. And man, is it a doozy. We have Apple, we have Amazon, we have Meta and Microsoft reporting here. So all of the Meg 7s but Nvidia will have reported by the end of next week. And if you're thinking, well, what about economic data? We have a lot of that as well. We have PCE data coming through. We have non-farm payrolls coming through. Jolt's job openings. So check out this infographic on X at TTV Research for everything you need to know for next trading week. Prepare in advance. And yeah, definitely always look at these infographics. I'm also going to be posting the infographic for Monday's details. That'll be coming out post-haste. Back to you.
Post-haste. Could leave that up because, look, I know this week everyone cared about, can we get that back up for a split second? I don't want to have to go find it. Is that possible?
What? Yeah.
No, because everyone talked about how big a week this is. And it's not like today, today post-Alphabet, big deal, Tesla earnings, big deal, no questions asked. But you can see what's coming in next week. Just look at Thursday, right? Apple and Amazon say no more. Airbnb is going to be a big one. Reddit is going to be, I think in terms of movers, that's huge. Eli Lilly, McDonald's. I care a lot about what happens on Wednesday because I own Caterpillar and GE Healthcare. And then after the market, you've got big ones. Meta and Robinhood. Like, come on. It's a monster week next week. Absolutely monster.
Nah, it's not that big.
Where's SoFi? SoFi's...
it's the other day. I thought it was
there it is. SoFi,
yeah, pre-market.
Tuesday in the pre-market. Some people might care about SoFi because they are holding shares for a long time. Snapchat's in there. So it's a monster week of earnings. This is where you get just a sheer volume of companies reporting. That's why...
Sharif's going to have to stay late every day.
It's going to be wild. Every day is going to be big. Well, it's better because I was saying anecdotally that Tuesday and Thursdays are the best aftermarket. And then you get, because you do Tuesday and Thursday.
But then Wednesday,
this is what we get. But last time, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was Meta. We were just waiting, and they just would not drop the report.
Right.
And it's like it's 5:25, it's 5:29.
But you guys didn't go
4:29.
I was gonna say you didn't go that late.
And then it was 4:30. We're like, look, they haven't dropped the report yet, but we're gonna try to stick around for you guys. And then finally, did we stay until 4:50? Oh, I thought it was like 4:40 that we stayed.
Ramin has you guys on death watch.
4:50? My bad. I didn't realize we stayed that long. Sorry, Ramin, if that was you.
Yeah.
But we had to cover the earnings for you because it was Meta. It's too big not to. We had to. Got to.
Yeah, I mean, you're a man of the people, so we'll do everything to try to get you guys, the earnings. And I Robinhood Wednesday night, for me, that's going to be a real fun story to tell because they had a great quarter last quarter and it was an awesome report. So we'll see if that can continue to work out, right? And then SoFi, there's a lot of traders, obviously, we talk about that are very, very interested in SoFi earnings. Yeah, so great. Thanks, Adara. If you're not following Trader TV research right now, I think you're missing out because if you like infographics and it's not just that, they're so easy to read. It's straightforward. And then every day, Adara will also, which I can't believe she's doing all this, will put the times in there and create like a brand new infographic with the exact times. I don't think she'll be doing that. She may do it next week, but it's gonna be busy. She will find. Oh, I'm not worried. I'm worried. On Tuesday, there's 15, great.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
And you have some writing to do this weekend, apparently, too. So Dara's, put her on.
To write, I have a writing contest. I made it to the second round. So 7 hours to write an 8-page script. Awesome. I found out my assignment this morning, and I will submit it Sunday at 11:59 p.m.
Can you give us? Is there a little bit of a sneak peek? What are the topics? Or do you know what?
So it'll be. I don't. In case anyone's right, I don't want to give away too much.
Yeah.
But they give you a genre. They give you a general kind of topic or theme, and they give you a character type. So that's all I have to go off of.
Sweet.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, we're excited for that. We're excited for that.
That's how you know that's why all the content is so good because we have a professional writer.
That's right. Right. But yeah, definitely check that out and make sure you follow all of us here at Trader TV Live. I wanted to just quickly go over these numbers, and it's not about the numbers. What I'm trying to show you is that the ability to trade different markets all of the time, right? I mean, and I talked about this with eSignal, and it's just matter of fact that it's up there right now. But Turkey, Hong Kong, it's different markets that aren't as heavily day traded. The Turkish market, some of these random ones in Toronto, including the TSX Venture. We've had a couple, I forget the name of that mining company that was on a couple days ago. But again, another venture name that you can trade that was popping that day, right? And so, not Macklemore, something like that. But McMillan? I should find it for you, and I will. So anyways, I just wanted to say that those are the opportunities that we have here at Real Trading, so make sure you do check us out. And, if you are in
McFarland
Lakes.
I had to look it up.
Good one. So not McMillan Lakes. Good, got it.
I was thinking about the receiver.
Tet there, the guy that got taken there, 6th overall. The guy's a stud. There's going to be some memes like Judge and Altuve type of stuff because Bryce Young is I think sub 6 feet. Or around 6 feet.
He's not 6 feet.
No, he's not. I just thought because quarterbacks are generally 6'5", and this guy's 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, and he's a legit 6'5".
Yeah, so that's going to be really funny.
Now, when quarterbacks are under 6, they give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
but
Baker
when you
Mayfield.
see him standing next to somebody, you know he's not.
Yeah, I think
it's like if I were to call myself 6 feet, it's like no, I'm 5'11". I can admit it.
Shout out to my guy Doug Flutie as well.
Yeah, he was
a good one for your Buffalo Bills, by the way. Okay, so people asking about the TQs. Look, man, I made a huge mistake. I thought we were having a good time there. I didn't realize I didn't have any bids down here. You know, Randy was sitting here when this was happening. I thought normally when I get up, and especially when I just go walk to the corner and get some coffee, I always have stops there. The market wasn't doing much, and then all of a sudden Trump opened his mouth, and then it was like bang to the downside there. And I was here, it was floating around. I thought I had bids down there, did not, but now we have breaking news.
DASH, that is DoorDash on watch here. A little bit of a move, as you can see on this catalyst. We have Deliveroo, which is a British food delivery company, saying that it received a proposal from DoorDash to acquire it for roughly $3.6 billion. This is reported by the Wall Street Journal. So again, DASH on watch. Deliveroo reportedly receiving a proposal from DoorDash to be acquired for $3.6 billion. Not clear if that's in, I guess, pounds or USD. I'm assuming USD because it's not specified. Back to you.
Well, Deliveroo is only listed it's not dual listed. It's only listed over in the LSE, unfortunately. It's not really reacting on that. Although I'll say this, a lot of times, if you have a strong acquirer that you like, and they make a deal that the market punishes because you're either raising debt or sometimes you're using shares directly. If they get sold off, I do usually like the 3-day rule on that, where you find a nice little bottom. It's like going down on earnings, only better, because the idea is you're making the acquisition because you want it to be some kind of a quality synergy for you. So if this does happen, because right now it's not reacting off of it, you'd look for some kind of a pullback on DoorDash, ideally into market strength. If the market's going down, what difference does it make if this is going down with it? But if it's going down because any deal gets announced and the market is holding strength, then I like those quick little dip buys. You've seen it work time and time again, but we'll see what happens. I'm just going to double check here. I have a trail, on Affirm. There you go. Yeah, because Affirm is right back to the volume weighted average price. I got 10% left of this thing, and there's a very clear, obvious, there you go, set of lower highs that it's putting in. Not the best trend line, but it's close enough. If we break out the half dollar, I'm just jumping out of this. Mara, I don't mind the reload on, although it doesn't seem to want to get there for me. But this, I'm not reloading. I'm just getting out if it breaks above that 50, or we break the low and get back to where we were shorting it this morning. Overall, I was looking at WW because it felt like it might.
What did that do now?
Well, I thought it was going to pull back into VWAP there for a second, and now it's trying to regain 30. There was a spoofer at 30 on the offer, 30 cents. That maybe they actually took the shares while I wasn't watching, but they were stacking the offer at 30 and it was having trouble getting through. Looks like it just ran that and came back down. So the volume weighted average price is about 26 cents. I'll look to see if it can bounce down there and hold. What's interesting is I always forget what the halt bands are for under 50 cents. So actually I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I don't think it does halt.
No, they do have halts. It's just much wider when it's under 50 cents. And I forget.
Because, how could it not halt? It's up 98%.
Well, some of these are 3-minute. So like this 5 minutes in here would be like 20 to 25. I think it's over 25% under 50 cents, but I'd have to double check.
Yeah.
We know what the bands are for like normal stocks, but penny stocks, it's always different.
Yep, for sure. All right, so I don't know. I was just talking about it, and then we sort of went on to that story with Deliveroo and DoorDash. But I'm just, if we can get back to the 200 period moving average again on the futures, those of you that were asking about this, I'd have to go double check my trade list to see how many shares we actually had there at the top of that, so I can tell you how much we have left. Oh man, we don't have much left. All right, so we have about 20% left at this point. Google judge has set a date.
How are you hearing me?
To the antitrust. You must not be logged in. It is happening as we speak. So there is a date announced for the Google antitrust lawsuit. So that's all that just happened. Obviously, Google's not moving on that, nor is it an important story. It's announced. So if it was moving more, then we would be worried about that, but I'm not. So we still are short Google. This took. I already told you guys the story about how we didn't trade this thing properly. This was sort of that thing in the very beginning. I don't even have it marked down on our sheet today. So Google probably should have been left to the wayside, but instead it came back in, and I liked for some reason this 163 area. So I had bought it, then we lost it, then we bought it again, then it lost, and I was frustrated in the long, and I was like, you know what, we're going short then. And then all of a sudden we started going short, and we kept getting stopped out, and then eventually I waited about 4 minutes. It wasn't even that much, but we finally based out and gave a top right there. I thought this was a bottom early, 164, but it just wasn't. And when it gave up, we got out of it, and then we tried it again down there, thinking like, okay, maybe this is the bottom now. And I can zoom out and sort of show you what we had thought was good, but there wasn't. There was air up there, it gapped through, so that was a little bit of a problem. We always knew that 160 was going to be a long, but we didn't get there, so we decided to wait for that. But then as it came back up for Google today, again, we shorted it underneath VWAP, underneath the 50, which is this pink, then underneath VWAP, and then we got stopped out. And then it was like, okay, let it just rip up, and we were pretty glad when it did that. And then it finally gave this base in and around 165, and then for some reason, we were shorting it there into VWAP. We were playing against that level. We almost got tagged out, and then it was like the skies opened up, or the other way around, and it just collapsed.
Parting of the Red Sea.
Right back in, and it was like, we were lucky enough to have some shares on, and it just tanked. And, I told you, we had a couple hundred shares, and it's just, that was a big trade, because if we would have held it all the way, it would have been even bigger. But we did really good with the amount that we held. We got a bunch out there in front of VWAP because it was good. And then it was just let it fall down. And it's corrected the trade, made Google great again, and now we have to wait to see where we go here, hopefully to the downside. So I'm going to hold shorts. Again, the reason why we had written down today, I was looking short on the TQs all day, and I actually wrote down initially 51.50 short, but that blew out. So right now, into the close, the NASDAQ, someone posted it that we're now positive on the month for the Qs.
So are positive?
Yeah,
I looked at the SPY instead.
Here, I have it. Here it is right here. Let me see if we can, so if I can just, where's my zooming in here? There it is. We'll zoom in, and we'll just zoom in basically for this is more than a month, but if we
100%.
go, yeah, is it? So here we go, March, April. So this is going to be April 1st right here. So that's this candle. So we're there. So there it goes. Like, out of everything that we've seen down, the NASDAQ is all the way back up. So I say, like, bet on American companies. Most of the NASDAQ is all American tech companies. Really, I think, like ASML, maybe there's a few names that are going to be outside. But yeah, again, great trade there. I hope some of you were able to buy some of those dips. I was buying as we were falling, but then I had stopped. So, my best buys are basically where we are right now. Maybe I bought in this candle, but I have nothing to do with down here. So I just double checked the account today. I'm down still about 10% from all-time highs, maybe a little bit more, maybe 10 to 12%. From my all-time highs in my personal portfolio. So we'll see if we can get back, and that matches with sort of where the NASDAQ is. We're still about 10% and 12% off highs, NASDAQ and ES respectively. So, trying to diversify a little bit more by buying the indexes. And hopefully that works out for us. All right, so 95,000. Yes. I was just noticing IBIT's coming back. You have Mara on.
A little bit here. So I was going to go to Mara for a quick little second, but you're right about IBIT. So let me do both at the same time. There's IBIT, topping tail candle through 54.20, and then a little bit of a drawback. It is bouncing off VWAP, so it's not like it's weak. We're still relatively strong above the volume weighted average price. But while that happened and the topping tail occurred, we were at VWAP on Mara, which I said if it held underneath, there's the top. I got more in. I still had some shares from the top, but I'm not letting this get past 14. Like, this isn't 14.4. This local high is like 14.37, which ends up being my average price. But if it gets past that hump, I'm out of Mara. So I'm looking for continued relative weakness in Mara. Oh, WW. Well, about VWAP, no. There will be no VWAP bounce play on WW because it does not want to get there. So I guess you had to buy 29s, not 26s. Although that's a distinct difference. Like, you're talking about 10% difference there on WW. And there is It's not like there's levels or any like big levels, but if you go back on the daily chart, there's kind of like 45 to 50 cents. I wouldn't put that as some kind of a hard stop, but if this went super parabolic and it wasn't, past 345 or something, I think maybe looking for a reversal closer to 50 cents would make sense. But still looking for that dip buy. I guess VWAP's not going to be in the cards, unfortunately. Dragos and Joey T both saying Palantir. All right, stop is good on Mara. Take profits are in. WW doesn't care. What you want to happen, it only wants to go up. Palantir just cruising to 112.
Ooh.
Was it
Maybe
Joe that said
maybe I'll get
112? Was somebody saying something about
what? I mean, it's almost back to all-time highs.
No, someone was saying something about the
calls?
about there being a lot of open interest in the 112. I could be wrong about that. I remember something about it in the midday, but I could be wrong. But it is at 112 now as we speak. So it's so tempting when you get like these ridiculous. I heard you just say you're considering taking some out on Palantir. I was thinking the same thing about ARM, and I reminded myself, no, that's not the plan. No, it's not. Trying to build a long-term position. Don't sell because you're staring at you're staring underneath the 50-period moving average, and it's really tempting when you get a good buy to take like 30-40% in a couple of weeks. But if it wasn't supposed to be a trade, I'm not going to turn it into a trade. And I might look stupid a month from now. We'll see how it goes. Uh-oh. That's Summit halt again. Is that way everyone's going on about this?
Are we going to check it like SSM?
Yeah, it's halted down again, Summit. Oh, this thing never really recovered, unfortunately. Yikes.
What was the story with this one?
So it just opened back up here. So if memory serves, they were down because another company had a good positive trial in something they had a competing drug on, I think. I could be wrong. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
I was not initially going to talk about Summit, but I can. I did a lot of digging into this on X. And so, yes, there was that whole situation there with Merck. Merck rose on this news. But basically, the thing that I'm seeing that people are saying on X, and when I Googled it briefly, that is what's moving Summit is the fact that apparently their data for one of their drugs actually showed lower overall survival stats. So that was the issue that I'm seeing. Again, this is just interpretations of things online, so take that how you will, but that was what I was seeing was the attribution for that move in the stock. TSLA was really strong all day. We weren't really sure why. I'm seeing it again. This is just circulation here I'm seeing on X. That might be why we have this. Apparently, the Department of Transportation rolled out a new national framework to fast-track autonomous vehicle development. So apparently that is, as far as I'm seeing, that's being attributed to the move up in TSLA. So keep an eye on this one. Pushing a little bit lower right now, but still generally very strong, of course, on the day is Tesla. Back to you.
Isn't that funny? Like SMMT, like people were talking about it, and then all of a sudden, like it's been halted for 3 hours, and then it just opens up when. How did you guys know this was going to open up? Maybe there was some sort of early indication there.
Maybe people have been paying attention to the halt page, I guess.
But
it should have given you like
open time. Okay, so then hopefully that's where people were looking because that was great.
You had to been.
I'm going long if it breaks $26.
Like you got to feel like this has got to be.
Yeah. So I was going to say so here it is right here, right? I mean, we've had the whole day now. So if you just look back, this level right there, we were bouncing around. We halted there, came back up to 27, went back down to 24. Again, halted one more time at the lows of 23 and change. So that low is now 22.75 or so. So I was just thinking, what if we do get that little runner? I mean, we're looking for something to trade here in the after hours. So, I guess as we get ready to close the day. So what about that kind of a trade? Palantir at the high of the day again. We're hearing this up another 4% today. But yeah, so this is a good play, man. Summit, I think we'll try that. Well, I am going to try it. Breaking through 26, we'll try along there and see. If it gets, so the reason why I think 26 is kind of key, because if we get to 26, it probably gets there pretty fast, then we could halt up if that does get in there. And hopefully we'll be into some positions once that does happen. So right now, we'll just take it and we'll see. Again, a couple of the shares are going to be put in the position. So we'll call that up and we'll see if we can get that going. That's going to be Summit. We did take out there when it came back in. I mean, we got a 50 print basically on the futures, so that's good. All right, we can go back over to Summit because it looks like we may get into this. $1 more higher and we're in to Summit Therapeutics. So that's going to be a good one there. WW still going up. We had talked about this. Oops, it's just one. Okay, it's only 33 cents, but a nice move up. I was just saying, like, if you take that 10,000 shares or something on that break, you know, even if you're up a couple pennies, it's a good way to end your Friday. There it goes to the upside there. Apparently, the chapter 11 makes little sense, is what we just heard, and Adair's already brought that story to us, so we'll be able to watch out for that one. And then Google, I might just stop myself out of this if we do take that high. We're waiting to see if we got lower. I mean, obviously we're short the market, so if we do that, that's fine. But I'm going to get out of a 162.50 break because now we're 20 minutes away from the imbalances, so that's going to be a trade. Just looking here, not much action. There's nothing here. That's TD Bank, of course. But yeah, this is very misleading. So we'll have to wait to 350 until it actually comes out. There's no pending action, I don't think, today with, you know, any closings or, yeah, so, okay, that's good. So that's Summit. That's basically what's on my radar right now. Breaking through 26 would get me long. So we'll try that. And Palantir is absolutely mooning. So it's almost trying to break through 112 right now.
Wow. I'm looking at this WWC if there's going to be any kind of a reasonable pullback. No, I don't. There's no big index actions today. Next week will be the end of the month, maybe next week. I guess that'll be, what, Wednesday? Last day of the month. Sometimes you see something there. Then we'll expect bigger imbalances. But if we get a dip in WW, you got to start thinking about 30. Maybe you can pick something up in front of that. Good, strong trend from VWAP in here. That lines up more with 31. So maybe that's where I'll play off of because we're not going to get VWAP. Let's go back to Adara. More news.
Novavax getting a shot to the downside here. NVAX dropping. Wall Street Journal reporting that FDA has asked the company to complete a new clinical trial for its delayed COVID-19 shot. So again, NVAX reportedly, according to the Wall Street Journal, being asked to complete a new clinical trial by the FDA for its new COVID-19 shot. Back to you.
Wasn't there something about the COVID shot no longer being on the schedule? So
if you're still talking about COVID shots, I mean, it's in the name, COVID-19. You know, checks watch. Oh, this doesn't have. This just has it. You know, it's 2025 right now. You know, I mean, the measles outbreak is more.
That's why they're a $6 stock.
Yeah. So, anyways, all right. So Summit's still doing nothing. We're still watching out for that. We can watch out for Robinhood. Robinhood seems to always be moving. I'm going long if that breaks 26. So you'll see it pop in, and that's what's going to happen. I wish something was happening here, but Robinhood, another 2.5%. This is another name that just keeps on ripping. I said that I kind of like this going through $55. Oh, no, not in now. Okay, we're not in. I was just wondering if we got into Summit there. We did not. So, yeah, Robinhood, a nice move there, right into these levels. $50, a good level for Summit Therapeutics. So something to watch out for there if that does come into play. So we talked about where our stop is on Google. So we'll make that trade now, breaking through 162.50. If that comes out, we're out. Our TQ trade is just right back in. I'm going to put something else on the bid here, 61s, see if we can get that. Why do I bid 61s? Is so when it falls into me, you know, we could miss it, but it's just a futures trade, so we shouldn't be too specific. There it is. So it runs through, and the fact that I'm sitting here on ARCA means like that's these ARBs. So we'll get paid $2, roughly $1.80 to $2. I don't know exactly what it is for that ECN, but for 1,000 shares, every 1,000 shares that we offer, and I'm not taking out 1,000 shares at a time. So it's just a way to sort of manage your fees instead of punching out, but that's only if you get filled. So sometimes you got to wait around, and there are different strategies for that kind of a talk. All right, I might just, I still want to do Summit, and you know, it's not breaking those levels. We just did get pretty close to that right there, 25.70. But again, like I'm noticing that even when it fails, I'm going to be able to get out if there is a problem. So I'll probably try $1. Like if we get 26 flat, I'll probably hold it back to 25. If it breaks through 25, then we'll just get out. So again, using the math, those are the things that go through my head there every time. Where's the risk? How much am I risking? What's the time of day? Things like that. So that's what I'm going to do is $1 worth of risk on that one. Maybe we just buy Palantir if it's going to break 112 like it looks like it's going to, and then just ride it into the close because like it's just bounced off the 50 period. So if we get any retracements back to 1150, then that is a buy. For PLTR, it seems like it wants to work. So yeah, good stock there if anybody's in it. It's been a huge number off the 200 period twice. Huge move for Palantir, almost back to all-time highs. Wild action on PLTR. I mean, I'm glad this hat was given to me about 4 years ago. So that's how long we've been in this name. So we are Palantir investors through and through. And it's been a real nice.
You got the stock before the hat. Well before.
Oh, well, yeah, the stock well before the
before
hack.
that.
Well, I got the stock at its direct list.
That's what I'm saying, but the
So-
hack came way after.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I guess.
No, just, yeah.
I don't know when it came, but it came.
No, well, maybe not. No, because dude, we were on the bridge. We weren't even doing the show.
Right.
So I remember a conversation, and Greg was there. And anyways, that's how I know so well when it was. But just quickly, I know we're going to actually go to Adair in a second. I have trailed out of a firm. I didn't want to add back into that one. We did on, although, right, they ran my trail at 50, and now it's coming right back in. But I had that, it was like a set it and forget it. So it just happened. Now that I look at it, it's like, obviously that's not a great out, but it's been bouncing off VWAP. We did jump back into MAR. It's not moving. So I added back in at VWAP. I look over at IBIT, like, why is MAR not doing anything anymore? Because Bitcoin's not doing anything anymore. So let's go back over to Adara. WW is trying to break 35. This could be a dip into 31. I don't want to take a breakout at 330. That's for sure. Adara?
We have another infographic here for you on X at TTV Research. We had a lot of back and forth talk here with government officials, basically more or less negotiating or talking about negotiations through media. So this infographic breaks down the key comments from Scott Bessent, U.S. President Donald Trump, and leaders in China about their views on the trade negotiations. To be clear, Donald Trump has maintained that he spoke to China, or that Xi called him personally, President Xi of China, who's pictured in the middle here. Scott Bessent on the left here made it pretty clear there were no negotiations going on as of Tuesday and Wednesday. The sides can really not come to an agreement here. So if you want to read out all about this ongoing situation and what people on each side are saying, check this out on X at TTV Research. Key points have been highlighted in white here, and this whole infographic is actually the colors of the Chinese flag. Back to you.
Yes, it is. I mean, here's Palantir on the monthly chart. By the way, Google's going down. We just took $3 on that one. What's up, Ozan?
China.
Get it, Trump. Get it, Ozan. All right, so this is what Palantir looks like. This is where we bought our shares. Ramin, check out this. This is where we bought Palantir shares. You know, and then we bought more, and we bought more, and we sold some. We sold some right. The last time I sold some was right into here. I remember when it was, this is a monthly chart for Palantir. So Bitcoin what?
I'm really rich.
No, this is the thing. This is what I'm thinking about Big Bear AI. I'm not thinking like this, but nice move there for Palantir on the monthly. So a good trade there for PLTR shareholders. You know, you never have enough. Like, you just put in 10 grand into that. You know, you put in 10 grand at $9. It's now at $110. So that math right there up, that's 15, about a 12 bagger. So you'd have at least 120, 130 grand there. But you do sell on the way up. So it's not, you know, we're not.
You hodl forever.
Or you hodl forever, right? Which is like, that's what I was saying. I looked down at the Nvidia trade and I was like still in the money, like hundreds of percentage points. And it's just like, you just watch some of these names go. But for every great stock that
There's
I
always
have,
bad ones out there too.
you know.
Like Netflix has been great. Eli Lilly's done stuff like that. Alphabet, depending on when
We
you
have gotten blown out of these weed names.
Well, there's a bunch of fintech stuff that has been nasty, I think.
Yeah.
So like, there's all kinds that you can lose for sure. That's an interesting one. Ant. Palantir will split after earnings. Why would they? I guess you don't have to do 10. I get, but why?
If that thing
they do
splits,
a 2, they could do a 2, but they don't need to.
They can do whatever they like.
I don't understand. Like, to me, like $100 stock doesn't need to split. It's not that pricey. So Summit, I looked over to see. I heard it in my ear again. I thought maybe something was happening. That's why I just clicked on over. It's actually.
What is it doing?
No, nothing. But I heard it in my ear.
Oh, I should have just bought that breakout. Come on, Oprah.
Wow.
Damn.
She's still involved? No.
No. These people cash out stat.
Of course. She didn't lose any money on that.
Fake news.
I don't think.
Lose money. Oprah, are you kidding
Oprah
me?
didn't lose.
You get a car. I get a car. We all get cars.
She's rich. Wow, this stock,
rich
it's
bitch.
going. Look, maybe it's just going to be the 45 before we get anything in this thing.
All right, so
That's
the Qs can get whatever you like. If you're short, what's up, TI? This is, Nice move, man. Just took out the 200 period moving average. I was sitting at the 200 and then the 200 changed. So we were lucky enough to get a fill down there at 35 cents. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this one, but it's a good one. We've talked about it being short here into the close. We do get out of some Google as well for 3, as that was a good level there. I mean, we were just sitting there. We got filled. Now we wait for the lows. Remember where our stop out was up here. Now we can lower our share size and get out if it does go up there. So that was going to be a good one there. Let's check out the biggest of the bears, Big Bear AI, still pushing, man. Now 25%. Yeah, buddy. Let's go Big Bear AI. We'll see if we can get that upside there for Monday. I believe this continues to go. I like the stock. Tesla as well today, starting to go upside and now pulling back a little bit. Tesla's only up 9% on air. So, I mean, there really wasn't a huge story here today, other than the fact that there was that, they were testing the robo-taxis. But we already kind of knew that that was going to be a success. I don't think there's any doubt that the model will work and the cars will work and the technology will work. It's just a matter of, is the stock going to work? And it's working today. And you're actually breaking out huge. Like this stock could be in and around that 290 area on Monday. And when that is the case, then it's going to be an oh boy situation, because you're going to take 300. And then once you do that, it's gone. So we'll wait. Like, remember, 10%, like if you have another 10% day, then this name's at 310 on Monday. So it's just a matter of time before we, do continue to get higher and higher on Tesla as it wants to continue to work. I'm surprised I'm not still in Apple short. Like, there's the short there. We got taken out. Like, this stock is going to continue to haunt me. We're going to be down on Apple today, but we're not down that much on it. Like, we had this short again on Apple. We talked about it early that we like this 209 area, and unfortunately stopped out right there, stopped out again, but not before making money, which is why I'm not upset about it. But look what happens. We get stopped out at 209.25. The high is 40, and then it goes down $2. So you want to talk about getting stopped out just before the hurricane? Well, that's what happened, and unfortunately, it's a stop out right there. So, all right, exciting day, exciting week. We're now positive or close enough to that on the month, so that's really nice.
NASDAQ is solidly positive.
Okay, so
it's the ES that's not, but the NASDAQ is solidly positive.
TQs are bouncing again.
Yeah, the TQs are bouncing. I mean, Mara just bounced. I'm tightening up the stop. It's not moving. My argument is it's not moving enough here. So just very quickly, we got the fill down 14.20, but it comes right back into VWAP. I'm just tightening the stop from like essentially there into here because you're not getting enough price action. And I saw in the chat, and this was, and apologies because I didn't see exactly who posted it, and they were saying what 200 period moving average was Palantir interacting with, because all of theirs were too far away. What I can tell you is, regardless of what, maybe it could be on the daily, it could be a 15-minute, it could be a 2-minute, it could be a 1-minute, it could be a 30-minute, I don't know. But one way to find out is to have a really good charting platform out there. And that's why we always talk about eSignal. And the best thing about eSignal right now, outside of everything I'm going to list for you guys in a second, is the first month is free. So regardless of where you are in your trading journey, you could be starting out looking for a platform, you could be experienced, looking to step it up. It's free for a month. Trade smarter, not harder. That's the line. But it's because you have reliable quotes and back testing, forward testing, API access, hooking up to multiple brokers so that you can execute your trades live. Level 2 access. We'll show the imbalance locator in a second on our platform. eSignal's got that as well. So you can try to step things up. You can try new things. You can test how they work out, and then you can execute them and know that you can do it all in one place. It's a highly customizable. You have scanners that we use on a daily basis. Right now, nothing's crazy popping off unless you're Summit or Weight Watchers or WW. So scan the QR code you see out in front of you, and hopefully you find that 200 period that Palantir is acting off of that you were looking for there in the chat. What is Summit doing? I'm looking at WW, and it's pulling back now, but not by much. It's getting a little bit late in the day to want to chase this. It's still super strong. 150 million shares worth of volume. I hate buying tops 30-40 on a Friday, I'll tell you that much. Speaking of the locator, early. It's still early, and nothing really standing out. DMN, which we see every single day, Yeah, you don't care about the Canadian banks too much, although that is a pretty decent sized number for TD. It would be interesting only if it comes out the same size in Toronto as well, because we can see the Toronto imbalances. Unless it's also big in Toronto, you don't care. Nvidia was 4 million yesterday, I believe. It didn't move that much, so I think we need something bigger than that today, especially on a Friday.
Yeah, I canceled. I just want to tell you, I canceled my summit. I don't
A little late.
reach the peak of that trade. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty good. All right, so yeah, I canceled that. So we'll wait for that to go. You know, a name that had a great report the other day, Texas Instruments. Let's see if it has some carry forward today, up 0.32%. And again, like nice gap higher there. Is part of the reason for this move, right? I mean, you know, sending some sort of calmness into the tech sector again, especially the chip names. So nice Texas Instruments, nicely done, but still pretty flat on the day. Just want to have a quick little check-in on it. Not much going on with that. My eyes are going up here because I am looking. Here's our hot list just to see what Neil was talking about here. Nvidia, SPY, AMD, Vale. That's going to be nothing. I don't know what that's doing. OpenAI. I mean, is that maybe moving around? I always got to double check to see because I know. Sometimes it's just volume related, and like when it's okay, yeah. So OpenAI is starting to creep up a little bit. Not a bad little call there. TQs, Tesla, Palantir, 111.85s or so coming through. Soxel, Broadcom, AVDV. I don't know what that is. MSTR, Nvidia, L. So the ETF they're up 7%. TSLA up 18%. So yeah, BTG. Oh, we've heard of that name before. So that's the trade rate there, and just trying to look to see what's going on again. If you look at FinViz though. This is going to give us a good idea of what the market's looking like so far today. Big time movements on many names today, right? Microsoft 1.5, Nvidia. There's 4% for Nvidia today. Apple's the one, right? We talked about going short some Apple there. Apple only up 0.13, so really bucking the trend on a Nasdaq day where I mean Nasdaq's not necessarily huge, but still up 0.75%. You wouldn't think that would be down. Google there 1.4, Meta 2.6, Amazon's there as well. There's Tesla 9.1 for Tesla as that keeps going. And then just on the right here, you're going to see Walmart and Costco in the top right. Those are two down names today. Is Amazon's probably? Yeah, Amazon's not down.
Then why is Procter up?
Yeah, but this is retail side. So Coke, that's probably because why it's up right there. So defensive names here: Procter down, Procter up, Unilever down. What else is in this list there? Yeah, not much else that we trade. As far as the financials are concerned, we have JP Morgan down 0.41 today. Wells Fargo's here as well. Looks like JP is one of the only down financial names today.
What's up with that?
Along with TD Bank for some reason. Bank of Montreal, some of the Canadian banks down. Bank of Nova Scotia's up. So it's a mixed bag there. CIBC is up. You know, Royal Bank is down slightly, but it's BAC and Wells Fargo, JP Morgan downside. There's Berkshire. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Down or flat on the day, down 0.27. AIG is some of the insurance names getting hit to the downside. But yeah, so there's just like a little quick look on what's been happening. Eli Lilly, we saw some news there about NVAX. That's not going to do anything with COVID, but they're upside as well. And Novo Nordisk down. Eli Lilly got a good report of their oral drug there. So that would make sense. I mean, I don't know anybody specifically that's taking those injections, but it must be hard, man, every day just to be, pricking yourself like that. But I don't know. I guess you do what you do, and it is a wonder drug. So for diabetes and for all of that as well. So congratulations to Eli Lilly and for everybody. Apparently also like addictions and things like that. It's supposed to be great for. So yeah, man, science wins. So I'm a big guy for that. Shout out to RFK. All right, so 53.20 right there coming into play. So there's a nice downside play. We've been holding on to the futures, talking about this play. So we are going to cash a little bit out as we get into this area that we've cashed out before. Obviously looking for lows to come through right now. We'll figure out what it is. And we've got the Palantir hat on, man. And yeah, we've been pumping this stock for a while and really enjoying the ride upside. And we've got nothing out. So that's why I'm thinking about maybe taking some out. But then how am I going to get rich? So we'll wait to see if Palantir can go. TQs, Google, Apple, Eli Lilly. Yeah, people are doing that. Ayahuasca. Yeah, what's up, Tane, in the chat there? What's up with ayahuasca? Maybe that's what Aaron Rodgers needs to figure that out before he gets signed somewhere. I think he should go to Pittsburgh. Play with those wide receivers. You got DK Metcalf. You've got
does Pittsburgh
George Pickens.
They might trade Pickens.
No, but he's willing to play for nothing, Aaron Rodgers. It's risk-free.
Okay, well, then that's a different story.
Yeah, because he's getting $48 million from the Jets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's getting paid by the Jets.
Yeah, so
it's always
he's
going to
take a Russell Wilson contract for like there's a league minimum. Like he's been in the league, I think 48 years. So I think he needs to make at least $2.5 million or whatever it is.
He didn't look that great last year. He ended with a couple of good games. I don't know.
No, but he can throw the rock. He can still. They say he's the best pure, like his form and his arm. Obviously, he's 40. Is he 40? Maybe he's 39 years old. I don't know what he is.
He's always thrown the nicest ball outside. Well,
yeah, that's what they say.
Dan Marino threw the nicest
ball. Wow, yeah,
ball
current quarterback.
Current player, Dan Marino. And trust me, as a Bills fan, even as a kid, you knew Dan Marino was a monster throwing the rock. Local yokel. Any idea what caused the run-up in gold?
Tired. Pardon me.
All good. It's Friday. We should have had a drink. So, whoops. I always do this where I type in Barrick instead of GLD.
They don't have Fields or Wilson, my guy.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know why GLD is rising the way that it is, but it's starting to accelerate a little bit. And now I'm beginning to wonder if there wasn't an imbalance on. Because you can get imbalances on these ETFs. We've seen it before. No, I don't see it there. This kind of, remember the other day when Amex was big?
Yeah, what is it today?
I checked all of the ETFs that day except for gold. I didn't check GLD. It feels like there's a buy program on GLD right now, and I don't know, the buying program on gold. No reason. It would make more sense if the futures were flushing in. It could just be some shorts that are covering this, like maybe the people that were shorting the top are covering going into the end of the week, but that is distinct. It's a good spot on that, but that's an obvious sort of topping tail continuation. Yeah, it could just be like a technical break, like it got back above like 304 or whatever the spot price is, and just started to accelerate. But yeah, if it was an imbalance, it would make more sense to me. There's just something going on here, so it could be recovery. I think I would guess short covering, but that's for lack of anything else. Yeah, that's a good look. I'm not chasing that move. Only 4 minutes to go. We only took. Well, I wanted to get into WW, but nothing really set up. So, just essentially the scalp trade on MAR, which if this is all it's going to do is go from 30 to down here in the teens and 20s, we'll take that, hold out hope that it can get to the absolute low of the day. So we'll see if that'll give it to us. 4 minutes, like I said, to the Imbalances Aftermarket Show. Get your questions ready like that. Like if you're curious, why did this move? Let's have a look at gold. Maybe we'll look at a higher time frame chart as well in the Aftermarket Show. Let us know. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we can ask some questions, ask Adara what she traded. We can talk about long-term. We can talk about preparation for next week's monster earnings. So make sure you stick around for that and get your questions locked and loaded and ready, because that's a good one. We sometimes ignore the commodities just because we don't happen to trade them. And that's not something you should do these days with gold.
Oh, good question, and yeah, we'll continue to look at those. So we are getting ready for these imbalances in just a matter of time here, and that time is 4 minutes. So get ready to get these imbalances that will populate themselves, and we'll get them to you, and we'll have a quick look to see what is going on. I am getting lighter and lighter. We don't need to sit here and wait for these imbalances, so let's get some more out. We are now getting, we have less than 5% left of these TQ trades, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. As far as the Google trade is concerned, same kind of thing. Hopefully we can fall back down. I am bidding right now 161.30s. Yep, so hopefully, I have to cancel because I actually have more shares down there than I had before. So, all right, we'll put a bid there, 161.30. If we can come back into this area, that's that sort of dip buy. If we get it, let's go on that. That would basically be the low of the day for Google. So if we can get another print down there, we'll take it. We've just been sitting on this all afternoon. I do know that SoFi is a name that a lot of traders are liking these days. I still think SoFi is going to be a good trade. We've seen some good reports come through. I think I like the business. New banks, new customers. Let's hear how many they were able to bring on board here. And again, this is a bank, right? So it's going to be a little different than Robinhood or anything like that. But yeah, SoFi, new customers. If you like the space, I think you like the stock. And it's trying to break through 50 period moving average right now, heading into earnings with a 12.5% short float. So if this can go, this can go. This can get one of those sort of cult stocks again. There's a lot of talk about SoFi online all the time. You know, you go to swaggy stocks, Wall Street memes, all that kind of Wall Street bets. You know, you're going to see some stuff about SoFi. So if they can beat, then it is a nice upside mover there for SoFi. Again, good stock. I feel like, let's see if it can work. I'm long the name and not planning on getting any out. But that's what's happening there. A quick check-in on, and I think we've done a great job so far of not just covering Mag 7 names. Intel's not doing anything, so forget about that. Tesla's running.
Tesla is
Summit's
holding
going
up
lower.
here, man. Tesla does not want to pull back all that much. Like every time it looks like it's going to go, it bounces right off 282 and holds 9% up, which matters. Why? Well, I think closing above 280 matters on Tesla. You are now going to, obviously, there's just no chance that we don't close above the 50-period moving average. You're challenging the 200. Remember a couple of things about Tesla here. You had the death cross a week and a half ago. So I'll promise you this. I don't short stocks in my long term, in my personal account. But there's people that short this move and shorted it going into the print for their earnings and are now like, what the heck is going on here? Because we're screwed. You death crossed, you broke down, and now we're breaking back out. And some of them might have stopped out when we broke 260, and some of them might have stopped out when you broke the 50-period moving average. But I bet you a lot of them were like, no, this is good to 300 above the 200 period. And so when this, I shouldn't say when, if this happens next week, if you thought we squoze today, the word, right?
Yep.
If you thought we squoze today, then that's certainly possible if we make that break through the 200 period sometime next week. So the buyers are still coming into this one. I'm going to make the assumption because someone goes Palantir.
Palantir is still going. It's unbelievable.
Also still going. Thing is just, where's this one? Right through my head. Boom.
Boom. That's what it should be. It's blowing our minds. That's why.
Blows your mind. It's doing this to the shorts.
Yeah, man.
See that one?
It's
slapped so hard to change the color of my skin.
Yep, exactly. I like that. I like that one. It's a good one. So thanks for whoever made that. Good look. So yeah, no, Palantir has been an absolute banger. All right. So again, just wish we had more of it and or any of it today, actually. All right, so here we go in just 2 seconds. And 1, there we go. Let's see what happens. What is Palantir's Imbalance? Must be a sell or nothing. Nvidia's a buy. Disappointing today so far here with these imbalances. It looks like it's going to be another nothing burger sort of situation here. And what we mean by that is there's nothing of significant. We don't normally see Walmart on there, but that's not really creating any action either. Okay, Apple with for some reason, 700,000 shares seems to be doing something, but
these are small.
Yeah, they're pretty small. The market got going there. So I just want to show you guys, just before that imbalance, we cleaned out some more of the TQs. So we'll probably just exit stage left. There it is. I'm going to bid out 60s. We're out of the TQs. That is your face slapper right there. So we're really happy with the way that one worked out. Adara always gives us the sort of numbers there. And yeah, market, what?
That real?
Really nothing. So yeah, just under $1 billion right now to buy on the NASDAQ. So it looks like it's led by Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom. That
Walmart's a sell.
Might have helped Broadcom. Yeah, Broadcom with a gap there, 190.85 up to. Okay, that's a decent. Look at that. Look at the play on Broadcom. Boom.
That's a real move.
Yeah, it's a real move there. It had a nice little bid there underneath it. Google also has a little bit of a bid that's trying to move up. But yeah, all in all, good day today. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a blast. Looks like the market will go down or go out today up 1%. So great. Can we close near the highs? I think we maybe
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we just exited out of our TQQ position, so I think we can go higher. So why not? We might as well cancel that stop order and then maybe just get out of Google. Google's still $3, but we can have a look at that as it's making that move. I'm going to put a bid right here now, 161.70. Maybe we'll get that. It doesn't look like we're going to get the low 161.30, so I'll put that there. Remember, at 355, these will all flip. Especially it will flip over because that's like when the pairing action happens. So we'll slowly see them starting to get paired off right now. But then at 355, the bigger pair imbalance comes through, and we should be able to see a move lower on some of these names, especially that came out with bids.
Yeah, that's the big thing. But also want to shout out and thank one of our viewers here, Max. Shout out to you, Max. Appreciate the super chat. And just going to read it out for everybody. I just appreciate so much that no matter what is going on in my private trading world, these guys are always here sharing their internal process and maintaining balanced perspective. I'll tell you, that's exactly what we want to hear, and that's exactly what this community is all about. So everybody here, some people are, maybe you don't even actively trade. You could just be monitoring long-term investments. You're interested in the markets. Maybe you trade once or twice a week. It's just about what's happening now, what can we all see, and what's the process we all take to investing and trading, and we can all try to learn from each other here. I appreciate you so much, Max, and shout out to you. I hope you had a good day today. I can tell you it's one of those, like there's just no, the only way to describe today is to pull up a chart of Tesla. That's the only way I can describe this day, because the plan of action was we liked long off 260, and I say we literally because we both kind of like the same level, and I just didn't have it. And I actually went short 3 times today and no times long, which is weird because when you look back in hindsight, at least one of these is a really obvious flip. Like, that's a breakout trade. Like, I probably don't want a long in there, but that's not a bad breakout trade when I'm getting out of a short. So anyways, that's how it is. We can all just try to get better and learn for sure. Just very quickly for myself, it's a 353 in here. I'm going to get up, make sure we set up at the desk. WW is still up 150%. And going. Maybe it's still a thing on Monday. You never know. Crazier things have happened is all I can say for WW. It's still trending higher. I don't know what Summit is doing, but just remember, I think that 50-cent level is going to be really key for this. Potentially even Monday morning. Forget about during the day, because you could see it gap up, and then all of a sudden the pre-market it's testing that big resistance, and then you gotta, for these, sometimes you want to be trading it if you can in the pre-market when it's already like a day 1, day 2, or a day 2 type of play. Let's go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000, I don't know what this up came from, $200,000 in company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan is designed to fit you, and you need more time and flexibility. Whichever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. Join Trade the Pool and get access to up to $200,000 in company capital. Scan the QR code and get 10% off.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, make sure you do that. It does look like we are going to get, there's 355, so we're going to switch over to Google. It's not really falling down here. I am bidding 71s. We did say that there was going to be potential flip up right there, the flippening happening at 355. And yeah, you could see like Nvidia's not here. Google's pretty small again. Apple was a bid, right? And so there's the move higher. I don't know what that was all about. And then there's the move down. We had Broadcom was a bid at one point as well. Okay, that must still be here as a bid somewhere. So Broadcom making moves as well. Amazon stays a buy. So that, wow, 190 already for Amazon. Wasn't this down to 170?
That's insane.
Yeah, this was down to 160, by the way. Now Amazon back to 190. What a move for Amazon shareholders. So congratulations for that one. If you are one of those shareholders, congratulations. All right, so Salesforce looks like it just joined the party. So you don't want to be a sell of this size near the close. This could be something that really does come back in. So, you know, a name that doesn't do too much volume, now it's gone. As soon as I say that, it's gone. And where was Salesforce? Okay, well, Nvidia still staying as a 1 million bid there. Intel Walmart still staying as a close. So maybe there could be some trades here into the close as some of these imbalances are staying. So that's pretty interesting. Right. Apple stays a buy as well there. I thought I saw Salesforce there. I don't know where it went, but Broadcom stays a bid as well. So yeah, all these bids are still staying. There's not that much liquidity. We could get a nice bump up here in the last couple seconds. If you guys, I guess all your options probably have to be covered by now, but I think we go higher here into the close. I think we can get a nice little bid here on some of the names. So that would be the NASDAQ included. There it goes. And we're starting to take out, are we taking out days high right now? Maybe we are. On the NASDAQ, let's see. Yeah, we're getting pretty close right there. We already put this high in about 12 o'clock already, 1 o'clock today. Looks like we're getting pretty close to that. So yeah, good day so far into the close. But yeah, 357, join Neil and Adara on the recap show. Thank you everybody for watching one more time here today. Thank you for all the kind words as we do work hard to try to put on, you know, the best possible show for everybody. And Ramin wants to make sure that everybody notices that there is a 3-minute countdown. Stop. That's cap.
It has not been there for 3 months.
No, 3 months. She said 6 months.
6 months? Oh, that's cap. That's cap. No.
There's no way.
You guys in the chat know.
I can just prove this. I can just prove it right now. I'm going to go into YouTube.
For 6 months. Okay, we're not that
I'm going to
oblivious.
go into a show even 3 months ago.
You know, 6
I'm going to fast forward it.
Look, no.
I ain't got no time for that.
No.
But thank you to our production team. I mean, all these new things just makes our job easier.
It is great.
The request that I have is why is we not have it for the opening bell?
That would be nice. I still have to remember to hit the opening bell. It's like you're throwing orders out, you're ready for the open, and I'm doing this with my finger on, like while I'm watching the open and pressing that silly button. No, 2 minutes ago, I'm gonna get on up to the desk. It's been a good one.
Yeah,
I forgot to mention my daughter's school through like an assembly that her class is performing at. We found out about it literally on Wednesday, and it's on Monday. So like I'm taking the day off last minute because like we got a rule. Somebody shows up, my wife or I, got to be there to support. Because when the kids look out, when they walk into the gym and their parent isn't there, so I'm gonna be off. Obi's gonna be in on Monday, but yeah, I'll get up to the desk.
So Obi and I.
Hey, you're on with Obi Monday morning. See you guys.
Okay, yeah, see you. Yeah, go do that. If you have any questions you want to ask, it is going to be a Q&A session with Adara and Neil. All right, less than a minute and a half left. Oh, thank you so much. I mean, we're seeing some gifts come in here. Thank you so much to Nimrod. Thank you so much to David as well. Treziak. Got you, my guy. I got you. There it is. So thank you so much there. 5 memberships there and 10 from Nimrod. I mean, I just hope that all you guys continue to come back every single day. Very, very kind of you. Again, it does help support the show. And Drops trades right there for $5. Thanks for saying, why not buy 10K shares of Weight Watchers? There it is. You did. Boom, there it is. Thank you. And thank you for taking that trade. I mean, I'm glad to have that idea for you. And yeah, look, when you have, whoa, okay. You must have got out early because I talked about that 10,000 shares at 31 cents. Great trade there by Drops Trades. I really like that. I know Neil was saying like, don't want to take anything sort of as it's breaking, especially on a Friday, but sometimes, and when you're doing that kind of volume, to each their own, but good job Drops Trades as that continues to make moves higher right there. All right, we've got the knee jerk today with the bell. You'll be seeing that in just a couple, there it is. Oh, now it's going a little bit. That's going a little bit higher. The magic of the bell with only 10 seconds ago. This, of course, is brought to you by VinFast. Go check out VFS and scan that as Adara's moved to the side. Scan that. Take 3, 2, 1. I really hope you didn't hit your head there. I don't know what you did. Okay, my bad on that one. Thanks, Adara, for that. That was a lot of fun. All right, man, I got to get out of this Google position. I just realized, but it's okay. Thank you so much for joining. I hope Adara was okay there. Thank you to everybody for the memberships and for everything there today. A lot of super chats. We want to thank David Treziak, Drops Trades, Nimrod, everybody that has contributed today. I hope everybody has an absolutely fantastic weekend. I know I'm going to be busy with baseball. I hope some of you are as well. Get outdoors. I know it's pretty cold around here right now. Support your teams in the NFL draft. Go Leafs, go. We'll look to get rid of Ottawa on Saturday night. Lakers tonight as well. That should be a very, very fun one. So I wish everybody, you and yours, Shut Up Bears Bulls, everybody there as well. Wish you and yours a great weekend. Mark, Bianca, Sure, what do you want to show me? Privately or on the stream, Ramin? Stream, okay, go. Let me see this. Is this Mount Rushmore again? What's up to LTD for the $10? Just got dropped again. You tell me. I can throw it back over there if you want to go to the desk and they can look at it. Are you showing me something? What am I supposed to do, Ramin? Tell me. Oh, wait. Okay, I can keep doing this. By the way, Weight Watchers, WW is going here in the after hours, up to 43 cents right now. This name's just up 190% right now. There goes WW. Great trading there today. If you bought this one, you're up 186%. Go WW. Let me see. Where is that? There's been something edited with that. That's not real. Well, hey, I mean, pie on my face if that's real. That's November. I feel like there's something there. I mean, that's exactly how Obi looks right now. I mean, what are the prices of those stocks? I'll be able to see where exactly that is. All right, there's Obi. He's YMCA. He's off to the YMCA. Obi's got the YMCA. Obi Obi and your boy, Monday. Obi, get ready, my guy. We're going to be killing this market together. We'll be talking about it on Monday. We'll see everybody then. And yeah, man, pie on my face, but not the pie that Joe eats, because then there would be nothing. So thank you, Ramin, for proving me wrong once again. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let's go over to the big show and the big recap. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Obi in the back with the YMCA. I absolutely love that. I can't believe we're that oblivious and we didn't notice that countdown clock. If it's really from November, I'm absolutely shocked. Shout out to you guys. It's earlier than that, they say. But you know what? It was a wild, wild week. So why wouldn't it? That's a lot of W's. Notice that? Wild, wild week. So why wouldn't it end with WW breaking out to the upside, going 200% almost? Because why not? If you're not going bankrupt, your stock should go up, apparently. That's how they're rolling. What a crazy end to an unbelievable day.
You get along.
Everyone gets along.
You get along. Look under your chair. You get along. Oh.
No. There's nothing under my chair.
Oh, damn.
Get me excited for a second. Because we didn't have many longs today, including the Tesla 260. Yay. Tesla. Well, you know, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it goes right to where you thought you should enter. You don't. And then you end up trying to work some shorts. And then you get lucky because Donald Trump says something and it actually made the market move down a little bit. And the last one gets you back in the green on it. But that doesn't mean you did the right thing. So that's my story of Tesla today. But it's not just about Tesla. As Sean mentioned, the Qs green now on the month after breaking the highs. I'm pretty sure even with like a muted pullback in here, still, and that we're not ending the month because it's not the end of the month, but now positive this month. SPY not, but the Qs positive on the month. And a shout out to our good friend Brian Shannon and also Michael Noss, who are all mentioning that 550 level because we were cruising all day long. And then the SPY, when it failed 550, that 550 breakout, that's where you got the big pullback. So if you were waiting for a failure at that price level, big shout out to both Brian and Michael for mentioning that key price level because it worked like a charm. You just had to wait for it all day long.
Yeah, it was a really interesting session for sure. MSTR, we also talked a lot about the divergence between crypto and the market as of late, but MSTR, like, to the upside, as was Bitcoin. So clearly maybe they're kind of becoming besties again. We know, I said, like, Bitcoin, 7-day winning streak, if we hold the green today, which I'm sure we will at this point. We started this green streak around 84.50, or I think 84.5. That was on Saturday. That's where we opened on Saturday. We're definitely going to close above 95 as far as I can tell today. So really great look for BTC. Congrats to all the Bitcoin people out there. Congrats to the Trump coin holders as well. Sean was saying that was up like 10%. So today, so good look there. But really confusing look if you were trying to figure out what's going on with trade in China, because no one seems to know. Scott Bessent, I think, in my opinion, has been the most consistent of the people who are continuously talking about this. He said earlier, there's no negotiations yet, but he thinks there can be some de-escalation. That's basically been his party line throughout. But Trump keeps saying that his team, though he did not specify who in said team, talked to him. Then he said that Xi actually called him himself when asked in the Time magazine interview. He literally said, yep. And then we had China for the third time this week, and by third time I mean the third different group, because first we had the Foreign Ministry, then we had the Ministry of Commerce, then we had the Embassy. Embassy was the last one. They all said, hey, look, U.S., please chill. She has not talked to you. So we don't know, again, we don't know if this is true. We don't know. All we know is what we're being told. But yet, to quote a really funny post from the Financial Juice that I saw today, he said, she said, is really ruling this market when it comes to the trade situation.
I
wish I'd come up with that pun myself. I'm so sad.
The he said, she said.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be the pun of this Profit X recap show. I'm not going to do any better than that. Obi can hold a candle against you, but I'm not good on the pun game. I have absolutely nothing for it. What I can say is, look, back and forth. We're not sure what's going on with China. Are they talking? Are they not talking? Well, let's talk brass tacks and the trend of trades on things that are related to it. Right? Like, I think, like, I look at the strength in Apple. I look at the strength in Tesla. You can look at, maybe you look at K-Web in general today, mostly trending up. That just told me, it's not like everything was blowing out. Tesla was a special story today. Tesla just as much exposure, if not more, to China than Apple does. It's something Sharif was talking about today.
Tesla actually has more, yeah.
21% versus 17. But if you look at just the general overall trend, they were buying all of the dips. And then when did we have the craziest reaction? The biggest reactions were when Trump said something a little bit negative. So overall, the market was kind of behaving like we're expecting progress. There you go. And any hint or hiccup, and we ran into a little bit of trouble. Now for Tesla, that was a small hiccup that you see up here, and that was right about 286, small hiccup relative to the day, but not so much for the Qs and the SPYs. Like when we got that hiccup and change, it was a big, massive drop. But it matters when you buy up on a Friday, you buy up drops like that with uncertainty going into the weekend, it's saying something. It says that the shorts were looking for reasons to cover more, and maybe some dip buyers that felt that they've missed it were feeling exuberant. So there was a heck of a lot going into it that I think makes for some strength going into next week, despite the fact we're at massive resistance on the SPY. IQ saying QSSSS, or Qs you mean, are at resistance. So yeah, like it's not just, we're talking about the SPY because we're talking about the anchored VWAP, the 550, which is the anchored VWAP from the all-time highs on the SPY. It is also prior support. You make the same argument about the Qs, maybe not as directly. You've broken past 467, but then you do still have the 50 period up here and about 480, which is a level. It's just that if you look specifically at the SPY, it's the prior low, 550, hold, resistance, and then we're right there. So technically, it's just a bigger level on the S&P than it is currently on the Qs. So that's what we keep mentioning here. It's not that the Qs aren't at some kind of resistance. It's just that the SPY is at a much bigger level. And we held it. We broke it, failed it, and then closed right back there. That's a pretty decent run at a level. We'll see what happens on Monday, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting levels here, and there's actually one chart I wanted to pull up because someone in the chat talked to me about it, and that someone was Traders Community. I have some lines in here from a while ago, but this is Dell, and I'm actually going to delete my lines because other than this last uptrend one, because I think it's probably the biggest. But so here's Dell. Traders Community said, what are your thoughts on Dell? And so when I first pulled up my TradingView chart, which is where, TradingView, it's where I do a lot of my charting just because I like having all my little trend lines and my anchored VWAPs and stuff. First thing I noticed was this double top around 95.50. So I was like, I want to learn the bigger picture. So I pulled up the daily, and the next thing I noticed is the double top around 95.50. So this level is a double top intraday, but it also is a double top today as well. And I mean, look, we have not been past that level since the start of this month, April 2nd. Is the last time we've been at this level. So I think if we can clear this level, I think it's a good look. Next level of resistance, in my opinion, would be the next higher high, which is that 1013. Then you've got that 121. So after that, you know what I'm trying to say here. I think we have like these higher highs. If we drop a little bit here, I think we've got this actually a pretty interesting gap level and previous support at 86.93. I think if we get below 86.93, then things get a little bit sketchier for me. But yeah, I think the fact that we're at this 95, we're at a precipice of something. I'm not sure what yet, but this looks like we could potentially bounce. It's a nice little bottoming signal here if you go back to this candle that we made on Monday, April 7th.
You know what also was good about that? Not just, obviously the level you pointed out, 95. I saw the same thing on the daily, so it's a great look.
Right, it's both.
On the weekly chart, Dell's bouncing off the 200 period on the weekly. So what it's doing, and if you can't make comparisons to what happened, the ridiculous moves that we've seen. We had back-to-back years of 20%, so some of these moves are insane. However, it's noticeable. Like when it pulled back into the 200 period on the weekly the last time, that's when you got that redonkulous push all the way up to like 180 bucks. But I like where it's coming from. It means that there's room to go. Like I think like if the market were to get back to the highs or anything approximating it, forget about that. I think all you need to do is SPY breaks this 550, even just makes it back to the next moving average, and Dell can be at 118 in that kind of a play. On a weekly chart, it's already closing, breaking out on that weekly. So my guess is a lot of swing traders, if you were playing off the 200 period, you actually entered this already at 89. Just based on what I'm looking at, it's like the prior low, at this prior bar, you probably took the breakout there. already and you'd be in it. So I wouldn't necessarily want to be chasing that. But yeah, Dell looking good for sure. Rohin saying Webull at the lowest. Well, that's true. Someone had a very good joke about Webull that I couldn't repeat it on YouTube. Oh. That's the problem. Like it was, yeah, Webull was doing some bull. Stuff.
What about WeBear? I like
WeBear works too. No, it was a rough day for Webull. I'm kind of thinking it's going to give us this chance. I need a 15-minute because it's only been around for not very long. I think it might give us that chance where you get that pullback all the way and can play it off at $10. That's the level that you want, that $10 area. Anywhere near to that, anytime you have like some kind of a SPAC combination and it does the pump and dump, well, the dump, it tries to resolve itself, to me, when you get close to that entry, like the 10. I don't know when the actual everything closes on this, but who cares? Like $10 is going to be wild if it gets back down there. That's where I'd be looking for a bottom. You got to check fundamentals if you want to have a better price, and I'm not bothering to do that because there's other plays in the fintech space I'm a little more interested in. But you know what? There's someone here that I know is interested in technicals. It usually has a few ideas here and there. Maybe he might be ready. I think he is. I think it's time for a return of sorts to Trader Talk.
Wow. I feel like John's Bones Jones coming back out of retirement for this one.
That's what it feels like. We got Andrew Rader, our good friend, the Raider trader himself. Wow, it feels like for the last time we talked to you, in the aftermarket show anyways, I feel like we were still in a bull market. I feel like we're at all-time highs, and things are distinctly different, aren't they?
Yes, a lot happened after February, and we have had very little times to catch up, but believe me, we can do some catching up today. That's the plan.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of catching up to do. I want to start you with something it's been a topic all day long for us here. I know you're big into options, so maybe you can lend a little something to this. The SPY, obviously we're cranking today for most of the day, right? And then Trump's comments at the top had something to do with it, but we got to that 550. It was an anchored VWAP from the top. It was a technical prior support level on the SPY. It was an obvious monster resistance spot. We got in there. It's a Friday. They try to chew through it. The way that we dropped, that's a pretty significant level of resistance. Take it for what it is. What are your thoughts on this level? Is this rally run into a brick wall, or is this a temporary blip, in your opinion?
Yeah, so this is actually a really interesting conversation and one that is going to slightly evolve, but I think can be pretty consistent over the next few weeks. So over the last few weeks, in case you guys haven't known, the markets have been doing insane volatility. I mean, just, looking at the VIX, while not the best gauge of volatility, is something that you can see at one point we hit 60 into April 7th, and then even just a day later, we're doing a 10% intraday move on SPY. So it's absolutely insane, but past that point, you can see this massive contraction in the market. Why did this happen? Well, from a guy like me who understands options, it was actually really cool to see the kind of dynamics changing in real time with this, that after that 10% move in SPY, the markets were so exhausted. And there was this thing called, a lot of people call it headline fatigue, things like that. There's multiple names for it. But basically what happened was the markets had been moving so much that the realized volatility had really caught up to the implied volatility. And what that means is, for those that aren't aware, implied volatility is just like what is the options market expecting in the future versus realized volatility is what has actually moved. And so typically implied volatilities you will see traditionally are higher than realized because everyone's always fearful of these headlines, so they price in a little bit more, things like that. And of course, when you catch up, it's like, oh, well, we thought the world was ending. The world ends, and then now what? Well, now what? Everyone was exhausted. They're like, well, we've already hedged out this scenario. We don't know what's going to happen next. And what you saw was this kind of massive contraction of the markets over the last few days. And, while still moving 3% some days, you can just see as we've gotten closer to that 550, the range of this market has really condensed. And I think moving forward, we actually will see more range trading days. I think more specifically, though, you should start to see a lot of these swing trades start to open up again, as they haven't with this sticky volatility that has stuck around. But we're seeing that start to break now. The question is, which is going to be a big problem for traders moving forward, is actually through a lot of calculations right now, volatility is too cheap. And while that's not to say short the market, it is a very concerning factor considering that we are in such a news-dependent market and that Trump is one tweet away from sending this market into a 6-7% decline again. So
I saw that in our chat today. Like as we were pulling back, someone's like, VIX ain't moving. Like that was
Right.
it was like a ho hum, and it was something that we've gotten used to. Like when I see a headline drop, and then you noticeably see it if you're watching multiple stocks. The bids just drop everywhere. The algos stop making a market, and you get this sustained drop. I expect to go pull up the VIX and see like a really big shot up, not a tepid move. And I think a lot of people are caught off guard with this one. There was a program buying gold at the end of the day. Into the last, I think it was the last 30 minutes or so. And that's another kind of thing. It wasn't I know the market was rallying. We weren't still dropping. And there was a program buy going on GLD and spot gold. That's the kind of thing that just makes you think about it for a second. Like, are we really that good? Why are they rallying so hard? Market's at the high. We're closing at the highs here. And we're program buying gold going into the weekend. It does make you a little bit tepid.
Right, exactly. And one of the one of the biggest concerns is the markets right now, just based off their attitude, they're trying to sniff out a bottom or at least some sort of front running the headline news, right? They're trying to sniff out, hey, this is likely what's going to happen from the deals. Maybe they're counting on China deals, rumors of that. And the problem is if that gets delayed, even delayed, not necessarily even canceled, but delayed, the market's going to reel back over again because they're front running this. A lot of you guys have to, understand that the markets are front running. Right now, they're anticipating some sort of deal, and a lot of the price action we'll see over the next few days is trying to price that in. And so if that gets delayed and we're seeing, can't make a deal with this guy, but we will at this date, just like how Trump pushed off tariffs, then we're likely to head back down again. But I think overall, over the next few weeks, we will see more supportive markets of intraday swing trades. If you've been a swing trader, trust me, I am at heart. I've been forced to scalp over the last 3 weeks, and it's been pretty painful. But as far as swing trades, I think a lot of these will start to open up again.
Well, I was going to ask you about that next. Like, how has your execution strategy changed? I can tell you. We have one of the on the midday. We have Joe, who he trades options as well, and he talked about it live, like a poor execution he got on the way out, and more risk than usual, and just the volatility making it not as good as you would think. Like people like volatility in the market. Day traders absolutely love it, and so it's interesting to hear that on the swing side of it, it's not always that great. What changes specifically, if you can say, are you making to your approach to adjust for this type of volatility? I can tell you right now, for us as day traders, the headline risk means that at all times, you are generally ready to get stopped out. And if it was a kind of a BS move on a headline or a truth, just jump right back into the trade. It gets now programmed in because we've seen it so many times. How's it affecting your execution game?
Yeah, so as far as executions, two strategies I've really deployed over these last few weeks to find some success. First of all, when it comes to the overall markets, I have a general rule of thumb. If the VIX is over 30 in majority of environments, things like option flow, things like trading the actual options and balances don't typically work as well because with a higher VIX, in case you guys didn't know this, the VIX is a measure of liquidity in the market. The higher the VIX, the less liquid or more illiquid a market is. And so options tend to have less of an impact in these environments because oftentimes their premiums are so high. When they decay, they don't decay as much. And you're likely to see at least these stick higher premiums, which doesn't really affect price that much. And you guys know I do a lot of stuff with option flow. I'll show you this in a second. But in positive gamma environments with VIX over 30, you can expect really big condensing of ranges. Now, over the last few weeks, obviously, we've been absolutely barreling down over the last few months. And even with these big price movements, the options don't really pay that much for swing. I think even one day I remember shorting Nvidia, it was like a 6% drop in the puts for those weekly puts only went up 120%. Any other market, that's a 600% trade. So it's very difficult to find that. But what I would tell you is that now that the VIX is under 30, yes, volatilities and premiums are considered cheap and maybe too cheap. Maybe that comes to bite the markets in the butt later on. But if you actually show my screen right now, this is one of the key focuses I'm actually going forward with now. So things like option flow, imbalances, things like that. Wait, am I even sharing my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay, we're good. My bad. We had some oopsies last time. But as far as this right here, this was actually Chipotle in one way that I can find to how to outperform the market. So just the other day, right before on earnings day, this guy placed a weekly put. It's in the money. It's 50 strike. He spammed it a few times. Now, this is about 400, 500K in puts right here. It doesn't seem like that much money, or 300, 400K. It doesn't seem like that much money, but for a weekly on Chipotle at this level, this is a lot. And so what happened was implied volatilities, while they are really cheap, as you come into that expiration, they decay, and of course, you can kind of call this a somewhat of a volatility crush. And so, of course, Chipotle up around 5% today. This is how you outperform and take trades like this. So I found success with this today, but more specifically over the last few weeks, I've had more success in just scalping, sticking to very short time frames, and actually positioning out during the 3 key times of the day, right? So for example, I would swing a position into Euro close, and then I would be out of it by 2, 3 o'clock power hour. That was one way I found great success in. But also there's an earnings strategy that I did want to talk about specifically that I've found a lot of success in as of lately, and that is having to do with the expected moves and things like that. So if you guys keep up with the earnings expected moves, you absolutely should. Trader TV, you guys, I think, publish a lot of the expected moves and things like that. Keep up with those. What you want to do is write those down. And once you find those expected moves, you want to see which stocks fail to go beyond their expected moves. So for example, I'll give you a ticker this week, MRK. MRK was expecting, they had earnings this week, and they were expecting around a 5 to 6% move. Well, on their earnings, you can see they did not move 5 to 6% on that gap down or gap up. And you can see it was like literally less than 1%. And so what you want to do is you want to play the post-earnings volatility crush. MRK, ENPH, even names like Nvidia are very susceptible to these earnings crushes where when they don't meet that expected range, the next day you want to play that day 2 momentum continuation. So MRK was one that I really capitalized on today, but also ENPH.
That's so important right now because look, Tesla was this week, but earnings season it really starts next week. It's the busy week. You're gonna you get Meta. I'm not gonna even bother to list all of the names that are out there for you. So having a strategy specifically for the next 2 massive earnings weeks is gonna be key, and that actually helps out because if we're in the wait and see, what are we doing here with the SPY mode, then you need some other kind of catalyst to allow to direct your trading, and earnings does give you that in earnings season. Andrew, we do have some questions. We have a couple of questions here from the chat. I want to give them opportunity, opportunity to answer. So I'm going to throw to Adara so our viewers can have a couple of questions addressed.
Yeah, we have one question here, Andrew. Thank you for being here with us today. Coming from Pug Life in the chat about the Zweig breadth thrust indicator that triggered yesterday. Michael Noss came on the show, talked about it today. It's all over X. Do you have any thoughts on this thrust indicator that we've been hearing all about?
So a lot of the people who are talking about breadth in the market, there's various signals and things like that. Keep in mind, guys, that over the last year and a half, it's hard to forget, but we have been in a doom and gloom market sentiment breadth forever. I mean, how many times were people talking about the 200 moving average crossover, the death cross? I mean, we've seen it multiple times over the last 2 years. What I would tell you guys is that one thing when it comes to breadth and all of this stuff, instead of worrying about trying to find the golden future-looking indicator, there is no such thing. You have to understand that a market is a multi-factored view. It is a multi-factored puzzle. And, you might find one piece on the floor, but when you put it down on the table, you have a lot more pieces to put this picture together. And so when it comes to understanding where the market's going to move next, you need to first have edge. This indicator that everyone's talking about, and of course, even breadth, I see a lot of people talking about not just that, but sentiment. It's extremely fearful, CNN, fear and greed, things like that. These things are not going to give you edge in the market, at least to something that you understand and that you can ultimately take action on. And so what I recommend to people, at least how I'm proceeding to go through this market, is understand that we are in a very susceptible news-based environment that, swing trading has not been the most favorable, so shortening your targets, that gives you more actionable ideas because now you're going to go look through that. But also understanding that just because a market is going down, as Jim Cramer says, there's always a bull market somewhere, right? And so there's always going to be a trade to the upside and the downside. It's just a matter of what makes sense to you and what you can trade and have edge in. I know that sounds very cliche, but believe me when I tell you guys that, I'm not worried about anything outside of what I understand. And that is really what the focus is moving forward. So, if you're an IRA account holder, you're stressed about your long-term shares, or even you don't know how to trade 0DT options, you need to find out what is it that I trade? What is it? Where is the opportunities I find success in? And other than that, find data to support that. Otherwise, these different indicators, I see a lot of people go crazy on X. It just, it always baffles me to why people are rushing to have an opinion about it, yet don't take action with it.
Well, there's one thing about some of these indicators that for years, it's something I've liked for a trade, because there's always every trade, there's a counterparty. You got to consider your counterparty. Specifically, if a stock is doing a death cross, and Tesla's a good example of this, obviously, look at it today. If a stock has recently done a death cross and also has a very good, obvious resistance level, it's got to be obvious, the kind of thing that anybody that's looking at that 15-minute chart or whatnot as a day trader or a short-term swing trader is going to be like, that's a good resistance level. If it makes the death cross and very shortly after consolidates or looks like the short's going to work, and then breaks out that long, I like the long even better. Why? Because I am very certain, I am more certain that there are people that have actually taken that short with some size. And therefore, that's going to be your alpha. When it breaks out that level, the people that took the death cross short are getting blown out, and you get a bit of a squeeze type of action like you saw on Tesla today. So I love those indicators for that reason, because they can give you a trade you like for a B turns into an A because other people are trapped in the other direction. I don't know if you've ever seen that or had something like that occur to you, but I love those death crosses.
I mean, even the basis of the earnings strategy I just talked about, with the reason I'm actually trading earnings that way is waiting for a nothing but report and then actually trading the expansion day 2 and 3 is because that everyone was anticipating these earnings to be the most important in history. How many times I saw these on Twitter of, we're going to see tariff impacts. We're going to do this. No, we're not. We're not going to see any good guy. We're not going to see companies go out and say, hey, our company is going to get, obliterated. Like, we're not going to see that. And the guidance is going to be very conservative, just like Powell was in 2022. Remember when he kept saying, we continue to stay on track with blah, blah, blah. Markets, as much as we sat here, wanted to see him, raise 2 points even, right? That's what the markets do, is they drag this on, and that provides opportunity to punish those out of bounds and offsides.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right on that. And I totally agree with you. And I love the fact that you brought us a strategy for next week and the next 2 weeks, which are big options, trading opportunities. It's earnings. It's going to be fantastic. I hope we get to talk about maybe how some of those work out next week. We'll see. It's always a pleasure having you on. I'm glad to bring you back to the aftermarket recap show here. And next time we talk to you, hopefully the market has made a decision, but there's plenty to trade. I love that line. There's a bull market somewhere. I know it's not ours, but as active traders, you have to be open-minded about opportunities everywhere. That's why I love having you on here. Andrew Rader, our good friend. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll hopefully talk to you next week. Oh, there it is. Shout out to the Rader Report. Nike, I see. Well, that's not a very good sponsor.
Yeah, I'm a big sponsor of a local amateur soccer team, so I just got this. I don't know if everyone saw my Instagram, but I got the big chess sponsor. So
awesome. Well, good luck to them. I hope they absolutely kick butt.
It's not the Premier League, but I guess I'm the sipping cups of tea in that parliament now. So
hey man, why not?
All right, guys.
I think that's awesome. Everyone shout out to that team. Thank you for supporting them. I think it's a great thing. Youth sports always have something you want to be able to do. Have a fantastic weekend. Best of luck in all of your trades. It's Andrew Rader, our good friend. We'll talk to you next week, hopefully.
Peace.
See you later, brother. I thought that was like a customized jersey. At first, that's where I thought he was going with that. Like, he's got his customized, he's into football. But no, it's just, that's what you got to do. I can tell you, it's not a me thing. Sean's dad, we grew up in the same city, for anyone that doesn't know this. Sean's dad used to always, his business would always sponsor, multiple, soccer teams, baseball teams.
That's pretty cool.
So I really wish I had the jersey, because I'm pretty sure I played when I was 10 years old. I didn't know Sean until I was 15 or 16, but I'm pretty sure I played on a team that was his dad's, his company sponsored it. It was kind of crazy. And later on, I was like, I'm pretty sure I played on one of those teams. I wish I had that jersey. I don't. It would be cool if I did. So just one thing before we get to before we get to the roll call, Webull did make a big power move to the upside. All I was able to find was they filed a report Form 20F for the year end, and you can find it on their website. So that's the only thing I was able to find there. So you can find that form on their website. It did almost go green. Actually, I think it went green briefly for a quick little second there. But you know what time it is. It has been a wild and crazy week.
Oh, yeah.
Not just in the markets, but the amount of love, support, the super chats, the excitement, the conversation, the helping each other, the learning, the jokes, everything in the chat has been unbelievable. So I want to give it first just an awesome and big shout out to our community. You guys have been great. It's been so much fun just reading the chat some days, to be honest with you. And if you want to be a part of that fun, you got to hit the subscribe button because it's a subs only chat. So join the party, learn, contribute, have some laughs, keep it clean. Even though Bears versus Bulls will make sure it stays the best chat and the best community in the world. And that's why we do the roll call, to shout you guys out in rapid fashion, which Adair is going to do. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Jump in here. Give a shout out to Fabian Ramin, to Joey Options, to Sharif. Give a shout out to Obi, who's filling in for me on Monday, to Sean, Brendo. Of course, Adara, doing so much work these days, keeping track of every single news story, which is every 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Especially during the midday lately, I found.
It's crazy.
But yeah, so I mean, I want to see all of these names coming through, like all these news stories. Thank you to Neil, thank you to Sean, thank you to Brendan, thank you to Sharif.